Hey everyone, what is up, and welcome back for episode 26 of the 100 Line Last Defense Academy. So, in the last episode, we finished up the comedy route, and I had mixed feelings on the route as a whole. It had a lot of fun moments, but I didn't personally think it was like the funniest thing I've ever read. But it was good fun. I enjoyed it, but I'm ready to move on to something else. I don't know what that something else is going to be, because we've got to go all the way back to day 4. Day 4, and make the alternate choice of leaving the school, instead of staying at the school, excuse me, instead of leaving the school, like we did last time. We're going to ignore Hiriko's warning. Big L. I have no clue how things are going to go down from there. Is Hiriko's threat just a complete bluff? I don't know. Right? It seemed like it was kind of a bluff to me, right? But if we completely ignore it, like, will anything happen? Who knows? There's a lot of potential ways that this route could go. And I don't have a clue what they are, like, at all. None at all. We're just going to jump right into things. Like I said, I don't even know any other routes that exist in this game. It's like, this is like, comedy route was the one that I knew of. I don't know any other routes, and so I'm really looking forward to seeing what exactly we're going to see here. We're going to read this stuff out. It's been a while, so I feel like I might want the context again. We return to the classroom in a daze. All I know is we better get the second to last crew. Everyone stood around in silence for some time. Their eyes were cast downward, expressions grave. Finally, Gaku broke the silence. Takamaru, do you still think this is all a prank? But if this isn't a prank, then it's just not fair. They didn't even give us the chance to leave. Maybe it means the kill you all part will start as soon as we see the message. Still, it's not right. It's highly probable that Siri was destroyed before we woke up. Somebody would have noticed otherwise. That means it happened before Gaku found the message. So one of us had to die before we even knew we were being threatened? How utterly unreasonable. In movies, terrorists always set off a small-scale explosion and claim responsibility, right? Once everyone knows it's not a prank, they announce that they're going to carry out another crime. Darumi had a point. It's not quite what happened here. To be clear, I am spoiling routes that I have played, which in this case is slasher and comedy. We know Hiriko wrote this, and that the one who killed Siri was actually Takumi. Takumi is still infected by the Gi then. That's fascinating. I wonder if that's going to come into play again, or if we're going to, like, mostly gloss over that, right? Unless they're going to change who the killer is based on which route you pick. Like who killed Siri. That could be kind of interesting. Because in the slasher route, that was not the case. That it was like they did it to show that they're serious, because Hiriko didn't do it, right? Takumi did. But, you know, just kind of a tangent. It was possible the culprit did this to Siri to show they were serious. In that case, we'd be fine so long as we did what they demanded. Temporarily leaving the school and seeing what happened before returning would be the safest option. But there's no guarantee that the person who wrote the message was the same person who destroyed Siri. It wasn't out of the question that the message really was just a prank. But even if it was, we'd still have to deal with the threat of whoever destroyed Siri still being nearby. It could be any one of us. It could even be me. For now, I need to figure out if we listen to the message or not. Do we leave the school or do we ignore it and stay? It's up to me to decide. I thought they talked a little more about, like, who was thinking they should do what. Maybe I needed to go to the beginning of the day for that? Well, it's fine. We are not leaving the school. Please give me the second to last crew.
Hey guys, listen. We can't listen to the message.
Why? The enemy could attack any day now. We can't just leave this place unprotected. Hey, didn't you come back from the future? That means you should know exactly when the enemy will attack, right? So, when's the next attack? The next one is 3 days from now on day 7. Then what's the big deal with leaving this place empty until then? It's just a matter of going outside the wall of fire and coming back in 3 days, right? We'd be technically complying with what that message says, and the culprit wouldn't see a need to follow through with their threat. Next attack being 3 days away is what I remember from last time, but there's no guarantee the enemy will act in the same way this time. Because you may have already changed the course of history by coming back to the past. Is that what you're trying to say? I nodded. There is another thing to consider. Can we really trust the culprit to keep their word and leave the academy alone while we're gone? We're talking about someone who did something that vicious to Sirei before we even saw the message. There's no way a person like that's ever going to keep their word. Ergo, this has to be a trap. I got no clue who they could be. Only thing we can figure is they're an invader trying to nab the baby in the defense room while we're gone. You just said you thought it was a prank. Shut up. Things are different now that Sirei's been wrecked. I personally think we should just ignore that message. It'll launch the culprit into slaughter mode, right? Now that's the kind of show I'd pay through the nose to watch. My sad excuse of an existence will surely be the first to be eliminated. Oh, I'm all for the idea, of course. After all, even the tiniest bacteria has more worth than an atomized speck of fractional dust like me. So, if we take a head count, there's 6 of us who want to stay. Takumi, Takamaru, Darumi, Shoma, and the Tsukumo twins. If we're going by majority vote, those who want to remain have already won, right? Seriously? Are you all out of your minds? Nobody's stopping you from going out there yourself. Outside the wall of fire? I dare say that's what the culprit's really aiming for. Once they manage to isolate someone, the real fun begins. Gaku started shaking like a leaf. Alright, fine. Just don't say I didn't warn you. In the end, we decided to ignore the message and remain at the academy. Nobody knew how the culprit would react. Just in case, we decided that everyone would move together as a unit during the day as a safety measure. Oh man, we're like already doing the slasher route thing. As we did, the sun soon set and night approached.
At ease, soldiers. It's time to hit the hay. You never know when the invaders might attack, so rest up while you still can. Well then, good night.
I guess the announcements must be pre-recorded, huh? Yeah, Siri told me about them earlier. Nothing happened in the end. Whoever wrote that message was just bluffing. Can you make up your mind? Do you want us to take the message seriously or not? Right now, no. The situation's changed. So I'm going back to my room to hit the sack. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Did you just willingly trigger your own death flag? I ain't got time for this. We ain't in some freaking game or movie. Real. They're not. But there's no denying that the person who destroyed Siri is still around. Yes, hiding somewhere in the school. Or it's also possible they're hiding somewhere among us. Among us? Everybody abruptly stopped what they were doing after Hiriko's statement. We all glanced around, scrutinizing each other nervously. I see how it is. Safer for us all to just sleep in our own rooms then? Well, at least that room's locked, so we don't have to worry about anyone killing him while we sleep. Hiriko was only mentioning that as a possibility. I refuse to believe the culprit could be one of us. Let's not start suspecting each other. We'd be playing directly into the culprit's hands. Told you they were just bluffing with that message. Whoever's behind it probably gets a kick out of seeing us running around like headless chickens, that's all. Tell that to Siri's mangled remains. Siri was targeted because he was a machine. Damaging a metal contraption is completely different from killing a flesh and blood person. Are you trying to say the culprit won't harm us because we're human? I'm just guessing, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. Anyway, I'm heading back to my room. Let's see what tomorrow morning brings. See if anyone's dead. Takamaru and Darumi left after that, followed by Ima and Kako. As long as we're together, no one can hurt us. Well, tell that to Takumi, am I right? They held hands and left the cafeteria together. Good night, everyone. Sorry, my body is so poorly formed it can't fall asleep without a bed. Tsubasa and Shoma both said they didn't think the culprit could be among us, but as I watched them leave, it occurred to me they probably had their suspicions. Hiriko, Gaku, and I were the only ones left in the cafeteria. What? This is ridiculous. Why can't everyone see the best way to stay safe is to stick together? Everyone's already gone, though, except the 3 of us. If the 2 of you are working together, I'd probably be assaulted tonight. Get him out of here. Takumi, I'm gonna need that gi to act up one more time. Are you inviting us to... Of course I'm not. Get your mind out of the gutter. Right. On the other hand, I'd be the one in hot soup if you two are the ones behind this. We're not, but I have no way of proving that. I guess going back to our rooms to rest really is the only thing we can do now. Indeed, casting aspersions at each other here won't help us sleep any better. Fine. I'll go too, but only because there's no other choice. Watch one of those two die. And so, we all went back to our rooms to turn in for the night. I tossed and turned restlessly on my bed. My eyes were closed, but sleep kept evading me.
Huh?
Who wrote that message and destroyed Sire? You! Well, not for both of them. Is the culprit really one of us? No, there's no way. It's two of you. It means the culprit's still hiding somewhere in the school. They couldn't have escaped outside the wall of fire after destroying Sire and writing that message. Hang on. Are we sure the person who wrote the message and the person who destroyed Sire are one and the same? We just automatically assume so, but there's no indication that they are. If it wasn't the same person, then we're actually up against two different people. How did things end up like this? I ruffled my hair violently while curling up on my bed. Midnight was just around the corner. Soon it would be day 5. Alright. I'm going to see how things diverge. I'm definitely intrigued to see. It's 12:55 a.m. It hasn't even been an hour since the new day began. Visitor at this time? Thinking it might be the culprit, I was unnerved until I realized this would give me a great chance to capture them. It could very well be someone asking for help, too. Whoever it was, I had no reason to ignore them. Let's do this. Gathering my wits, I opened my door cautiously. You gonna be Hiriko? I looked around before stepping out. There was nobody to be seen anywhere. Was it a prank? Or a hallucination? Just as I turned around to go back into the room, Bro slumped. A sharp pain exploded at the back of my head, quickly rendering me unconscious. Hopefully that's the... we're using the magical cure the gi thing. Syringe, you know?
Time to rise and shine! Get ready for your 5th day of active service here at Last Defense Academy. Prepare to spend another day enduring the unendurable and suffering the insufferable to pave the way for humanity's future greatness. Be ready to give your lives to protect our beloved school from the vile and barbaric enemy.
When I next came to, I realized I was on my bed, even though I had lost consciousness outside my room last night. Was that a dream? Was I just half asleep? I touched the back of my neck as those thoughts ran through my mind. A dull, aching pain greeted me. It wasn't a dream. I stepped outside last night and someone jumped on me from above. They'd probably been hiding on the rooftop. They punched or kicked me, I'm not sure which, on the back of my head. But who? And why? Was it the person who wrote that message and destroyed Sire? In that case, why am I still alive? And they even went out of their way to move me back to my bed. Just then, the door slammed violently open and Tsubasa ran aside. God damn! Chill out, girl. Don't tell me Gaku's for real dead. Takumi, it's Gaku. Gaku's... What happened? Just go to the classroom on the first floor quickly. The same room we found the message in. I'll go let the others know. Bro, is Gaku... Did he just get smoked? I ran downstairs so quickly I thought I might trip and fall. Getting to the classroom was the only thing on my mind. Soon the classroom came within view. I dashed inside and what greeted me was... Bro.
What is this?
Bro, so... Unless we're gonna be able to revive him, we're just not gonna have Gaku for bare minimum 1 route. I'm assuming 2. Wow. Like, at least 2. I could hear the others entering the classroom behind me.
No!
What the hell?
Mr. Maruko!
Why? Gaku? Hey, Gaku! Cut it out! This isn't funny at all! Open your eyes, man! Wake up!
That's not the reaction I expected from her.
I said wake up, Gaku!
Darumi kept shaking Gaku's shoulders. He didn't respond, so she started shaking him harder. Hiriko slowly put her arms around Darumi and gently pulled her away.
Hey, why don't we just use the Revive-O-Matic?
Right. If we move Gaku to the infirmary, we can...
It won't work. The Revive-O-Matic can only revive a person who only just died. That's what it says in the manual. Can you define just? It doesn't give a specific number, but definitely not 3 hours.
3 hours?
You can tell by the dry and discolored blood. It's been at least 3 hours since he was killed. And besides, look at the amount of blood he's lost. You know how the Revive-O-Matic works. You need to have cryptoglobin in your body.
But we couldn't just give up without doing anything. We moved Gaku's body to the infirmary, put him in a corpse recovery drone, and placed him on the Revive-O-Matic. However, nothing. Gaku's just smoked. For 1 or 2 routes minimum. Unfortunately, Kako was right. The Revive-O-Matic's analysis monitor was located at the back of the device. We all looked at the information together. Cause of death, hemorrhagic shock. Estimated time of death, day 5, between 1 and 4 a.m. That's interesting timing. Multiple stab wounds on chest and abdomen. Murder weapon is likely a sharp blade about a foot long. Too much time has passed since death. Insufficient cryptoglobin present in body. Impossible to revive. Doesn't something seem off to you guys? Why didn't that corpse recovery drone do its job earlier? You're right. If the drone had flown over to collect Gaku's body the moment he died, this wouldn't have happened. Upon hearing that, Tsubasa sprang into action. She went back to the analysis monitor. After fiddling with the terminal for a while, she took several steps back in shock. The drone itself is working correctly, but someone has overwritten the program that controls it. What? The code is too difficult to hack even for me. There's no way we can restore the original programming now. The new settings say that the drone doesn't activate if an SDU member dies outside of a defensive battle. You can't be serious. So maybe that explains some of my issues with the Revive-O-Matic and like the slasher route. Who would do such a thing? Do you even need to ask? It's obviously the same person who killed Gaku. Silence filled the air, and nobody spoke for a while. Then Takamaru mumbled something. Shit, this is all my fault. I kept insisting the culprit was bluffing. Gaku wouldn't have died if I'd believed him. I don't know about that. The same thing may have happened even if we had all slept together in the cafeteria last night. Or maybe things would have been worse. What do you mean? I'll explain later. What do you mean you'll explain later? Explain now. What? A few hours later, we managed to regain our composure somewhat and started cleaning up the classroom. It just didn't seem right to leave all that blood on the floor. We also made sure to thoroughly check for possible clues that might lead us to the murderer while we cleaned. Ultimately, we came to the realization that the killer had left nothing behind. No footprints, no bodily fluids, not even a single strand of hair. Once we were done, we decided to take care of the message as well. The message that was the cause of everything. The mere sight of it nauseated me. We angrily and vigorously scrubbed the message with solvents until it disappeared, Tsubasa and Shoma crying as they worked. Before we knew it, the sun had already set and we were surrounded by darkness. Then we started on our next task, transporting Gaku's dead body from the infirmary to the morgue. Eito's already got a homie.
Huh?
Hey, why are we moving his body here? Shouldn't we be giving him a dignified burial? The corpse is a silent witness who never lies. Burying it would mean losing valuable clues. That reminds me, you mentioned that you were trying to become a detective in my previous timeline. And then Ema said he was your brilliant, talented assistant or something. I said that? Yes. Now do you believe I've traveled back in time? No. I'm not sure. It's not particularly convincing evidence. Am I right to assume you're interested in helping out with the investigation, Kako? Yes. Then share your observations with us, great detective. Wow, that's like dripping with sarcasm. Who is the most likely suspect in your eyes? Wait, we need to figure things like this out step by step. She tapped a finger on her temple. First of all, Tsubasa was the first person to find the body, right? Yes, I woke up before the morning announcement, so I went to the classroom on the first floor. I was trying to see if we'd missed any clues that could have pointed us to the identity of the person who wrote the message. Then I found Gaku on the floor, like that. The question is, why did the killer murder him so brutally? He was stabbed multiple times in the chest and abdomen. If killing him had been the objective, they could have simply aimed directly for the heart. This number of stab wounds usually indicates some sort of powerful personal grudge. It feels more like anger than a grudge to me. The killer is the same person who wrote the message, right? And they got angry because we didn't follow their instructions. Or the fellow's just trying to make an example out of someone, thinking they can strike fear in our hearts by killing someone in the most visceral way possible. I think their objective was even simpler than that. Pray tell. To bleed as much cryptoglobin out as possible so that we couldn't possibly revive Gaku even if we found his body right away. That would mean the killer's very familiar with the Special Defense Unit members and how our bodies work. In short, there's a very high probability that the killer is one of us. Everyone fell silent at that, but nobody seemed as shaken up as they were yesterday, as if they had already come to this conclusion deep inside. That's why, back in the infirmary, I said that things would have been worse if we all had slept together in the cafeteria. Because the killer would have assassinated everyone in their sleep. Yes, after drugging us with sleep medicine or something. That's unthinkable. It's just not possible. One of us here is the killer? The alarm didn't sound. That means nobody's breached the Academy's defenses. Oh, and before you bring it up, no, Eito couldn't have done it either. Because she walked to one of the dead bodies, stood in front of it, and promptly pulled off the sheet that was covering it.
See? He's not breathing and has no pulse.
He's dead as hell.
It's literally impossible for Eito to be the killer. Unless he somehow turned into a zombie.
Yeah, bro, that would never happen. Never in my Last Defense Academy.
Oh.
Everyone saw what Gaku's estimated time of death on the Revival-matic was? Yes, I think it was between 1 and 4 a.m. last night. I'm gonna have to ask each and every one of you where you were and what you were doing at that time. Like you're gonna get, like, real answers other than, I was asleep. Everyone said they had been sleeping in their own rooms other than Ima. Ima was... I was sleeping in my dear sister's room. Which means only my dear sister and I have valid alibis. The testimony of a sibling is unreliable. Yes, I was expecting you to say that. Wait, so none of us have proper alibis? Nope. Hang on. Nobody's asked Takumi where he's been yet. Oh, right. What about you, Takumi? I mean, your answer's probably going to be the same. I hesitated for a moment. Telling the truth would make me seem questionable. But if it ever came to light that I lied this time, I'd definitely look suspicious then. So I decided to go ahead and tell everyone what happened to me last night at around 1 a.m. Say what? Someone came out of nowhere and knocked you out? And then you woke up to the sound of the morning announcement in your bed? Yes, more or less. The person who knocked me out has to be the killer. Why only tell us about this now? I couldn't find a good time to bring it up. Really? But so much time has already passed since we found Gaku's body. Everyone looked at me with suspicion in their eyes, causing my heart to beat faster. I'm telling the truth, please believe me. So you say, but that time-traveling thing has got to be just a big fat lie. Yes, you killed Eito for some reason and made up that tall tale in order to justify your actions. No! That would actually explain why Sirei was destroyed too. Sirei was the only one present when Eito was killed. He was the only one who knew the truth. When Sirei tried to blackmail Takumi using that incident, Takumi destroyed him in order to silence him. Why would I do that? And what about the message? I was the first one to propose we stay in the academy. Isn't that a bad look for you? Besides, there's no reason for me to kill Gaku. Absolutely no reason at all. You're coming apart at the seams. Nobody said anything about you killing Mr. Mariko. You were all looking at me as if you thought I was the killer. I spent hours trying to prove my innocence to the others, but there was nothing convincing I could use to clear my name. Takamaru, Darumi, Shoma, and the Tsukumo twins were especially unwilling to give me any benefit of the doubt. Now, I actually... we're gonna let this scene play out. Well then, sister dearest, let us fall asleep under the same roof again tonight. Yes, like I said before, it's more dangerous for everyone to be sleeping together. Sleeping with the person you trust the most is the best way to deal with this. Takamaru, will you please allow this worm to burrow in your room tonight? What are you saying? You're the person I trust the most. Or are you afraid that I may actually be the killer? Don't be stupid, you idiot. I'd just kill you right back. That means I'm staying in Mistress Hiriko's room tonight? You can kill me anytime you please, my mistress. I'm sorry, but you're on your own. But why? You may end up killing me, for all I know. Besides, I've already been reserved by someone else. Someone else? Hiriko's staying with me tonight. No! Your only option left is Takumi. Absolutely not. I'm not gonna throw myself into the arms of a serial killer. I have standards on who gets to kill me, you know? Bro got the shit end of the stick. Everyone retired to their chosen rooms after deciding on sleeping arrangements. I trudged my way back to my own room as well. I just returned to my room when the doorbell rang. The door swung open and in walked Hiriko Tsubasa. What's the matter? Just so we're clear, this doesn't mean we trust you or anything. What? You came all the way just to tell me that? Let me finish. We don't trust you, but we see no reason to be completely suspicious of you either, unlike the other 5. Okay, that's nice to hear. And if what you've been saying is true, there's going to be an enemy attack in 2 days' time on day 7, right? According to what I've lived through, yes. When that happens, I intend to fight, but it's unlikely the other 5 will be willing to follow you. So you're saying there's a high chance they won't join the fight? Even Takamaru and Army, who fought on day 1? Tsubasa is trying to say she's willing to lend you a hand. I can't just sit back and let you and Hiriko fight the invaders by yourselves. Besides, it's game over for us anyway if we lose. A combat party of 3 isn't going to be strong enough. Who do you think we are, bro? Which is why I'm thinking of calling in reinforcements. From where? You once mentioned a second to last defense academy that's being protected by 5 special defense unit members, right? Yes. I didn't want to have to wait on them, man. What was I going to do without Kyoshiko? Am I right? Am I right? Oh, I get it. You want to bring them here. It was inevitable that we would one day have to go to the second to last defense academy anyway. That academy was attacked on day 10 and Moko was killed. I've been pushing it to the back of my mind because I thought we still had time. It's kind of funny because actually, like, low-key, most of their cast I'm not in love with. I don't care for Moko all that much. I don't really like Yukamaru all that much, right? Karara, she's mixed. Like, I like her sometimes, I don't like her other times. Nozomi, I'm like, okay on. I kind of like her. I like Yoshiko a lot, but like, overall, I'm like, not in love with that crew. And I'm like, yes, we get them back. I've been pushing it to the back of my mind because I thought we still had time. Not that we had any spare time to be thinking about going there at all. It did make sense to go over as soon as possible, so I agreed to Hiriko and Tsubasa's plan. Are you both coming with me? Of course. Then we set off at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. 6? The campus is quite a distance from here, isn't it? Yeah. We should start early then. We also have to ensure we can make it back before the enemy attack on day 7. That's a good point. That's settled then. We'll be taking our leave now. We'll go tell the others about this. Thank you. They nodded and left the room. There was just one thing bothering me. Was it a really good idea to leave 5 people behind in an academy with a serial killer on the loose? That said, I really did want to reach the second campus before Moko got killed on day 10. Since we needed reinforcements for the next defensive battle, going there tomorrow was indeed the best option we had. It wouldn't make sense for all of us to go anyway, and leaving just 2 or 3 to protect the school alone wouldn't be any better. In fact, it would be worse because that would just make them easier targets for the killer. I concluded that the safest thing to do was to go there with Hiriko and Tsubasa. I hope we can meet the team from the second academy tomorrow. Kyoshika, Moko, Karara, Yugamu, and Nozomi. The possibility of seeing them again did nothing to loosen the tight knot in my stomach. After all, a friend had just been violently murdered today. Yeah. I couldn't get the sight of Gaku's mangled body out of my mind. This is what I was going to say earlier. You actually have to wonder, is it him? Because he did get knocked out, right? Was that, like, a different type of, like, unconscious than what normally happens when the Yi was attacking in the slasher route. I kind of think so. I kind of think he might have been like jumped by Hiriko, who cured him, and someone else did it, but that would be kind of crazy. Like, I don't know. Maybe he... I don't know. Like, the way the timing worked, it couldn't have been him from what we saw. Unless he did not actually get knocked out. He got jumped, he got away, murders the hell out of Gaku, and then ends up asleep in his bed later somehow? I don't know. It's not impossible, but I'm actually kind of thinking it wasn't Takumi, honestly. But who the hell would it be? I don't know. At 6 a.m., I went straight to the entrance hall, where Hiriko and Tsubasa were already waiting for me. You are 10 seconds late. 10 seconds. A split second of distraction can prove fatal in battle. You will do well to remember that. Yes, ma'am. I mindlessly responded to Hiriko while looking around. I didn't see anyone else. They're not even going to see us off, huh? I mean, they believe you're a serial killer, you know? Nothing I can do about that. How did you break the news to them? I just told them plainly. I said we needed to bring in a second team to increase our combat power. And they didn't criticize you for daring to follow a serial killer there? They sure did, which is why I asked them nicely if they'd rather we left said serial killer behind with them. Suddenly, letting just the three of us go became the best thing since sliced bread. Okay. We can chat later. Let's be on our way. Let's go. Are they going to do this as like an exploration, or... So last time I just kind of skipped to us being there, right? After a really long walk. Wow, they are. Look over there. That looks like a shortcut. So let's go check it out. Bronze BP token, sure. Goodness. Nice. Invader was summoned. Banger! Alright, free fight. Goodness.
Here we go.
I'm taking the wheel. I'll protect us.
Good to go. That's it. Ready when you are. Yeah! Let's go. Take that. Ready when you are.
I'm talking about something. We can't defend the school with just three of us. Bro, do you see what Takumi is doing? I need to be so for real right now.
I'll take this.
This is probably fine. Oh, beautiful roll. Like, actually perfect. Oh, blessed by RNG for once.
We did it.
Nice. I'm like
Yes.
blessed by RNG right now. What the hell? I wish I was always this blessed by RNG.
I'll take that.
Alright, small red crystal is not bad. Move on to the next area. You know, to be honest, it somehow never clicked with me that that was second to last Defense Academy. Like, that sounds ridiculous, like, now that I'm thinking about it, but I genuinely didn't realize. I'll take a 3 after this. Let's dismantle a miniature robot. I mean, like, look at this, man. I'll take a 1.
I'll take this.
Never lucky. Do I go, like, looking for, like, parts? Or do I just go where I'm supposed to go? That is the question. I guess it's kind of a decent enough haul on its own. I mean, while we're here, we might as well get some stuff, right? Is this, like, actually rigged to not give us bad outcomes? Like, I'm actually being serious. Because it's, like, kind of unbelievable how fortunate our luck has been.
We did it.
Never mind. I take it all back. Not really, though. I mean... Okay, now I take it back.
I'll take this.
Yes!
Damn, I better be careful before Hiriko
I'll take
dies.
this.
I think at this point we can just try to get out of here. Uh-oh. Okay, it's not rigged.
We did it.
Our luck has turned. We gotta get out of here, bro. We gotta go. Interesting. Okay. And we got out of here safely. Barely. Hey, we got a decent amount of stuff for free, though. I'll take that. Ugh, we finally arrived.
Oh?
So this is the place. Second to last Defense Academy. As we got closer, I saw her. Hi, Nozomi. Nozomi! My pulse started racing. My breathing got heavier. I felt an uncontrollable burning in my chest. Nozomi was alive. She was alive again and right here in front of me. Without thinking, I almost reached out to touch her. But I fought that impulse and pulled it back. Who are you guys? Words simply failed me. While I was still busy being incoherent, Nigo and the others showed up as well. Are you perhaps from Last Defense Academy? How did you know that? Your class armor. Is there something you guys needed? Yes, actually. After moving the conversation to the cafeteria and introducing ourselves, we told everyone what had happened at Last Defense Academy. Eito, the threatening message, Siri's destruction, all of it. Even about Gaku's murder and me traveling back in time. I also shared everything that had happened in the 100 days I had previously gone through. What greeted me at the end was silence. Nigo had stopped moving and had a dazed, distant look in his eyes. Siri's destruction must have been too much for him. None of the others from the Second Academy had much to say either. They all stood frozen, mouths agape in astonishment. I see. Thanks for the massive info dump, I guess. I'm still trying to process everything, but I more or less get what you're trying to say. The long and short of the matter is that Last Defense Academy is currently in quite a bit of a pickle. Am I right to say that? Yeah. Then we have to go there right away. Since this place is just a decoy, there's no need for us to protect it anymore. The enemy will be attacking that academy tomorrow, right? Then we must hasten our steps and get there by today. Thank you. We would greatly appreciate the backup. Nigo, is the school bus available? Hey, Nigo, can you hear me? Yes, the bus is available. Great. We'll meet in the parking lot after everyone here gets ready. Takumi, Hiriko, and Tsubasa, you guys can go there first. It's at... Don't worry, I know where it is. Bro said, been there, done that. I'm packed and ready to go. Onwards to Last Defense Academy! We all started walking toward the bus, except for Nigo, who hadn't moved from his spot at all. As soon as we noticed, we stopped walking. Is something wrong, Nigo? I cannot go. What? I've been ordered to guard second to Last Defense Academy with my life. Therefore, I am unable to abandon it. Ordered by who? Your superior officer? The one who got destroyed? No, this order came from the higher-ups on the artificial satellite. No. Can't you defy them somehow? We all tried to talk Nigo out of staying, but he refused to abandon his post. We have no choice but to leave him behind. But... It's already night and we're running out of time. We have to go now. I will be just fine, everybody. You see, there's no commanding officer at Last Defense Academy right now. So if I open a dialogue with the higher-ups about this, they may reassign me there. Fine. Hurry up and do that dialogue thing with your superiors and come over as soon as you can, understand? We'll be waiting for you over there. Thank you. Be careful. And so we had to part ways with Nigo. I wonder if in one of these routes, like, Nigo's actually going to be, like, relevant. After exchanging firm handshakes, we boarded the school bus. We decided to let Tsubasa drive, as she had the most experience with vehicles, and then...
Alright, let's go.
Let's get it. She floored the accelerator and the bus peeled off. We made our way toward our base, Last Defense Academy. A short while after setting off, I started a conversation with the 5 members of the second academy.
First of all, I'm grateful that you decided to come with us. Am I also right to assume that you believed what I said?
What you said?
About coming back from the future.
It's too much of a coincidence to be made up.
What is more, you possess knowledge about us that we have revealed to none but ourselves.
We believe you only because it makes sense to, not because we want to.
I believe you, Takumi.
Thank you, everyone. You have no idea how glad this makes me. Because nobody in the other academy believes me at all.
Including those 2 over there?
The 5 of them turned to stare at Hiriko and Tsubasa.
Don't believe him? Can you not see the pureness in his eyes? His very soul itself!
Thank you, Moko! That's what I'm saying! Ignore the fact that he is a serial killer in another route. Hiriko knows it's true, but... They kept looking at Hiriko and Tsubasa in plain and undisguised disgust. The 2 eventually caved under the weight of their collective stares.
Fine. I believe him.
What, you do? I guess I should too then.
Seriously? That's all it took? I held back from speaking my thoughts out loud. The reasoning didn't matter as long as they believed me. With this, there were now more people who believed me than those who didn't. It made me feel at ease after going through those terrible things yesterday. As the bus kept rumbling on, the pleasant swaying sensation made me so drowsy I almost fell asleep. Eventually, the side of the wall of fire slowly came into view through the windshield of the bus. Oh, Mr. Shiriko, I'm so glad you're safe and sound. I was so sure the serial killer would be coming back by himself. Ugh. Thank goodness you're both okay.
Hey!
What about me? By the way, are those guys with you? Nameless NPCs? Hello there, my name is Nozomi Kirifuji. I'm Moko Mojiro, the apocalyptic maiden of destruction. Kyoshiko Magadori, at your service. Bow your heads, peasants. I'm Karara Osuzuki, the great and powerful. And I'm Yugamo Omokage, teenage assassin, hopeless, romantic, and all-around nice guy. What a description. Teenage assassin, hopeless, romantic, and all-around nice guy. They're neither nameless nor NPCs. They're totally trying to assert themselves as main characters. We should introduce ourselves too. That's alright, we've already heard all about you on the bus. Well, that saves us a lot of time. What are we waiting for then? It's time to play some games where losers get to have their nails ripped off for shits and giggles. Wow, that sounds like my kind of fun. I'm not playing. We have a battle coming up tomorrow. Now that the introductions are over, we should rest up until then. So you guys are really gonna fight together with us? You know it. It is the very reason we have come here. But why would you help us? Why do you even need to ask? It's because we all have the same ultimate goal in mind. Ultimate? Goal? From here on, we just protect the baby in the defense room until day 100, right? Then the missiles he's been charging up will be launched in all directions. All the invaders will be wiped out, and that'll be the end of world death. But right before, we shoot off in the escape pod to join back up with the rest of humanity on the artificial satellite. Or so we have heard from Sir Takumi. I see no reason to say no. We make it through these 100 days and everyone's stories end happily. We're with you all the way. The palpable excitement of the 5 members from the second academy stood in stark contrast to the sullen moods of those from this academy. What's the matter? They're just feeling awkward because they have no intention of joining us for tomorrow's defensive battle. Whereas you guys will be sent into the battlefield as their substitutes, even though you're new here. Wait, why aren't you joining the fight? I already explained on the way here. They do not trust Takumi's leadership. Oh, that whole time-traveling thing? That's just a part of it. Gaku's murder played a bigger part. Right now, they all think Takumi did it. Excuse me? Sir Takumi is a killer? No, of course not. I didn't do it. Sir Takumi has spoken. What is your response? We already discussed this thing to death. But there's no proof yet. Proof of what? Proof of Takumi's innocence. Apprehending the real perpetrator is the best way to settle this. I'll believe you if you can do that. Wow. They said there's no proof he's innocent, so it's gotta be him. I get he is the most suspicious right now, but... ouch. We went back to our room soon after our meeting to rest and recharge for tomorrow's defensive battle. As I flopped down onto the bed, I found myself whispering under my breath. The real perpetrator. That's right, I have to find and catch the real culprit. That was the only way I could regain the trust of those 5 and convince them to help with the battles again. It was also the quickest way. Imo was absolutely right. And there was another good reason. I wanted to avenge Gaku. He'd never be able to rest in peace if I let the perpetrator get away. But how would I figure out who the real culprit was? Unlike Kako, I didn't have a detective bone in my body. I had a lot to think about. However, the trip to and from second to last Defense Academy had depleted all my energy. I was swallowed by the darkness of sleep before I could even think about my options. Day 7.
Up and Adam troops!
Things are going a lot slower this time.
Rise and shine!
Don't have a problem with.
Get ready for your 7th
I say
day
slower.
of active service here at Last Defense Academy.
I don't mean that the plot is slower, I mean the days are taking longer.
Prepare to spend
there's more
another
plot.
day enduring the unendurable and suffering the insufferable to pave the way for humanity's future greatness. Be ready to give your lives to protect our beloved school from the vile and barbaric enemy.
Okay, so Takamaru, Darumi, Shoma, Kako, and Ima aren't even going to come see us off. They won't be joining the battle. Why would they show up? I don't know. They can at least cheer for us, right? Get them, guys. Go fight and risk your lives for us because we don't want to. That doesn't sound like a very morale-boosting cheer at all. Anyway, when is the enemy going to be showing up? Anytime now. Remember what I told you in the bus yesterday about the commander's special traits? Yes, Sir Takumi. I have it all memorized. How much you want to bet they... Oh, I thought they, like, weren't going to show up today, and that would have been awkward. The alarm sounded immediately after he said that.
Intruder alert. Intruder alert. Unauthorized personnel detected on school grounds. Defense mode initiated. All available troops prepare for battle immediately.
Well, at least he doesn't look like a complete clown. They're here. Take the lead, Takumi. Huh? What? You're our leader, aren't you? Don't you have anything to say to your team before they head out into battle? Oh, right. Is everyone ready? Ready when you are. The holy Jumanji sword is always ready. She ravenously longs to spill the blood of the wicked. I'm ready. I took a whole bunch of anti-nausea pills, so I made this using my own special formula. Efficacy guaranteed. Loosen up, Tsubasa. You'll be fine. You've got the apocalyptic Maiden of Destruction looking out for you now. Thanks. I trust you. Let's all work together out there. Humanity's counting on us. This isn't just for them, but for ourselves, too. We fight for our future. Let's go. Small group. I kind of wonder if we're going to get like a... We're going to kind of get like another Last Defense Academy versus Second to Last Defense Academy arc, almost. Not exactly perfectly divided that way, but... Alright, I really hope they don't do something evil and make this like a 4-sider. But, admittedly, two of my least 2 units that I think are really weak are not usable right now, so... This might be a 1-sider. It is. Yeah, this should be cake. If I even have to play it. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think I even need to play it. It's probably the exact same as this, the Day 7 battle on the other side.
Clear out the minions.
Now we shall deal with the commander.
You mean that person over there?
Wait. Who's that?
We still need to figure out who that is. On the edge of the battlefield, watching us fight, was a figure I didn't recognize.
Is that the commander you guys fought before?
No. That wasn't the one.
Yuriko was right. I never saw that person during the whole of my previous 100 days. I had no idea who they were, but they were not a commander I'd fought before, that's for sure.
Hey, look! There's someone else over there!
The commander we're expecting.
Is that the one then? Yes, it is.
That's the commander we faced our first day here.
And who we're about to slime out.
God of the planet, hear my plea and lend me thy strength. Blood of my bond, release!
Serious question, have any of us tried that? I kind of wonder if we could all turn into like crazy monsters if we just like, blood of my bond, release, you know?
The paragon of order. I will run this time. I'm done running away. I have to stand and fight. Oh, you stand aside! If you don't, then in the name of order, I will strike you down!
Well... No, you won't.
I will run!
How is it I can understand him?
Little Black Riding Hood over there hasn't done anything, though.
Little Black Riding Hood. That name's hard.
Little Black Riding Hood?
See that black hood they're wearing? Name fits to a T.
No, Moko's onto something. Who is that? Why is someone I've never seen before showing up all of a sudden? Did the timeline change?
Hey,
the leader, why don't you?
Yes. Right. Everyone, concentrate your attacks on the giant commander over there first.
Little Black Riding Hood can wait.
Understood.
I love that that's our name for them. Unfortunately, you got slammed. Oh, didn't I just give Gaku a Commander Absorption 2 and I was thinking about upgrading him to 12? Now I really have to switch to someone else.
We took down the commander! What about Little Black Riding Hood?
We're just casually using that name. I looked around. The mysterious figure had disappeared at some point during the battle.
Who the heck was that anyway?
Mayhaps a passerby who was on their way to the convenience store?
What?
How does a random passerby simply walk onto a highly secured compound like this?
Thank you, Carrara. Well, on the way to the convenience store, at that.
More importantly, what should we do about the commander? He's not dead yet.
Kill him. Tsubasa pointed to where Mervim lay on the ground, heavily injured but still breathing.
I think he's trying to say something.
Let me see.
Is Yugamu going to steal the kill again? Yugamu knelt over the fallen commander. After a quick but surprisingly thorough examination, he spoke up again.
His vocal cords have been crushed. Someone must have hit him right in the throat.
So, he won't be able to talk then.
That's right.
Even if he could, it's not like we can understand their language.
Bro.
That's not true. When he first showed up, he told us his name and stuff. Remember?
I am Mervim, the paragon of order. In the name of order, I will strike you down.
Thank you for the impression, Kyoshka.
That was what I heard.
He was the one who got struck down in the end.
Yeah, a big fat L for Mervrim.
So, back to the topic at hand. What should we do with him?
Kill him. I'm almost starting to feel bad for bro. Well, actually, I kind of am.
Why are we even discussing this? We kill him and take his cryptoglobin.
Huh?
To survive to day 100, we must fight and win every single battle that is to come. And for that to happen, we must keep getting stronger.
Okay, well, not really. We'll be fine as is, but...
I am of the same mind.
Take him out, Takumi. Make it quick.
They were all waiting for me to make the call. I hardened my resolve and nodded slowly. I do almost wonder, though, is there going to be, like, a route where most, if not all, of the commanders can live? Right? Because part of me really, and I kind of want to go Carrara for the memes, by the way. I want to try to get, like, a crazy burst explosion. I'm not really worried about the combat, so I don't think I need someone who can do stuff in neutral. So I'm just memeing. Anyways, I really think that the commanders and their species are, like, misunderstood. Not like Veshness. She's crazy. I forgot how much she enjoys that. I think a lot of them probably have more to them and very well may not actually be, like, crazy, if that makes sense. They might just be fighting for what they believe is right, and so I almost wonder if there's a route where we might maybe, like, learn the truth and some of the commanders can be spared. And I'd be kind of interested to see if that's a thing, you know? Well, I mean, I say I would be. Like, I'll see eventually. You know, as always, if it's a thing, don't tell me. I'll get there eventually, you know, and find out if it is or not, right? Just an interesting thought I had. Anyways, 3k BP, I'll take it. At night, the 8 of us who had fought in the defensive battle had a small victory party in the cafeteria. We discussed who deserved to be crowned MVP and who had the coolest looking finishing moves. Everyone talked and laughed pleasantly as we reviewed the battle together. Even though a fellow comrade had been killed just 2 days ago, the adrenaline rush of victory had us in high spirits. And then they showed up. Man, get the hell out of here. The 5 members who hadn't taken part in the battle. Hunger pangs got the better of your suspicions. Sorry, but we're not in the business of feeding losers here. None of you did anything to contribute to this victory. Come on, don't be like that. It's just food. What's the big deal? We ain't here to poach your food. And what are you here for? Just thought it would be right to not... Just thought it wouldn't be right to not even say thanks, you know? Thanks for what? Thank you for saving the Academy and us. Yes, thank you. From the bottom of my worthless heart, thank you. There's no need to be so formal. I'd rather hear you say you'll help us out in the next battle. Those are two different things. We still think Mr. Sumino stinks to high heaven. We ain't gonna lift a finger to help until he can prove his innocence. You have to show us concrete proof that he wasn't the killer. Your stance hasn't changed since last night, then. Basically, you want us to find the real murderer? Yes, that is, if you can find one, since Takumi may very well be the culprit. Man, get out of here. Just go. The party ended soon after, and we all went back to our own rooms. Realistically, I can understand their stance, but like, damn, bruh. When I did the same, I found someone waiting for me there. Who there? Hiriko? Oh, the boy. That makes way more sense. So that is the apparition. Hello, it's been a while. You, why? No, wait, I get it. You have clues to the identity of the real perpetrator who killed Gaku 2 days ago. And you're here to share them with me, right? Sadly, that's not what I'm here for. I am aware that one of your friends, Gaku Mariko, was killed by someone. However, I wasn't there when it happened, so I didn't witness the crime. I'm far from omnipresent. While I am able to move instantly to any location I have in mind, I don't have full knowledge of everything that goes on in this academy. That's too bad. What are you actually here for, then? To inform you of something. I'll keep it short. I'm not feeling very well right now. Not feeling well? In what sense? Right, you can't tell because I'm in this form. Basically, I'm sick. How did that happen? There is a particular space known as blood space in this world. What the hell is that? It is a distinct space filled with cryptoglobin energy. However, a malicious aura from the future has been seeping into a certain part of that space. My true form, the baby, is being badly affected by that aura. You are aware the baby's body is also filled with cryptoglobin energy, yes? That is why the malicious aura is also encroaching on the baby's body. I'm sorry, what exactly are you trying to say? To put it simply, a source of evil intent from this timeline is invading the baby's body. Oh, that leaves me more confused than ever. Then what should I do? What can I do to help? Can I bring the baby some medicine? Wait, if a malicious aura is causing this, I should be bringing an exorcist, right? The only cure is to solve the case in the future that's causing this. The case in the future? Not what happened to Gaku 2 days ago. I did mention the malicious aura is coming from the future, didn't I? Solving the case that produces that aura is the cure to this disease. When all is settled, the baby's body should make a full recovery? Yes. This also means I won't be able to show myself to you for a while. That's what I wanted to tell you today. So, I won't be able to talk to you for a while. Please, don't look so sad. This isn't goodbye forever. It's just... You must solve this future case yourself, Takumi. Then we will be able to see each other again. I'm counting on you. What the hell? With that, the ghost boy disappeared from sight. What did he say? Okay. There's a blood space, a distinct space filled with cryptoglobin energy. A malicious aura from this future has been seeping into a certain part of that space. So there is something in the future that is kind of come back for the cryptoglobin. Interesting. And I assume it's this future. Yeah. Interesting. Who is it, though? That's the question. With that, the ghost boy disappeared from sight. A future case. Hey! What case, though? Wait, does that mean there's going to be another murder? No, he didn't mention anything about the case being a murder case. I prayed that it would be about something completely different. I never wanted to see something like that again. Surely someone's keeping a watch on, like, Takumi's door or something. Days of accumulated stress and fatigue finally got to me, and I ended up sleeping through the morning like a log. When I finally woke up, it was afternoon. In fact, the sun was already sinking into the horizon towards the west. That was the exact moment the shrill sound of sirens blasted all around me. That sound immediately dispelled the heavy fog clouding my brain.
Intruder alert. Intruder alert. Unauthorized personnel detected on school grounds. Defense mode initiated. All available troops prepare for battle immediately.
What? Why now? The enemy just came yesterday. Are they attacking us 2 days in a row? And it's only day 8. The next battle should have been on day 17. The timeline was changing. For some reason, it was starting to spiral completely out of control. I better get over to the war room. I rushed frantically out of my room. Oh, Takumi. Now you show up. Everyone else is already here. Sorry, I came as quickly as I could. Everyone, as in everyone who took part in the battle yesterday, in case you misunderstood. The Frightened Five won't be showing up today either, I assume. The Frightened Five goes so hard. Dude, there's a lot of moments where I'm like, I really like Karara. Honestly, she might start to crawl out of the dislike tier. She has a lot of moments where I'm like, I do really find her quite funny. Are you still harping on that? We must go out and meet the enemy force immediately, Sir Takumi. Yes, of course. Let's do this. Initiate defensive battle. Four-side? Is that a four-sider? Right side team is a little rough, but overall it's fine. I suspect I won't even have to do it though, so yeah.
Time is money, and they've certainly wasted a lot of mine.
I can already feel the nice warm shower waiting for me. Careful. The battle isn't over yet. Look over there.
And now they merge into one super commander. That cutscene is kind of hard, I'm not gonna lie.
The paragon of virtue. You filthy little creatures are an affront to God and his teachings. Clearly, I must eliminate you before this infection spreads.
Hello. Still gotta wonder what the hell that thing is. Like, is it just like Dal Shah? Like, I mean, the way they're just walking through reminds me of Dal Shah, but like, I feel like it's not gonna be Dal Shah. It's probably whatever is the cause of that, like, malefic aura. Malevolent is the word they used. I don't know if malefic is like an adjective for that. Not adjective, synonym. Synonym.
Is that Little Black Riding Hood?
We're still calling them that.
Was the convenience store closed?
Oh my god, Koshka, shut up!
Went there yesterday, found it closed, and they're now on their way back. Is that the story you've written for them? How far is this store?
That's the question.
Ignore Little Black Riding Hood and focus on dealing with Macron first.
Yeah, good plan.
Got it.
Yeah, Hiriko's gonna slime them, except I'm skipping the fight, so. It's actually gonna be Karara sliming them here in a second.
Well, that was surprisingly easy.
The Holy Jumanji sword has not had her fill.
Holy Jumanji?
The Holy Jumanji sword!
We still have to deal with them. Holy Jumanji?
The Holy Jumanji sword!
Nozomi pointed to where the figure we dubbed a Little Black Riding Hood stood. They began walking towards us with slow deliberation. Then they pulled back their hood, revealing
The Supreme Commander. It was her all along.
Oh.
Who?
The one who's leading the Invader army, remember? I told you guys about her before.
It's just Veshness? At that, the Supreme Commander brought her hand up to her mask.
Among my people, I am known as Veshness, the paragon of hope.
You're vexed about your looks, therefore the mask?
No, I am not.
But you're so much uglier than I am!
Ooh! Ooh! Let him know, Moko.
Not the best line to spout in this day and age.
No, she's cooking. More importantly,
How is it you can understand us?
Ah, I see. So you know nothing either.
I see.
To think I came all this way to scope out the reason behind the change.
Nah, we know the reason.
What change?
The change that took place several days ago. All of a sudden, my soldiers started gaining immense power.
Because we gained even more.
At the same time, we became capable of understanding your language.
We looked at each other in confusion. Kyoshika was the one who spoke up.
Her words confound me, but she would be the chief villain, yes?
Can we execute the one who's already on the ground dead?
Should we be able to defeat her, will this war not end immediately? Well then...
That's right. We can end this right here and now.
I could literally clown her right now with this crew.
Such interesting creatures.
The game would not let me, but...
I had intended to stick to the appointed days and let you entertain me.
If they let me fight her, it's gonna have plot armor. There's like no way.
And well, I suppose picking off 2 or 3 right now matters not in the grand scheme of things.
Is that a challenge? If so, you're on!
Veshness slowly started walking towards us, getting closer and closer with each ambling step. But before I could do anything...
Hold your horses!
Takemaru! Why are you?
I was watching y'all fight from the rooftop. That ignited a spark in me. And before I knew it, I was here.
Without waiting for a reply, Takemaru turned to face Veshness.
Hey! You said your name was Veshness or something? Ain't fair for us all to gang up on you. So how about a one-on-one with me?
Whoa, okay, that's how I lose the fight.
Takemaru, that's not a good idea!
Shut up, marshmallow face!
Whoa!
Marshmallow?
That's a little rude.
If you insist, you shall be given an express ticket to the River Styx.
Yeah.
Where I suppose you could apply to serve as a boat rower.
I suppose he could.
Save that ticket for yourself, bitch! I hope you packed your bikini. Oh, wait! It just fall right off your flat chest, huh?
Yo! Takemaru! Bro, you need to relax! Oh, that got to her.
It's you or me, Veshness!
Alright, so... Takemaru is about to get slimed. Takemaru hurtled towards Veshness on his bike, but the very next moment, Veshness unleashed a powerful sidekick that sent him flying. She immediately leapt into the air, switched her sword to her other hand, and angled it at the fallen Takemaru as she dropped down. Did we tank the hit? When I next opened my eyes, what I saw was the sky. What I felt was a searing pain across my back. I heard the gurgling sound of cryptoglobin gushing out of my body from a wound.
Takumi? Why did you...
Oh, now I remember. My body had moved before my brain did, and it made its way to where Veshness would have landed. I had thrown myself over Takemaru to shield him from the blade she had pointed at him.
Self-sacrificing acts are such mood dampeners.
You motherfucker!
That strike just confirmed my suspicions. Watching paint dry is going to be more fun than fighting you in your current state.
I could beat your ass right now, and the game won't let me. They will not let me. I need you to know this. You do not stand a chance. I need 2 people. I need 2 people. Honestly, I could probably kill you with 1. I could probably kill you with 1.
Like kicking a helpless puppy. What is the point of that?
That's what I'm saying, and that's why I'd be skipping a lot of these battles, because it's like kicking a helpless puppy.
I shall grant you the gift of time. Use it well, and gain more power.
That's how I feel when I fight you. Sleepy.
Perhaps you shall be able to provide more entertainment the next time we meet. Until then...
Maybe you could provide me some entertainment if you showed up with 200 HP. Double your HP. Triple your HP. Maybe then you would be interesting.
One more thing. I will be taking Pakron's body back with me, lest you desecrate it like you did with Mervram's corpse the other day.
God damn it, Takamaru.
Desecrate?
You absorbed his cryptoglobin. That is an insult of the highest order amongst our people. Never will I allow it to happen again. Farewell.
The sound of Veshness's footsteps faded away, and I heard heavy stomping getting closer as the others ran over to me.
Takumi! Sir Takumi! Are you okay? Stay with us.
You might be better off just dying and coming back.
Yeah. Don't worry. I'll be fine.
Takumi?
Takumi!
Takumi!
4,400 BP. I mean, I'll take it. 21? Day 9 plus 10? When I next came to, Nozomi was right in front of me. It was pitch black, and she didn't seem to notice I was awake.
Nozomi.
I called out to her softly. In response, she... Damn! Why stay in our room the whole time if you're gonna, like, freak out when we wake up? Leapt to her feet with an ear-piercing scream. She scuttled frantically around the room a few times before finally coming to a stop, and she just stood there in a daze. I watched the entire scene play out before sitting up. Are you sure you should be doing that? What do you mean? Your injuries were so severe, you've been out for 13 days! That means today is... It's day 21. What time is it? Almost time for the nighttime announcement to play, I think. What a horrible time to wake up. I doubt I can fall back asleep now. That's what you're worried about? What are you doing here anyway? Nursing you back to health. For 13 days. No, we've been taking turns. It just so happened to be my turn today. I see. Sorry for the trouble. It's no trouble at all. Wait, I need to go tell everyone you're awake. She dashed out of the room immediately after that. Is she going to call everyone here? This room's not nearly big enough for that. I decided to get up and go meet the others instead. A short while later, everyone else came running over frantically. No, not everyone. Only Takamaru and the 8 who had joined the battle on day 8. Yeah, we're missing the Frightened 5 minus Takamaru. But Takamaru's here because of... It was literally bloodlust that brought him here. And the fact that, I mean, we sacrificed ourselves for him. It's hard to not trust someone after that. Takumi. Takumi. Sir Takumi. How are you feeling? At Tsubasa's question, Yugamu marched closer and started poking and prodding at various parts of my body. Eventually, he's good. All is well. Yo, Takumi's back in business. You deserve a title belt for this. Nice going. What a relief. Everyone started loudly expressing how happy they were to see me awake. We were seriously considered killing you if you didn't wake up for another 3 days. What? The Revive-O-Matic would have brought you back into life in full health. Well, none of us wanted to be the one to do the deed. And that's why we waited to see if you would recover by yourself. Okay, I'm glad that worked out. My lips turned upward into a smile. Where's everyone else? I told them you'd woken up, but they didn't want to come visit. Have those people no heart? Mayhaps they are still of the opinion that Sir Takumi is a killer? Nobody else got killed after that one incident, right? It has to be because the real culprit's already found a way outside the wall of fire. That's one possibility. However, this fact also adds to the case against him. Nobody got killed when Takumi was unconscious. Therefore, Takumi is the killer.
Oh.
That's very likely what the others are thinking. I can't believe this. I shook my head helplessly. It didn't matter. I decided to just put them out of my mind for now.
Huh?
The more important thing is, what happened in the 13 days I was out? Were there any enemy attacks? Only one on day 15. The 8 of us fought them off. Veshna showed up in that battle as well. But we blew her to Kingdom Come with the undying flame bomb crafted by Lady Tsubasa. The what? We smoked her already? Whoa, that's incredible! Beating Veshnas with just the 8 of you. Everyone had a proud smile on their face. Wait, that means Takamaru fought too? You even need to ask? You really thought I'd just fold my hand to stay on the sidelines after what you did? So, you're no longer suspicious of me? For now, I believe you. Sorry about before, by the way. See, he's the first one to change back, go back. See, this is why I like Takamaru, man. And thanks for doing that for me on day 8. You seriously saved my life. It's fine. Also, we need to tell you about Nigo. Huh? What happened to him? It is most unfortunate. Nigo, he's gone. What? Why? We got worried, so we went to Second to Last Defense Academy to check on him. But the school had been completely destroyed, and Nigo's remains were lying in the debris. We recovered a memory chip with an event log that Tsubasa decrypted for us. Turns out, Nigo self-destructed. Self-destructed? So this all happened on the other side, so a lot of it is the same, besides Gaku's death. He did it to create a massive explosion and kill the invaders during an attack. Oh no. I have a suspicion the loss of Sire, his superior officer, may have played a part in that decision as well. Nigo was really attached to that Sire guy after all. It may have been his plan all along to remain behind and follow him in death. Nigo was such a nice guy. His loss will be greatly felt. A heavy, suffocating silence filled the air, though it didn't last long. It was broken up by the sound of the usual nighttime announcement.
Heady, soldiers.
The side of things is moving so far, I'm not gonna lie.
You never know when the invaders might attack, so rest up while you still can. Well then, good night.
It's set up an intriguing plot so far. I definitely gotta say that. And then, a few seconds later... Oh, hell nah!
Intruder alert. Intruder alert. Unauthorized personnel detected on school grounds. Defense mode initiated. All available troops prepare for battle immediately.
Give me the free BP. And I want commander absorption. Hey, jumping me! Hey, this fight would be way more annoying without Kako. I literally just woke up from a coma! They sure know how to pick their timing. That is exactly why you will be sitting this one out. I can't just... Stuff it. We'll just be fighting hard enough to make up for you. Stay snug in bed, convalescent. No, I'm fighting too. Why are you being so stubborn? Because I'm the leader of the Special Defense Unit. Come on, to the war room. I immediately started running. Wait, Takumi. Oh, for goodness sake. Everyone here? Now let's do this. Special Defense Unit, move out. Let's do this. The shape for 9 people is kind of hard, actually. Like the kind of diamond in the middle. I like that shape. Graphic designer kind of cooked. The graphic designer kind of cooked. Good UI design is always an underrated element of games. Whoa, this side is way more stacked. Oh, wait, this is a 2-side. Never mind. I was like, holy smokes, this side is stacked. That side is still stacked, though. Been here, done that. Like I said, though, this would be a little more interesting without Kako.
For blood and battle been satisfied, my holy Jumanji sword?
No, I need a lot more than this. Give me more blood. More.
What? What the hell? What? Bro, Kyoshika's on one in this route. The whole convenience store thing. No, I need a lot more than this. Give me blood. More.
No, I need a lot more than this. Give me more blood. More.
That's insane.
Huh, I didn't know the holy Jumanji sword talked like that. I'm more concerned about where the commander is.
They couldn't have only sent those minions. The commander must be lurking somewhere.
Ava is on the way. I wonder if we're going to keep or kill Ava in this route.
Oh my! What is all the smoke?
Smoke? Or maybe poison gas?
It's just mist, guys. M-I-S-T.
Fine water droplets floating in the air that's harmless to the human body.
Wait, I remember this mist. The person hiding behind it should be...
Ava. Who is about to get clowned. That would have maybe been interesting without Kako, but...
Yay! The mist is gone! I can see everything clearly now. Look over there! Is that...
Yes! That's the commander for this battle!
Here we go.
Honestly, though, I don't think really anything would have changed for how this map plays out. I would have just did a spring trap with Tsubasa and a desperation potion and have her clear it. And it would have been fine. And it would have been the same thing, so...
Whew! Victory is ours this time.
That was a tricky enemy!
What are we gonna do with her?
Everyone turned to look at the commander.
Please, don't kill me. My name is Ava, the paragon of nature.
Ava?
I didn't know why, but I feel like I had heard that name before.
Please, spare me, for the love of God.
Ava brought her hand up to her mask. Did we ever hear the name Ava in Route Zero? Or is that like, I don't know, like kind of a reference that we've gone back in time as this Takumi before, and in a swift, smooth movement took it off.
The same as Vashnas.
She looks just like a human.
No need to pay her appearance any mind.
What? Why?
Murder.
Because she is to be executed.
No. Spare me. Please. Please don't kill me. I'll be useful. I can give you lots of intel. I'll give you anything. Just please, spare me.
So the lady insists. Any thoughts?
A dramatic bluff if I have ever seen one. Any intel she provides is bound to be full of fabrications.
No, I would never. I only speak the truth.
I think we should kill her too.
Why?
Surely you understand why we would hesitate to trust the words of the enemy.
You'll say something sweet to suck up to us, and then turn around and betray us the first chance you get.
You're all being so awful. Why won't anyone believe me?
Takumi's like, she just like me for real. Ava kept pleading with us, her face filled with a woeful expression. Hiriko glanced at her scornfully before speaking up again.
Takumi, you're the leader, so you decide.
Everyone turned to look at me, waiting for my reply. At that moment, I could suddenly feel extra eyes on me. I traced the source of the sensation to the rooftop, where I could see the 4 other members, Darumi, Shoma, Ima, and Kako. Killing Ava now would make them even more wary of me. After all, their suspicions were rooted in the fact that I had killed Eito. If I did the same thing now, that would undoubtedly cement the image of me as a heartless killer in their minds. Would it? I mean, it might. I wanted to avoid giving them that impression. No, to be honest, even if those 4 hadn't been watching.
Please, I beg of you. Don't kill me. Don't kill me.
I could never kill someone so earnestly pleading for her life. It just wasn't right. I felt ashamed for even allowing myself to consider deciding the fate of another person through calculating what would benefit me the most. So I looked into the eyes of everyone present and said,
Let Ava live. We'll imprison her here and interrogate her later.
You gotta be shitting me.
You truly believe that to be the best path?
Yes.
I think you will regret this.
I won't. Because I'll hold myself fully responsible for making it work.
Everyone doubts it, bro. No one is on our side besides Hiriko.
Our leader has spoken.
Well, Hiriko's kind of on our side in the sense that she's like, okay, you spoke, whatever.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Leader, your name is Takumi, if I remember correctly. I can't thank you enough for this.
Did anyone say his name? Yeah, never mind.
From the bottom of my heart.
Ava was choking on her words and bawling her eyes out. The next instant, an intense pain spread through my back. Forcing myself to join the battle when I hadn't fully healed had reopened the wound. A sharp pain shot up my spine. I crumbled to the ground, unable to exert any strength at all. A hazy veil hung over my mind, blocking me from making out what the others around me were saying. I slowly slipped into sweet, silent serenity. I wonder if she's going to stay alive while we are out. Kind of hope so. I liked Ava well enough. She's not like my favorite character ever, but she's interesting enough. Day 24. It's not really that far in the future. I think we were on day 21, right?
Up and at 'em, troops! Time to rise and shine! Get ready for your 24th day of active service here at Last Defense Academy! Prepare to spend another day enduring the unendurable and suffering the insufferable to pave the way for humanity's future greatness. Be ready to give your lives to protect our beloved school from the vile and barbaric enemy.
I reckon I will, maybe. I woke up to the familiar sight of Nozomi sitting right in front of me. This time she noticed right away that I was awake and leapt to her feet with an ear-piercing scream. She scuttled frantically around the room even longer than last time before finally coming to a stop. You're gonna get, like, smacked by someone for being so stupid and reckless. And then she just stood there in a daze. I watched the entire scene play out before sitting up. Why are you so surprised? Didn't this exact same thing happen before? But you were out for 13 days the last time. It's only been a little more than 2 days this time. Can you blame me? That means today is day 24. At what time? Well, I guess I don't need to ask. The morning announcement just played. Nozomi nodded. Are you feeling better? I'm fine. Stop putting on an act, okay? Remember what happened during the last offensive battle? I do. As long as I don't force myself to fight like that day, I'll be fine. See? Really? Yeah. Despite my confident reply, Nozomi still seemed unconvinced. By the way, what happened to Ava after I passed out? Well, she refused to tell us anything. What? But she promised to give us intel if we spared her life. We reminded her about that promise as well, but then she said, I'm not going to tell you anything because the offer to share intel was made to Takumi, your team leader, not you. I guess her commander voice is a little different than the, like, low-key brainwashed voice. And that's why she's refusing to say anything until you can go talk to her, I guess. Damn it, what's she trying to pull? Nozomi and I headed to the cafeteria together, where the other 7 who had fought in the battle 3 days ago were gathered. When they saw me, there was a lot of shouting, squealing, cheering, and happy noises as they congratulated me on my recovery, although it felt a little more subdued than the reactions 3 days ago. Then again, I did wake up from a 13-day coma at that time. Still, the celebration went on for quite a while. I ate my first meal, liquids only for now, in a long time while being surrounded by their warm and welcoming voices. Hey, we'll take it. We need to talk to Ava is what we need to do. I went back to my room for a break. Now then, there was really no question what I was going to do next. I have to find out who Gaku's real killer is. I don't believe the real killer was one of us. It meant I had to find a way to prove that the killer was someone from outside the school. In any case, if I could prove my innocence, I could regain the trust of the 4 holdouts. Then they would join the future battles. Guess I should start investigating. I decided it was time to pay everyone a visit and ask questions. Okay, interrogation time. Interesting. It do be raining a little. I want to talk to Ava. Takumi, you've regained consciousness. Yeah, though battling you is what caused me to faint in the first place. Sorry about that. You're actually apologizing to me? Why wouldn't I? You saved my life. I heard you were really standoffish to the others. That wasn't my intention. I merely said I wouldn't be sharing any information if Takumi wasn't here. It was pointless asking Ava for information about Gaku's murder case, so I asked her for information about the enemy instead. I'm here now. Tell me everything useful you know. Useful? Yeah, like the enemy's HQ's location, invader types, number of troops, your war strategy. At that, Ava's face suddenly clouded over. I'm sorry. I'm feeling a little unwell. Feigning illness now. Give me a break. I'm not feigning. It's true. That wasn't what you promised. I came here alone like you asked, okay? Alone? Does it look like there's anyone else with me? No, that's not what I was wondering about. It's just, I never asked you to come alone. All I said was I would talk once Takumi was here. What do you mean? Whatever it is, I do not think I am able to talk. Please leave me for now. Ava was clearly feigning illness, but there was nothing I could do to make her talk. Her prison cell was locked. I won't be able to go inside without the key, and it's not like I can force her to spit out the information I wanted, even if I could.
Hey!
This is ridiculous. I cursed and kicked a pebble as I left the courtyard. Tsubasa I get, but what are you doing here, Takamaru? Because she said she found something cool. Duh. But what is it? There's a box of junk inside this garage. I rummaged through it and found this. What's that? It's a voice changer. See that patch thing on the tip of the cable? Stick it to your throat and you can use it to freely change your voice to anything you like. You can make it go higher, lower, or smooth as butter. Also, if you have a sample voice recording this long enough, you can make yourself talk with that voice too. Isn't it cool? Oh no, this is definitely gonna be used in a case at some point. Sure, but what is it even doing here? Someone's definitely gonna die. Or, like, there's gonna be a mystery that, like, we're gonna hear one person's voice and we'll be like, it's them! But, like, we never saw them. So it might be, like, a feigned voice. Oh, I wouldn't know. Maybe whoever used this place last left it behind? Who would that be? How the heck would I know? What are you doing here, Takumi? Oh, right. I told them why I was there. Investigating Gaku's murder, huh? I think you're looking in the wrong place. We don't have anything new to share. We were all fast asleep in our rooms when he died. We couldn't have possibly seen or heard anything or anyone suspicious. Any personal guesses? Like, do you know if anyone had a grudge against Gaku? They turned and looked at each other. Takumi, are you thinking one of us is the killer? No, that's not it. I already told you. The culprit is an outsider who's already escaped outside the wall of fire after killing Gaku. Yeah, that's what I think, too. I don't want to be suspicious of anyone anymore. Ain't gonna make that mistake again. He was probably referring to the time when he suspected I was the killer. Okay, thanks for sharing your thoughts with me. After saying that, I turned to leave. See if they somehow have any thoughts on the matter. I mean, they're in the room. I don't know why, but... Karara and Kyoshiko, what are you two doing here? So, this is where this Gaku person was killed? It was weighing on our minds, and so we came. Everyone here is such a dimwit that it's highly likely they missed a vital piece of evidence or two. Oh, so you're here for the same reason I am. Are you investigating the case as well, Sir Takumi? Yeah, do you want to help me out since you're already here? I want to re-examine the scene of the crime. Why did I almost say war crime? We searched the room together, but found nothing of note. Did you investigate this place immediately after the murder took place? Yes, before we cleaned Gaku's blood off the floor, but we didn't find any clues that would bring us closer to the identity of the killer then, either. How about the murder weapon? Despite our best efforts, we haven't found it yet. It's not in this classroom or anywhere else on school grounds. Doubt. What about the threatening note scribbled on the digital blackboard? Was it erased? Yeah, it was making us uneasy, so... That was a stupid thing to do. We could have used the handwriting to pinpoint the killer. They weren't wrong. By the way, there's something I need to ask you. I asked them what they were doing between the night of day 4 and the morning of day 5. Oh, hell nah. Wait, are you suspicious of us? Not really. It's just... I was sleeping in my room at second to last Defense Academy, of course. As was I. In my own room, that is. I cannot believe we're on your list of suspects. Look at me. I'm the very epitome of innocence. Hey, what's with that look? I mean, have you seen yourself? More like the epitome of I've got something to hide. You are talking about my mask, right? Are you telling me to take it off? No, absolutely not. This mask stays on no matter what anybody, right before she finished her sentence. Kyoshika just taking it off. Kyoshika snatched her mask away, revealing Karara's face. She held the mask up high before throwing it onto the ceiling catwalk. Oh, that's bullying. Where? My mask is gone. My mask! Where did you hide it? Karara kept looking around in a panic. It didn't seem like she noticed Kyoshika had thrown the mask away. That didn't really matter. What did matter was her exposed face. It's Karara. What? Oh, no. I was just thinking how you looked the same in the other timeline, too. Why would I look different? This is the face I was born with. I know what you're trying to say. This face is too cute to be natural, right? But I swear I never did anything to it. Who cares about that? Where's my mask? I feel naked without it. Don't look at me. I believe I just saw Sir Takamaru taking your mask somewhere. That bonehead. Give me back my mask. Give my mask back to me, Takamaru. She dashed out of the classroom, shrieking away. Kyoshika's doing a little bit of trolling. My, her actions are as adorable as her words. We ought to let her run around like that for a while. You're a bully, bruh. Kyoshika disappeared after saying that. And now alone in the classroom, I doubted I'd learn anything new by sticking around. I guess I should go too. I kind of wonder if the murder weapon is up there wherever the mask was thrown. To the morgue. Hiroko and Yugamu, what are you guys doing here? Nothing questionable. I just always feel calmer next to dead bodies. That is extremely questionable, if you ask me. I do not know why, but I just found myself wanting to come here. Do normal people find themselves wanting to come to a morgue? It's a lot less questionable than coming to the morgue to feel calmer next to dead bodies. Even I can agree with that. Yugamu put his hand over his mouth and giggled. What about you? I told them I was investigating Gaku's murder case. I see. So you're here to re-examine the corpse. I doubt there's anything new to discover. Yeah, but it wouldn't hurt. With that, I started investigating Gaku's dead body again. I didn't make any new discoveries, just like Hiroko said. What was the cause of death? Hemorrhagic shock. How about the murder weapon? A foot-long blade. The shape of the wound seems to indicate a kitchen knife of sorts. Have you found the knife? Not yet. Wait a minute. Why'd Yugamu suddenly acting all detective-like? I'm just curious. Don't mind me. Let me see. You already told us the estimated time of death when we were at second to last Defense Academy. Yes, between 1 and 4 a.m. on day 5. Before you ask, I was sleeping in my room at that time. What about you, Yugamu? What? What were you doing between the night of day 4 and the morning of day 5? Is that relevant to the case? I'm just trying to cover all the bases. Please? Needless to say, I was in my room at second to last Defense Academy during that period of time. Or perhaps I should say, I was in dreamland, for I was sleeping like the dead. Right. Why do you ask? Because... Are you hesitating to say it out loud? Then I will do so on your behalf. Because you are an assassin, Yugamu. Yes, that is certainly a reason to be suspicious. However, I am much chagrined. I do not revel in meaningless murder. Indiscriminate killing goes against my personal code. There is always the possibility that Gaku was somebody special to you. Impossible. I have never met this Gaku when he was alive. Of course, I have no evidence to back that statement up. All I can do is plead for you to believe my words. I trust you. I didn't hesitate to answer because I had seen Yugamu and Gaku's relationship in the previous timeline. There was just no way they had met each other before this. His statement about not killing meaninglessly was quite possibly true as well. In the previous timeline, Yugamu never killed any of his allies and never showed any indication that he wanted to. Well, boy, do I have news for you about a future timeline. Your trust in me is heartening. He smiled a little as he said that. Well, I guess I'm done here then. Thanks for listening to me. After thanking them, I turned around and left. Okay, so we still got Nozomi and Moko and the Frightened Four. Let's talk to the Frightened Four. What are you guys doing here? At my question, the four of them tensed up and looked at each other. Nothing in particular. We were just bored, that's all. There are lots of things we can use to relieve our boredom here. After hearing their reply, I informed them that I was investigating Gaku's murder case. They were taken aback. What? Are you out of your mind? Gaku was killed in the early morning on day 5. Almost 20 days have passed since then. Why now? Because you guys said you wouldn't trust me until I sniffed out the real culprit, remember? Does that mean you're suspicious of us? I didn't say that. It's actually much better if I can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that we're all innocent. The more people we can confirm are innocent, the sooner we can prove that the killer had never been one of us to begin with, right? I see your point, but I'm afraid that will be difficult to accomplish. Why? Nobody from Group 1 has a verifiable alibi. Oh, Group 1 is in the original members of the LDA Special Defense Unit. Whereas Group 2 refers to the 5 members from Second to Last Defense Academy. Wait, Sister Dearest, but you and I have ironclad alibis. Because we were sleeping together in the same room, it doesn't hold any water from an objective point of view. It is just as Hiriko said. The testimony of a sibling doesn't count. Miss Amamiya, you're distrustful of us too? Who said that? You're jumping the gun here. What if we looked at possible motives? Motives? Like, is there anyone among you who had something against Gaku? Takumi, are you really expecting someone to say yes to a question like that? Besides, as Mr. Kanzaki mentioned just now, Mr. Mariko was killed in the early morning on day 5. At that point, we'd only known each other for 4 days. Hardly enough time to develop a grudge deep enough to stab someone that many times over. And that's the truth. Yeah, I guess. That's why I believe there's no point trying to solve this case by looking at motives. That murder was carried out by a lunatic. That's the only way for it to make sense. Which means the prime suspect would be the craziest lunatic of us all, the man, the myth, the meme himself, Takumi. Why me? Because you killed Mr. Atsuki so easily, just like that. And without any proof. How many times do I have to explain? He betrayed us in another future, and that's why... Would you say that to the police? Would that even hold up in a court of law? I killed him to stop him from carrying out a crime in the future. Does that sound like a good defense to you? It was the same old argument that wasn't worth repeating, so I didn't bother continuing. I simply sighed deeply, shook my head, and left. See, they make sense, but it's annoying as hell. Like, they're annoying as hell right now. Hey guys, what are you doing here? Listening to the calming sound of running water. And trying to make ourselves as comfortable as possible. Comfortable, huh? What about you? Oh, actually, I told them I was investigating Gaku's murder case. I'm here to solve murder. Well, that's got nothing to do with us then, right? That Marco kid was killed here between 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. on day 5. Both of us were at number 2 that day. Oh, just in case, number 2 is in Second to Last Defense Academy. Whole thing's too long to keep repeating, so I shortened it. We've also taken to calling this place number 1. Although its official name is the Last Defense Academy, shortening it to Last sounded strange, so we settled on number 1 instead. Got it, thanks for explaining. Hey, are you suspecting us? Of course not. Actually, it's not completely impossible for one of us from number 2 to have done it. What? Any of us could have used the school bus to travel to and from here overnight. Oh, now that you mention it. Bedtime is at 11 p.m. Someone could have set off at midnight after everyone else had fallen asleep. If they pushed the bus to its limits, it would have taken about 3 hours to get here, putting their time of arrival at around 3 a.m. If they took only 30 minutes to finish the job, they could have left number 1 by 3:30 a.m. and returned to number 2 at around 6:30 a.m., just before the morning announcement at 7 a.m. Also, someone from number 2 coming here wouldn't have triggered the Wall of Fire's intruder alert. That's true. Wait, and you're telling me this as members of number 2 yourselves? Oh, sorry for shooting my mouth off like that. It's just, you know, the incident doesn't quite feel as real to me because I've never met the victim. Just in case, I asked them what they were doing between 11 p.m. on day 4 and 7 a.m. on day 5. And as I had expected, their answers were the same. I was sleeping like a log in my room. Me too. Yeah, shocker, you didn't get anything useful. I finished talking with everyone. Sadly, I didn't manage to unearth anything new. While nobody in number 1 had an alibi, they didn't have a motive either. Nothing's changed about this. But the 5 new members from number 2... I realized any of them could have been the culprit. They could have taken the school bus to and from number 1 and number 2 overnight. They could also enter without triggering the alarm. All this investigation had done was throw more names onto the suspect list. I really don't think it was any of them. Like, that would be kind of stunning to me, honestly. Right? Like, even assuming one of them knew about the place, could they have confidently known they wouldn't have set off the alarm? The murder weapon was still missing, and the killer left no trace at the scene of the crime. In short, there are 0 clues to go on. How do I even continue the investigation like this? I sighed and collapsed into bed. The day drew to a close, and night slowly took over. Yeah, I don't know how we're supposed to actually solve this off of Gaku's murder.
Hey, soldiers, it's time to hit the hay.
I mean, being asleep for 20 days, essentially, is not going to help at all, either.
You never know when the invaders might attack, so rest up while you still can. Well then, good night.
Siri's carefree voice faded away into the darkness, only to be slowly taken over by a cold silence. It was in that silence that I found myself heading to a certain place, the courtyard. I wasn't trying to interrogate again. Or I ain't playing this time, where Ava was being held. I went closer to the cage and stopped just in front of it. Takumi, is something wrong? You look very tired. I'm not. You're just imagining things. Well then, why are you here? When Shoma was bringing food to me, he told me about Gaku. He also shared a lot of other things with me. I'm aware of your current predicament. You mustn't lie to yourself, Takumi. What? The truth is, you think the killer's among the 12 of you, right? No, I don't. Please, you can be honest with me. I won't tell anyone. I'm the only one you can remove as a suspect because I only arrived here 3 days ago. It's literally impossible for me to have killed Gaku. If I had managed to slip in somehow without triggering the alarm, I wouldn't have stopped at Gaku. In short, I am the only one in this school that you can trust right now. You've come here because, deep inside, you know that too. Am I wrong? You may be right. The words spilled out of my mouth before I could stop myself. I couldn't even be sure if I had meant what I said. You and I are the same, Takumi. I don't trust my allies either. Especially not Veshnes. Why's that? That battle 3 days ago, she was supposed to send reinforcements for me. But they never came. She was using me as bait. Bait? She nodded and continued talking. She should have seen me being caught from where she was located. But she didn't do anything, because that was her plan all along. Wait a minute, I thought Veshnes was dead. That is what everyone seems to believe. But is it really true? I am of the opinion she's still alive somewhere out there. Takumi, here's the straight truth. There's a bomb inside my body. The detonator is on a joint on my left hand pinky finger. Moving it in a particular motion triggers an explosion. Oh, shit! Okay. Anyone standing within a 25-yard radius at that time will be blown to smithereens. Ugh. Please relax. I don't intend on going through with it. If I did, I would have done it a long time ago. Anyway, Veshnes ordered me to do this. If you get caught, blow yourself up in front of everyone in the Special Defense Unit. I was not to humiliate myself by becoming a prisoner of war. But you didn't do that. My orders were to detonate in front of everyone. I was to blow up every single member of this special defense unit. I didn't detonate the bomb when you apprehended me because the other 4 members were on the rooftop. I get it now. That's why you wouldn't offer any intel until I came. But you came alone, which defeated the purpose of the request. You were all supposed to come together. That was Veshness's plan, huh? Yes, to allow you to capture me before detonating, taking everyone in one fell swoop. That's why she didn't send any reinforcements. Ava clenched her jaw and lowered her head, her eyes brimming with tears. Okay, I understand the situation better now, but why are you sharing this top-secret plan with me? I wasn't lying when I said I was feeling unwell this afternoon. It was bothering me that much. I had to choose between lying to you and eventually killing everyone here, or telling you the truth and joining your side. The weight of that decision made me feel so ill. But in the end, you decided to side with me. Yes, because I can never betray someone who saved my life. One more thing, your eyes. When I look into them, I sense something familiar. Something familiar. Solitude. It dwells within you. Those lonely eyes were what drew my heart to you. Her words weighed heavily on me. It felt like something I was trying desperately to keep hidden had been forcefully exposed. Yet instead of panicking, I felt a strange sense of relief deep inside. I may have been unknowingly putting a barrier between myself and the others because of my suspicions. It truly felt like Ava was the only one I could open up to, because she was the only one I could say with absolute certainty didn't kill Gaku. By the way, aren't you going to ask me about our army? Nah, I'm not in the mood for that right now. I probably wouldn't remember anything anyway. Then may I ask for a favor? Go on. Please, return my mask to me. Your mask? The mask I was wearing on the battlefield. My people highly value our masks. We consider them as a part of us. Without it, I feel exposed. Fine, your mask, right? Yes, thank you so much. Why do I feel like there's going to be some crazy trick? I'm worried. I'm not going to lie. After leaving Ava, I went back to my room. I had mixed feelings about our conversation. A chaotic mix of slight relief, intense guilt, and great confusion. I actually do want to trust Ava, and I kind of like this side of Ava, right? Rather than the just like mindless kind of drone we saw before, right? In the comedy route, she has like her own personality other than murder, right? And being obedient. I kind of like that. A chaotic mix of slight relief, intense guilt, and great confusion.
Hey!
With a loud cry, I jumped into bed and resigned myself to a sleepless night ahead. That was honestly probably louder than I intended, but I was not going to full-on scream. That just was not happening.
Up and Atom troops, time to rise and shine! Get ready for your 25th day of active service here at Last Defense Academy! Prepare to spend another day enduring the unendurable and suffering the insufferable to pave the way for humanity's future greatness. Be ready to give your lives to protect our beloved school from the vile and barbaric enemy!
I had a Discord notification. I thought it was going to be something. It was just a spam friend request. After waking up to the usual morning announcement, I walked out of my room straight into Tsubasa. What the hell is she doing there? Morning, Takumi. Heading to breakfast? Yeah, hey, can I ask you something? What is it? Do you know what happened to Ava's mask? Ava's mask? Yeah, the thing she was wearing on the battlefield before she revealed her true face? Oh, that. It's being kept somewhere in the garage. Great, thanks. I'll go grab it later. Immediately after saying that, the door to the stairwell flung open and Kyoshika came charging over. She quickly ran over to us with a strained look on her face and said, Something disturbing has been discovered in the classroom on the first floor. Something disturbing? You must come immediately. Everyone else is already on their way. Please don't be the same thing. Is it going to be Ava? I followed Tsubasa and Kyoshika to the classroom on the first floor, dashing inside upon arrival. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. This is different handwriting than before, by the way. This is not the same handwriting. What? No way. Not again. It was a repeat of day 4. Somebody had used red spray to write something on the digital blackboard again. The only difference was the content of the text. This time it said, "Let's play a killing game." Who found it first? "'Twas I. Upon discovering this foul scene, I immediately set off to inform everybody of it." "What were you doing here in the first place?" Yes. Well, I had wished to retrieve Lady Carrara's mask before breakfast. It had been left on the ceiling catwalk since you flung it there yesterday? Kyoshika, you shall pay for this later. Carrara was already wearing her mask. She must have retrieved it before the rest of us came running in. Who would write something like this? Isn't it obvious? It's the same bastard who wrote the last threat. The same one who killed Gaku. Are you sure? The handwriting seems a little different. Yeah. My dear sister's sharp perception pierces through everything. I was going to say, this shit is not the same handwriting. Honestly, it should have taken one look at the handwriting for me to be like, Hiriko, why did you write that? Like, honestly. Look at that handwriting, bro. All fancy schmancy. Looking like when SpongeBob wrote "the," right? That's what that looks like. So, someone else wrote this? Who? Wait, could it be Ava? No, I don't think that's possible. When I delivered breakfast to her just now, her cage was properly locked. Who has the key? I do. It's the only copy in existence. Also, this is a special IC chip, and there is a special IC chip embedded inside that makes it impossible to duplicate. We can think about the author later. I'm more curious what this killing game is supposed to refer to. The author? Which part of killing game is so hard to understand? It's a game where you kill or be killed. It still doesn't make sense. Who plays? What are the rules? Where? How? When? Why? Suddenly Shoma raised his voice. Everybody, look, there's something on the teacher's desk. This looks like a tape recorder? I guess we should listen to it. I pressed play and an eerie-sounding voice came out of the recorder.
The game has officially begun.
What the hell? What in the zero?
Like the blackboard says, let's all play a killing game together. The name of this game is the Invader Hunt.
The message continued. Anyone willing to participate should gather in the leisure lounge at 7 p.m. All who refuse to join the game will be eliminated. That is all. With those eerie words, the voice stopped. Silence prevailed. We could have heard a pin drop. We were all frowning, although nobody said anything. The last note had him in a prank. Syria was destroyed and Gaku was murdered. This note could have been written by the same person. His last words especially kept echoing loudly in my mind. All who refuse to join the game will be eliminated. By the way, Kako, you mentioned something about the handwriting of this message being different from the last. Maybe the culprit deliberately changed it. We should keep that possibility in mind. Hiriko, it better not have been you! Too soon to be jumping to conclusions about two different culprits when the MO's the same. So, Gaku's murderer is on the move again. Basically, this could be from the same person who killed Gaku. If so, we might be able to find their true identity by joining the game. But that option came with major risks. The monster who destroyed Sirei and slaughtered Gaku was behind it, after all. Join the game despite the risks, or try to keep everyone as safe as possible. We had until 7 p.m. to decide what to do, but it didn't seem prudent to delay our decision until the last minute. We had to stay united, all of us. For that to happen, I had to clearly express my opinion on the matter first, as team leader. But what was our best option? Should we join the game or ignore it completely? I thought long and hard about what to say, and then I made my decision. Oh, shit. Oh, this is the route split? Okay. Okay. I'm gonna be honest. I think my mind's already made. And it's yes, right? Like, dude, like, it's a damn killing game. That's all I need to know. Call me Darumi. Call me Darumi. I'm an Amamiya, bro. Because I want me a killing game. You know? whatever that entails. I am actually very intrigued. It might get us on the trail, right? And I worried we're just gonna have more people kind of die if we don't, right? And so I kind of think we say yes, honestly. All right, we're doing it. We're saying yes. We're saying yes. We're saying yes. We'll see both sides eventually anyways. I want to see the killing game, so we're going to see the killing game first. Oh, man. This is exciting. I need this to be good. I need this route to be good.
I'm going to join the game.
Feeling determined, I voiced my intention to participate. Will you all join me in this Invader Hunt? Oh, no, no, no. Have you lost your mind, Mr. Semino? Participating in a shady game like this would make us just like Mr. Mariko, jumping into the fire and getting stabbed for it. We might end up getting slaughtered just like Gaku. I know it can be dangerous, but I think ignoring the invitation will be even more dangerous. We ought to accept despite the risk. Hey, Takumi, let's think about this rationally. Who knows what kind of monster is behind this? Anything could happen if we join some insane game like this, man. I more than understand the risks of participating, but I still want to know. I want to know who killed Gaku. I want to know who put us in this situation. I thought things would be different without Eito secretly manipulating us, but apparently I was wrong. Someone had destroyed Sirei and killed Gaku, all in the space of one night. Gaku's death plunged us all into paranoia, and we haven't been able to come together since. Who could possibly be doing this? Everyone, please, I'm begging you, even if just this once, go along with me. Please join the game with me. I bowed my head while shouting my pleas, trying to show them how serious I was, but I didn't get the reaction I was hoping for. Sorry, Takumi, I can't. It smells like a trap to me. I'm out too. There's something so vulgar about using a game to encourage murder. A group of strangers all killing each other without any love behind it. It's no better than a hedonistic orgy. Huh? Did someone say orgy? Oh, simmer down, you stupid perv. I love how that's what gets her intrigued. I'm out too. The audience hates to see a team turn on each other like that. Guys. Man, I hate games like Danganronpa, man. Hold on. I just hate them. Hate them. Okay, you know, as a big fan, I probably shouldn't just have that lying around. That should probably be on my wall, but... you know. My life may be worthless, but if I die, I won't be able to see my dog Leo again. This is bad. This is really bad. At this rate, I'll be the only one playing. How do I convince everyone that this is the right move? What do I have to do before I can say anything more? Are you kidding? Sign me up! Bro. Shocker. Huh? What? I'm gonna play the game. Obviously. I mean, duh. Obviously a killing game's about to go down either way. Finally, the god of killing games has smiled at me and broken the chains binding me to this pitiful, tedious life. Anyway, that's why you're all gonna join. It's mandatory. Yeah, right, I'm not fucking doing this. We can't start killing each other. We're here to fight the invaders. Excuse me? If you guys keep acting like such wusses, I won't get my killing game. We need at least a double-digit player counter. It's not gonna happen. And I need it to happen. I've been waiting for this my whole life. I'm so sick of this lame tower defense game. I want us to kill each other. Do it. Do it. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. We're all gonna do it, right? Darmi vociferously urged everyone to play. But the more she insisted, the more it turned everyone off. What utter foolishness. I'm not entertaining this nonsense anymore. Disgusted, Carrara left the classroom. The others followed soon after. If you want to kill each other, do it by yourselves. The game is called the Invader Hunt, bro. I won't stand for this. Sister Dearest and I are going back to our rooms. I've always wanted to storm out in a dramatic huff like this. So cliche. In the end, the only ones left standing in the classroom were... I was going to say Hiriko. I think Hiriko is willing to stay. What's wrong with them? Not playing, like, defies the laws of nature. Hey, myself, Darumi, and Hiriko. Hiriko, are you gonna play the game too? I'm shocked. I didn't think you'd have any interest in something like this. Don't misunderstand me. I have no interest at all in the game itself. I just want to make sure. Make sure. Hiriko fell silent, refusing to elaborate. She does tend to be secretive. Well then, the three of us will meet in the leisure lounge tonight. The message said anyone willing to participate should gather in the leisure lounge at 7 p.m. Well, with so few participants, entirely possible the game will be cancelled. No. My long-awaited killing game is slipping through my fingers. That sprite is really funny, I'm not gonna lie. Hiriko and I went back to our rooms, leaving Darumi behind to wallow in despair. I'm hoping that this route will have a good performance for me, for Darumi, and she'll move up the tier list. I honestly would love to finish this game with nobody below C tier. At that point, I would just need to keep all of the tiers and rename them, but I would not be opposed to that, right? In Invader Hunt, I was lying in bed contemplating this mysterious game that we were supposedly going to play. Why would whoever wrote the message invite us to join a game? What kind of game did they have planned? Or was the announcement itself a trap? I was racking my brain, unable to figure out any possible intention behind all of this, until suddenly... a visitor. I opened the door and came face to face with Darumi. Darumi? What's up? Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Darumi continued to stand there, not speaking so much as a single word. 1 minute passed, then 2. 3 people isn't enough. Finally, she spoke. A killing game with only 3 people? That's just not gonna work. The joy of a killing game is that there are a ton of participants and a lot of dying. 3 people do not a massacre make. I mean, forget Royale. That's not even enough of a battle to get excited about. Totally impossible. Way impossible. She was muttering to herself, but I more or less understood the point. So you're saying there's not enough people to hold a proper killing game? I've literally been saying that this whole time! Really? I didn't notice! I got the feeling this announcement only exasperated Darumi's emotional instability. Normies always do this. They're so happy to do an athletic meet or a talent show or whatever, but if you suggest a killing game, they're ew, no way. That's probably because they don't want to die? At this rate, I'm not going to get my killing game. Can't have that. If it gets cancelled, it's so over. It'll have never been more over. You have to help, Takumi. Tell them how important this is and convince them to play. Are you kidding? There's no way they'd listen to me. Even just now, they barely paid any attention to what I had to say. It'll be fine. Just stand in their doorways and keep putting on that peer pressure. They'll cave eventually. You mean like what you're doing to me now? I might be dumb and useless, but even I can handle staging a sit-in. I mean, I did stick around my parents' house for basically my entire life without ever running away, no matter how much my brother and my daddy yelled at me to leave. Though, I guess that was mostly because I didn't have anywhere else to go. What do I even say to that? That's very true. What do you say to that? Okay, you'll be in charge of convincing Takamaru, Shoma, and the twins. Your job is to flip them to willing players before we're supposed to meet. You have to get them to play, no matter what. Jesus Christ, man. I'm gonna try, man. Darumi stormed away without giving me a chance to object. Man, why is she so pushy? But now that she's asked, I can't just do nothing. I don't want the game to get cancelled either, so I guess I should try to encourage everybody to join. I'm supposed to persuade Takamaru, Shoma, Ima, and Kako, huh? Of the 4, Takamaru seems the most likely to hear me out. He looks like a hard ass, but at his core, he's genuine and kind. He might be willing to listen if he sees that I feel strongly about this. Okay, the first one I'm going to try to convince is Takamaru. That settles that. Now to think of a way to get him to join. He's probably against it because he's wary of what might happen. Well, yeah. His concerns are valid. The monster who slaughtered Gaku is behind this, after all. I get why he'd want to avoid a confrontation, but... if we don't participate, we may never find out who's really behind all of this. I can't let that happen. I want to catch whoever killed our friend, no matter what it takes. Gaku might have been a careless, sneaky goofball, but he was one of our own. He didn't deserve to die. I'll never forgive whoever killed him. I'm going to find them, and I know Takamaru feels the same. Maybe I should get him to remember how he felt when Gaku was murdered. How do I do that? How do I get Takamaru fired up again? How do you reignite the rage in someone's heart? No point in trying to figure this out on my own. I should ask around and see if anyone has any ideas. How to get Takemaru fired up? Isn't he always fired up? I mean, is he ever cool and composed? But don't you think he's been holding back a bit too much lately? Normally I'd expect him to be the first to jump at the opportunity to do this Invader Hunt. I mean, even Takemaru has to hold back sometimes. I mean, how many friends have died? How many of our friends have died so far? Eito, Gaku, and even Sirai's just a heap of scrap now. What are Sirai's remains doing here? I'm connecting what's left of him to the PC in the war room to salvage whatever data I can. I figured if I can access his confidential information, I can learn how to fix the corpse recovery drones, and maybe I'll even be able to get some information on whoever destroyed him. So you're basically doing an autopsy? Yeah, I'm sure even Siria regrets that this happened to him so suddenly, so I feel like I need to make his death mean something at the very least. I felt my chest clench as I stared at Siria's remains. I'll never forgive whoever did this to him. They have to pay. I mean, like, how much are we talking, bro? Because you might not like this. An incredible rage was coursing throughout my body. Tsubasa, do you think I could borrow him? I guess so, but what for? I'm gonna show him to Takemaru. The person who did this to Siria is more than likely the same person who murdered Gaku. Takemaru might remember his rage when he sees this. Well, if it isn't the village idiot right on cue, what is wrong with you? What's your problem all of a sudden? Why are you so angry? Obviously because you're a complete and utter moron. You want to play some killing game? You're such an uneducated street rat I could puke. She's worried about you, Takumi. We were just talking and we think you're not thinking rationally. Takumi, it's not too late. You can rethink this. I know you have your reasons, but playing such a dangerous game is madness. Even a sick necrophile like you should know a killing game is going too far. Try to rub your pauper brain cells together long enough to generate a spark and think about why you shouldn't value your freak fetishes over your own life. She was being unnecessarily cruel, but Karawara was worried about me in her own Karawara way. I appreciated the sentiment, but... Sorry, but I've made up my mind. I'd gladly accept the risks for a chance to confront Gaku's killer, and nothing would change my mind. To the morgue. Darmy, what are you doing here? Can't you tell? I'm pretending to be a corpse. Duh. A corpse? If we're gonna play a killing game, then all of the useless nobodies like me are probably going to die first. So I thought I'd better practice being dead. That way I'll be a cool corpse when the time comes. I see. Good luck with that. You should look at Gaku's body and practice too. He's a perfect example of how we're all gonna end up. The moment I saw Gaku's body, I had an idea. This should work. I'm sorry, Gaku. I'm gonna have to move your sheet. I pulled down the sheet draped over Gaku's body and came face to face with his brutalized corpse. Then, I took off his jacket. It was all splattered with blood and covered in countless holes. The criminal stabbed him over and over with a knife. I felt like I could feel Gaku's pain and agony just by touching his jacket. They won't get away with this. They're going to pay. It filled my heart with a sense of duty and conviction. If I show this to Takemaru, he'll remember how angry he was when Gaku was murdered. Yugamu, what are you doing here? I came to chat with that Eito Atsuki guy. I'm terribly intrigued by him. Chat? He's a dead body. Corpses are surprisingly articulate. You can learn so much just by looking at them. I knew the moment I laid eyes on his body, he was a brilliant assassin in his own right. Oh, I would give anything to have met him while he was still alive. The music is funky. How to get Takemaru fired up, you ask? Takumi, you're asking the wrong person. My IQ is so low it's a negative number. I couldn't possibly know. Can you stop the self-deprecation for a second and really think about it? What gets him worked up? I'm sorry, I have no idea. I'm too scared to think about anything. The Invader Hunt is all I can think about. They want us to kill each other. Shoma is completely terrified. It's pointless trying to question him further. You wish to know how to ignite the fire in Takamaru's heart? I recommend giving him stickers. Stickers? A while back, I was messing around and put a cute character sticker on Sir Takamaru's custom biker jacket. He was completely overcome with rage. The fuck do you think you're doing to my jacket? That's the window to my soul. If you ever transition, you better damn well call me so I can kick your ass man to man. Yo. Yo. You can't say he doesn't respect. You can't that he doesn't respect people who transition. Like he respects transgender people. He's an ally. You can't deny it. He said, "You say you're a man, and I'm kicking your ass." See, I did that. Like that's his pose. That's exactly what he screamed at me. If I were to describe his countenance that day, he looked like an angry temple spirit, or an active volcano. So indeed, a sticker will set him ablaze. I don't think it had anything to do with the sticker. I think he just got mad you messed with his clothes. This doesn't seem like it's going to be useful, but I'll try to remember it anyway. Takamaru is very serious about his biker outfit. Noted. How to get Takamaru fired up? Pro wrestling obs. When you're locked in tight and exchanging pure soul energy with another fighter, your heart will be on fire. Come and experience it for yourself, Takumi. I'll spar with you right now. Sorry, Melko, but now's not a good... Too much of a wuss to put your butt on the line and fight? Well, yeah. Man, I picked the wrong person to ask. Moving right along. Let's see what Ava has to say. Sorry, wasn't able to get your mask. Takumi, did you bring it? Bring what? My mask. You promised me yesterday. That's right, she asked me to give her mask back to her yesterday. Sorry, Ava, I just don't have time for that right now. No, I have been waiting for so long. Takumi, are you going to break your promise to me? You're mocking me because you know I'm just a helpless prisoner. Calm down. I'll be sure to bring it when I'm done. Just wait a bit longer, please. You promise? You really will? If you don't, I'll break down crying. She incessantly confirmed again and again that I would actually bring it. She's threatening us with crying. That mask must be incredibly important to her. Yeah, I mean, that kind of goes without saying. Okay, these should be enough to convince him. Gaku's jacket and Sirei's remains. Holding onto them tightly, I barged into Takamaru's room. Sup? Whoa, Takumi, where's your manners? You can't just let yourself in. Takamaru, sorry to spring this on you, but I have something I want to show you. What is this? It's all fucked up and full of holes. And real dirty, too. Covered in dark stains. That's Gaku's jacket. He was wearing it when he was killed. When he was killed? You mean these stains are his blood? You asshole, why would you show me this? Yeah, I know, nobody wants to see this, but we can't hide from it. It's got all these holes in it, see? Because he was stabbed with a knife. Over and over. Brutally. That motherfucker stabbed him this many times. God damn it! Gaku must have been in so much pain! Takamaru's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the holes in Gaku's clothes. He was shaking with fury. Here's where I get him once and for all. And this is what's left of Sirei. The person who did this was more than likely the same person who murdered Gaku. He might have been a machine, but I know he suffered. He was torn to shreds. Takumi, what the hell are you trying to do here? I know I owe you one, but I won't hesitate to fuck you up if you're just here to mess with the bodies of all our dead friends. No, that's not it. I just wanted to ask you. I looked Takamaru dead in the eye. It's very likely that whoever's inviting us to play this game is the same person who killed Sirei and Gaku. The killer who did this to our friends is throwing down a challenge. I moved closer to Takamaru. Takamaru, listen to me. Are you sure you want to run away from this game? If you back down now, you might never get another shot at catching whoever did this. Oh, we got him. We got him. I can't let him get away with this. I'm gonna kill him with my bare hands. But that ain't enough of a reason to play this game. If what happens to Gaku happens to all of us, then it's all pointless. Crap, he's still not angry enough. If I want to get Takamaru to join and he's still on the fence after all of this, I'm just gonna have to make him even madder. Persuasion time. Wow, we haven't seen one of these in ages. I almost forgot this is a mechanic.
Gaku's killer get away with it. I will get payback, but this ain't the time for that. Whatever this Invader Hunt shit is, it's obviously a trap. We got no clue what's waiting for us in the Leisure Lounge. We can't just take up a challenge from a killer.
So that biker jacket's just for show.
So, that biker jacket of yours is just for show, huh?
Huh? The fuck did you just say to me? What are you, deaf? I said a coward like you shouldn't be wearing a jacket like that. Bastard, you ain't gonna get away with talking about my jacket like that. She reflects my whole soul. It's just like Yoshika said. Takamaru gets upset when you insult his jacket. He's lost his cool. Now's my chance. I'm gonna make him see it my way. 95%? Holy smokes.
You don't deserve to wear that jacket.
The fuck, man? I ain't called the strongest gang boss that's ever lived for nothing.
You? A gang boss? You don't seem like much of a boss to me at all.
Oh shit.
What? Think about it. You're literally cowering, even though the person who killed your friend is throwing down the gauntlet. I didn't know a gang boss could be such a
Yo!
and still get any respect.
God damn! Takamaru's face looked nothing short of demonic as he glared at me, but he didn't argue back. I must have hit him where it hurt. He was at a loss for words.
Takamaru,
I bumped my fist against his chest, near his heart.
if you want to show me how a real boss acts, fight with me. Join me. Please. Join the game with me.
Easiest persuasion ever, but sure. Borderline pointless that we did that. There was one real choice. Persuasion complete. If you're gonna bust my balls like that, I guess I can't back down. Fine, I'll do it. I'll join this fucking Invader Hunt or whatever it is and kill the bastard behind all this shit. I bit my tongue. My hard work had paid off. Takamaru had finally agreed to join. But I didn't have time to stick around and celebrate. I quickly left Takamaru's room and set off to persuade the others. Since I'd won over someone as influential as Takamaru, persuading the others went smoothly. Really? Huh? Takamaru said he'd join? If you got someone as cautious as Mr. Yakushiji to fold, then I guess the game can't be all that dangerous. Everyone's going to join? Then I guess I should too. Having successfully won over Ima, Kako, and Shoma, I'd met the quota Darumi forced on me. And then night finally came. How many people we got? Is it everyone? Are we missing anyone? The Frightened 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the Frightened 4 and Takamaru are here. Yeah, I think everyone's here. I arrived at the Leisure Lounge just before 7 p.m. and found that all the other Special Defense Unit members were already there. I guess I could have just read. I could have, read the words.
Huh?
We've got quite a group here. Did everyone decide to join the game? Honestly, I never wanted to come, but Darumi rang my doorbell at least 10,000 times. She was so persistent I just gave in. I was eating a snack in the cafeteria when suddenly Lady Darumi snatched my holy Jumanji sword. I pursued the scoundrel in an attempt to retrieve her, when I suddenly found that I'd been lured here. Oh, the holy Jumanji sword is safe and sound if you were concerned. You could say this was a real steal. Haha. Yoshika, give that blade of yours to me immediately. I'm going to snap it in half, along with your entire spinal column. Why would you say something so frightening? Wait, what? Lady Carrara, you've come too? We were worried when you disappeared so suddenly, so we came here looking for you. Yoshika, if you worry us like that again, I'll drop a heel right on the crown of your head to teach you a lesson. Oh, for the love of murder. Looks like we've all been tricked into coming here. The army seems to have used some pretty underhanded tricks to get everyone to come. What a score! With this many people killing each other is going to be so much fun. Alright, it's almost time for the game to start. Who's going to die first? Maybe me. I sure hope so. Everybody, please kill me. Oh, I made sure to bring all of your infusers too. We're all set for the great slaughter to begin. She's so prepared, it's scaring me. Darmy seems thrilled at the idea of us killing each other, but I don't plan on hurting any of my friends. I'm not going to let anyone else die. That's why I wanted to do this. It's almost time. What kind of person do you think is running this game? I'm kind of excited to see who the bad guy is. Time passed, and finally it was 7 p.m., but... For fuck's sake, nothing's happening. Nobody came. Nothing happened. The leisure lounge was as quiet and peaceful as ever. Maybe the mastermind gave up after they saw a disgusting insect like me was joining. Or maybe that whole message was just a prank? Honestly, as anticlimactic as that would be, a safe conclusion like that might be for the best. Look, it's getting late. I'm out of here. No sooner than Takamaru had said those words, it happened. What the hell? Suddenly, an ominous sound came from out of nowhere. What is that sound? It's awful. My ears hurt. The hell? Someone revving a bike engine? Bro, those are like insects. No way, I've never heard an engine make a noise this horrible. Just listening to it is making me... The unidentified sound grew louder and louder. Ugh, where is it coming from? We looked around for the source of the sound. That's when we happened to look up at the ceiling.
Huh?
Okay. So the person in the black suit has returned. And for some reason they have a bunch of wasps. Only to be greeted by an unbelievable sight.
Bees?
Bees.
The hell? They're flying around with a bunch of big-ass bees?
Is that a spacesuit? Wait, no. A diving suit?
It is a diving suit.
A bee parachute? I've never seen such a hideous mode of transport.
That is an insane mode of transportation, I'm not gonna lie.
I hate bugs! Someone get me some bug spray stat!
The individual in the spacesuit gradually lowered their altitude. They'd landed in the leisure lounge. You look fucking ridiculous. Take that helmet off and show us your face. Is this some Wrestling Federation's masked fighter? Love the costume, but you gotta lose the bees. We need to take this seriously. They might be with the invaders. What if it's a commander? Takumi, did you see a commander like this during your first 100 days? No, I never saw anyone like this. You never faced a commander who controlled bees, especially not one in a spacesuit. Hey, who are you? It's only polite to introduce yourself. Speak up, asshole. The mysterious person examined our faces without answering. Then they nodded, seemingly satisfied.
So good to see so many of you. With so many participants, this killing game is sure to reach a screaming climax.
Am I crazy to think that kind of sounds like the intonation of Ima's voice?
The more lives there are to lose, the more spectacular the battle.
Like just the way they speak. Obviously, it's not their voice, but. I think it's... I still have to ultimately suspect that it's somehow an alternate Hiriko, though. Maybe infected by a gi. Their voice sounded unnatural. Perhaps they were filtering it through a voice changer. Their face was obscured by their mask, too, so there was no guessing their age or gender. Well done for deciding to join my game, Special Defense Unit maggots. I commend your small act of bravery. They commended us. Kyoshika, they're definitely being sarcastic or trying to provoke us. We're so terribly honored, but who exactly are you? What are you doing at this school? I'm here to play my game with you, of course. I'm the sponsor of the Invader Hunt. You may call me Sponsor. Treat that title with the respect it deserves. Sponsor. So this is the person who invited us to play this game. Which means... time is precious. I wish to start the game quickly. First, we'll hold the opening ceremony. Let me ask you one thing first. I yelled over the sponsor, interrupting them mid-sentence. Are you the one who murdered our friend Gaku Mariko? A strange threat was written on the blackboard the day before Gaku's murder. It perfectly matches this order of events. In other words, it was only natural to assume this was the person behind Gaku's death. Does it really matter who I have or haven't killed? After all, every last one of you will die in this game. Don't dodge the question. I'm asking if you killed Gaku. Yes or no? Yes and no. There's no other way for me to answer. Okay, yeah, definitely an alternate version of someone in this school. What the hell, man? I told you not to dodge the... Takumi, read the room! A sharp voice pierced my eardrums and caused me to cover my ears. Darmy? I've been waiting for this day my entire life. I prayed to the god of killing games every night. Begged to be released from the pointlessness of my life. Begged for me, my parents, my brothers, my teachers to all die in gratuitous, gory style. My dream is finally about to come true. I'm gonna get the killing game I've always wanted. Don't ruin this for me. Don't you dare ruin my dream. I was taken aback by the desperation in her voice. Aren't you a strange one? Are you that excited for my game? Like, you don't even know. Tell me all the messed up rules we have to follow. It motivates me to hear you have such high expectations. Then allow me to explain the rules. No, thank you. Not interested. Karara interrupted and stepped forward. I have no intention of playing your game. I refuse to even recognize it. You want us to kill each other? I'd never approve of such a vile game. Don't be so rash, Tomato Head. That vileness is what will make this game interesting. You might enjoy it more than you expect if you just give it a try. It's not often that you get the opportunity to unleash your primal urges and kill your fellow man. I told you I'm not playing. I'm the scion of the Osuzuki family, the pinnacle of all Suzukis. It's fine for me to trample on the ignorant masses from up on high, but there's no way in hell I'm allowing someone to try and kill me as if we're equals. So you refuse to participate? That goes for at least half of us. There's only the few mental patients here that want to play your deranged game. Takumi, she just called you a mental patient. She means you too. All who refuse to join the game will be eliminated. I believe I made that very clear. I believe you did. Karara glanced down for just a moment. So go ahead and try. All of a sudden she was ready to fight. Pull your filthy eyeballs out of your sockets and watch closely. Behold the Osuzuki family boxing technique. I'm going to beat you in your ugly costume until you're so swollen you'll look like you stuck your head in your stupid bee's hive. Karara assumed a boxing stance and steadily approached the sponsor. Wait, Karara, don't try to fight them alone. I can handle this by myself. I don't sense any fighting spirit in this pathetic worm. They have the quintessential pauper aura. All talk and no action. One punch will do it. Ignoring our warnings, Karara continued to close the distance between the sponsor and herself. Hope you like the taste of noble fist. Karara was about to unleash her deadly uppercut when it happened. Karara! The bees that had been hovering near the ceiling descended with a terrible cacophony of beating wings. And then... they instantly grabbed Karara and whisked her high up into the sky.
Put me down! Put me down this instant! These horrible things are so creepy!
Karara squirmed frantically, but they held onto her tight, refusing to let go.
Karara Suzuki, I sentence you to being suspended mid-air. What a sight, don't you think? As they say, smoke and fools rise to great heights.
Damn.
You can writhe and suffer for now. I'll ease your pain when the time is right.
Lady Karara! Give me back my Lady Karara, you vile insect! Karara, what do we do? How do we get her back? She's so high up, even my mid-air attacks wouldn't reach her. What do we do now? How can we save Karara when she's all the way up there? Kako's sniper rifle might be able to reach, but this Kako has never used her Hemo Anima before. Right now, there's no way for us to attack the bees up near the ceiling. In that case, we'll just have to attack the person controlling them. Bro. Suddenly, I found myself running at full tilt, making a beeline for the sponsor. I'm not going to lose anybody else. I let the determination take away my fear and carry me forward. I plunged my infuser into my chest as I ran. Surely someone's going to stalk him. stop him, right? Like Takamaru would probably give back. I screamed as loud as my voice would let me and swung my sword down on the sponsor. I felt it connect. My blade was going to split them in two. I was so sure it would, and yet... That tickles. Is that all you've got, Takumi Samino? How? The sponsor was completely unharmed. It's simple. Your power isn't enough to inflict even the slightest scratch on me. No. This has to be some sort of mistake. This has to be some kind of cheap trick. Then try again. I won't stop you. You've got some balls, beat fucker. Let's see how long you can keep up this tough guy act, huh? I'm joining the fray, Takumi. Combine our power levels like 2 million. Oh, we can get them, guys. We need to save Carrara as soon as possible. Everybody. Even if we can't take the sponsor on alone, we can if we all attack together. No, you can't. Brace yourself, asshole. Our breath synchronizing, we all leapt at the sponsor.
Take that!
You blackguard!
Nozomi, what are you doing? 2 damage?
You're finished!
Takamaru, Nozomi, Kyoshika, and I unleashed everything we had on the sponsor. We punched, we kicked, we sliced, we pummeled. We tried every attack possible. We used every last ounce of our strength until we had no energy or hemoanima to spare. However... it tickles. I'm actually starting to think it is Hiriko. Is that crazy? Like, I could see Hiriko talking like this as well, potentially. Why don't our attacks do anything? Are you immortal or some goddamn thing? You have the endurance of a wrestler to withstand my body slam. No matter how much we attacked, our opponent didn't even flinch. This was far beyond a matter of strength or endurance. They were literally invincible. Oh, we can't give up. We must save Lady Kurara. My fellow warriors, just one coordinated attack and... Enough of this sideshow. The opening ceremony will conclude with Karara Osuzuki's death. There was a cruelty in the sponsor's voice as they pointed to Karara, still hanging in the air. Oh my god. Oh, they're draining the hemoanima too. Her body was rapidly turning black. Was the swarm of bees draining her cryptoglobin?
Lady Kurara!
Yo. And once they'd sucked everything out of Karara, the bees dropped her dried up husk on the floor. Oh, shit. No! Karara! No, this can't be happening. Lady Karara can't be dead. Don't give up yet. Let's take her to the Revival-matic. Be so for real. I'm sorry, Moko, but be for real. Look, I get, like, you're trying desperately, but there's literally no shot. Nozomi, Moko, and Kyoshika lifted up Karara's corpse and left the leisure lounge, but... How pointless. How can a body be revived if there isn't a drop of cryptoglobin left in it? How pitiful that she would die before the game even began. She's ruined my schedule. I suppose I'll simply have to postpone the start of the game until tomorrow morning. Return here as soon as you're awake tomorrow. And might I remind you, there's no point in trying to escape. You know what happens if you refuse to play. There was nothing we could say. We'd be killed instantly if we tried to resist. Never had any message come through so clearly. Bummer. Karara got the opening death scene. Must be nice. She died with so much drama. But it should have happened to me. Well, whatever. The game starts tomorrow, so I'll have plenty of chances to have a nice, gory demise. I wonder how everyone else is gonna die. Who's gonna kill me? There's, like, so much to look forward to. Darmi's eerie yet strangely innocent cackle rang out across the silent leisure lounge. Bro, a game is about to do some devious shit when they tell you to save. That's how you know they're about to do something devious. Never does that mean anything good. Anything good. Oh no.
Up and Adam troops, time to rise and shine! Get ready for your 26th day of active service here at last, Defense Academy.
I should not be this excited for this route. I need this to cook. I need this to cook. I need this to cook. Please. Please be good. Please be good.
Prepare to spend another day enduring the unendurable and suffering the insufferable. Be ready to give your lives to protect our beloved school from the vile and barbaric enemy.
It's morning. I barely slept last night. I woke up over and over again, seeing Karara's face when she died in my nightmares. They won't get away after killing my friends so horribly. If I could, I'd kill them right now. But right now, we're too weak. We can't beat them. One poor attempt to revolt and we'd just be massacred. For now, we just have to obey. We just have to play the game. They wanted us to come back to the leisure lounge when we woke up. I hurried off to the leisure lounge. On the way to the leisure lounge, I came across Nozomi and Moko in the hall. Nozomi, are you okay? You're so pale. I couldn't sleep last night. I just can't believe it. Karara, she's gone. Karara, I didn't know what to say. What can I do for her after she lost a close friend? We buried her. Make sure you say goodbye to her later, okay, Takumi? Yeah, I promise I will. They're not going to get away with killing Karara. I'll do whatever it takes to avenge her. But now's not the time. They're a bit too strong for us right now. So we're all going to play this game for a little while and wait for our chance. For now, we just have to push all this grief down and grit our teeth. Knowing how to bide your time is an important part of fighting. Nozomi was barely able to hold steady on her own 2 feet. Moko looked after her as they walked to the leisure lounge. I made a vow to myself as I watched Nozomi walk away. No matter how this game turns out, I'll protect Nozomi to the end. No, not just Nozomi. I won't let anyone else die. Buddy, I got some bad news for you. Because I came back here to protect them and grab hold of a future where we can find happiness. Buddy, there ain't no way. There ain't no way. At last, I present to you the rules of the Invader Hunt. Once we were all in the leisure lounge, the sponsor began to explain the rules without any preamble. The rules are exceedingly simple. All you have to do is hunt the creatures known as invaders. You will gain points for every invader hunted, which will be tallied.
And reflected in the live rankings.
Aw, Karara's name is like grayed out. That's evil, bruh. Anyways, what is Darmi doing at rank 1? Tsubasa in 3, Nozomi in 4, Shoma in 5? What are these rigged rankings? This is insanity. You literally have 3 support characters in the top 5 spots, above Takumi, Hiriko, Kyoshika. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? You suck at your job. The names of everyone in the room were shown on a screen being held up by 2 bees.
One round lasts 10 days. The person ranked last at midnight on the 10th day will be executed. Their cryptoglobin drained by my bees.
Executed. Karara's death was proof that this was no bluff. They could easily kill us all. In short, we need to try and kill as many invaders as possible. I'm glad we won't have to actually kill each other or anything. I mean, not glad, but if we're just hunting invaders, then we just keep fighting defensive battles, right? That's the same shit we were doing anyway. No, they want us to go on the offensive. Not at all. What you were doing was merely defending your base. Hunting and defending are entirely different. To hunt, you must go out. The playing field is the space outside of the school. You will not receive points for any invaders killed at the school, no matter how many. We can't get points anywhere in the area shaded red. That's anywhere within school grounds. That means if we want points, we'll have to go hunt down invaders wandering outside. So we're being forced to fight outside of the ring then. It's too much for a shut-in like me to be forced outside like this. Sorry, Shoma buddy, you are fried. I mean fried, bro. What happens if the invaders attack the school while we're all out there? If a commander strikes when the place is empty, it's the end of the line. All you need to do is engage them before they infiltrate the school grounds. They say that a good offense is the best defense, after all. And we can't stray too far from the school. If we're not careful about how many battles we fight out there, we'll end up disqualified for going out of the ring. So we need to hunt in a place where we can quickly return to the school if something happens. But how are you going to track how many invaders we hunt down out there? You're not counting on an honor system, right? Someone would definitely end up lying about their numbers. These bees will count your points. Whenever you kill invaders, they will count the points and report them to me. In other words, these bees will be monitoring our actions while we're playing this game. Guess running away isn't going to be an option. And last but not least, the most important rule of all. You are strictly forbidden from causing me harm while the game is underway. Anyone who defies me will immediately become food for my bees. Try not to lose your cool. A rather tyrannical one-sided rule, isn't it? Does this mean we can't resist even if you use violence against us? Don't worry, I will not lay a finger on any of you. The game will immediately cease if the sponsor harms a participant without just cause. In other words, they won't hurt us so long as we do what they say. But you're the one who enforces these rules. If you turn on us, we're entirely without recourse. I intend to run this game as fairly as possible. Otherwise, things would be very boring. I promise not to violate the rules. Please trust me on that. There's no way we can trust them, but we're in no position to argue. Now then, that concludes the explanation of the rules. There are plenty of other hidden rules, but I'm not so inclined as to give them all away at this juncture. Come up with strategies on your own. Doing is learning. The sponsor looked at all of us and shouted,
Special Defense Unit maggots, participants of my game, assume your new roles as proud hunters and claim as many invaders as you can. The Invader Hunt has hereby officially begun.
Alright. The Invader Hunt has officially begun. Without so much as a moment to prepare, the game was on. But I wasn't sure how I was supposed to handle our newly assigned task. I decided to go back to my room and prepare to leave school grounds. You need to find a group that you trust and go take out that base. That's what you need to do. The Invader Hunt is a point-based hunting game. I decided to review the rules of the game. The rules themselves were simple. All we really had to do was hunt invaders. However, the game field was outside school grounds. Even if we killed an invader, if it happened in a school facility or in the schoolyard, it wouldn't count. Basically, no matter what we do in a defensive battle, it wouldn't be worth any points. If we wanted points, we had to go out exploring and hunt down any invaders we come across. But it's way too dangerous to constantly be fighting out there. If we died outside school grounds, the drones wouldn't collect our bodies and the Revive-O-Matic wouldn't revive us. Death would truly be final. We have to be careful so we don't die, and if we want to do that, we should probably form teams. In a team, there'd be someone there to have our backs, and we could look after one another to keep each other alive. We need comrades if we want to survive. Okay, before I go out, I should find someone to partner up with. I decided to go talk to everyone to see if anyone would want to team up with me. For some reason, when I went out onto the roof, everyone was already there. There was no sign of Darami or Hiriko, but almost everyone else was there. Takumi. Oh, everyone, great timing. I just figured out a way we can survive this game. Do you mind if we talk? Everyone rushed over to me and I explained the necessity of forming teams. So, I think we should at least be in pairs. Trying to do this solo will just end in game over the moment you take a lethal hit. Yeah, we're just saying the same thing. That we should work in teams, I mean. We were actually just deciding the teams. In short, we're right in the middle of a draft meeting. Kako pulled out a piece of paper with the members of each team written on it. The first team is us boys and Sister Dearest. And the second team is all of the girls. We might end up spending a lot of time together from now on, so we thought grouping up by gender would make sense. What we're worried about is Yugamu, who is nowhere to be found. He's a boy, but it's entirely possible he'd like to stick with Miss Kirafuji and Miss Magadori as he's done up to this point. But if we put Yugamu in Team 2, then we should put Hiriko in Team 1. Miss Shizuhara is very strong, so we were discussing giving preferential negotiating rights to the weaker team. Preferential negotiating rights? This really is like a sports draft. And the number 1 pick, with the first pick of the Last Defense Academy Invader Hunt draft, Team number 2 selects Hiriko Shizuhara. By the way, what team do you want me in? It would make sense if I was in the male-centric team, but you have to play alone. Nobody wants you. What? I was so shocked that my voice withered away mid-exclamation. Why? Why am I the only one being left out? Don't tell me you guys are still suspicious of me. I thought we cleared things up about Gaku. I didn't kill him. It was the sponsor. Isn't that obvious? No, we're all on the same page there. They're definitely the one who killed Mr. Mariko. They destroyed Sirei too. They're behind everything. Then why? Mr. Sumino, have you forgotten? You killed Mr. Aotsuki. Sure, but why bring that up again? He was a traitor. He had to go. Even if I grant you that, he was still one of us. If you had a comrade who could kill another comrade without batting an eye, would you want to team up with him in a killing game? No way. You've got to be kidding. But, and whenever you do anything, someone invariably ends up dead.
You're cursed. Do us all a favor and get out of here.
You're more than cursed. You're the Grim Reaper.
Yeah, you guys are dead next. Okay, you want to call me the Grim Reaper? Who tests fate against the Grim Reaper? If you think Takumi is the Grim Reaper, why would you test fate against him? Yeah, let's just piss off the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper? It stung, but I couldn't argue. It was true that I was the common denominator in all of the deaths so far. I came back to the past and immediately killed Eito. And because I ignored the message on the blackboard on day 4, Gaku was killed the next day. And 2 days ago I decided to join the game and encouraged everyone to join me. And because of that, Kurara died so brutally. If you hadn't convinced us to join this game, Lady Kurara would still be with us. Didn't they say everyone who refused would be dead? It's all your fault. All of it. Give her back. Give Lady Kurara back to me.
The blood of Lady Kurara is on your hands!
Kyoshika drew close to me, letting out a pained cry. I couldn't bring myself to meet her eyes, which were now red and swollen from crying. Kyoshika, no! Oko put herself between us and embraced Kyoshika. Blaming Takumi won't bring her back. It'll just make it hurt even more. But... Knowing how to swallow your sorrow is part of fighting. We need to be strong right now. I'm sorry, Takumi. Kyoshika understands, I swear. She knows it's not your fault Kurara died. But she has no outlet for her grief, so she's just taking it out on you. I was so shocked that I couldn't utter a single word. I had no idea everyone had so much contempt for me. All I ever wanted to do was to make everyone happy. That was why I came back. Where did it all go wrong? I swear, Lady Luck or Fortune or whatever the hell she's called turned against you the moment you offed Eito. Sheesh, this whole slew of shit speaks for itself. Not even I can help you out here. Sorry, but you're on your own. Sorry, Takumi. Everyone left one after the other, leaving me all alone on the rooftop. Damn. I felt total despair. This is my first time being so obviously and intentionally isolated. I always had Karo by my side in the TRC, and my mom and dad were always waiting at the dinner table whenever I went home. But now, here I was, all alone. I would have to face this game of death all by myself. Nobody would ever want to team up with the Grim Reaper. But then I thought of something. That's right, Hiriko! I saw Hiriko in my mind's eye. On day 5, she took me to second to last Defense Academy. I said we needed to bring in a second team to increase our combat power. I can never really tell what she's thinking, but she's a surprisingly caring person. She might be willing to work with me on this. Maybe I should ask Hiriko if she'll team up with me. Feeling a sliver of hope, I decided to stop at Hiriko's room. She not gonna be there. I was praying hard as I rang her doorbell. Please, Hiriko, you have to answer. If you forsake me too, then it's all over. Maybe my prayers were answered because... Takumi, what do you need at this hour? Hiriko, thank goodness you're still here. I was almost tearing up with happiness. I'm so glad you're here. So glad. The moment I met you, you stirred my soul. Can I go back inside? You're creeping me out. No, wait. Just hear me out, please. You're not about to try to tell me the word of God, are you? No! I explained everything that had just happened. I didn't leave out a single detail. I told her how they called me the Grim Reaper, how no one would team up with me. So, your already very low popularity has now hit rock bottom then. It hurts when you lay it out like that, but in a nutshell, yes. At this rate, I'll have to do the Invader Hunt all alone. I'm begging you, Hiriko, there's no one else I can trust. Please, team up with me. I lowered my head and pleaded sincerely. I believed that if anyone would lend me a hand to pull me out of my predicament, it would be Hiriko, but I'm afraid I must disappoint you. My hope was crushed. Is there anything I can do to change your mind? If you team up with me, I'll work myself to the bone for you. I promise I'll be useful to you. It's simply not possible. I will not be teaming up with you for this game. Do you think I'm the Grim Reaper too? Please, I don't believe in that kind of superstitious nonsense. I simply have my own situation to deal with. Besides, I already have a partner. You do? Just then. Is he? Yeah. Get lost, Takumi. Mistress Hiriko is all mine. Darumi? She's mine. All mine. Stupid puppy, I told you not to come out. Go back into your doghouse like a good girl. Don't be mad at me, Mistress Hiriko. What's going on? Why is Darumi barking? You know how this one's been an overexcited nuisance since the killing game was announced, right? So I turned her into my dog. Okay, bro. I don't understand in the slightest. Basically, I used strength to make her submit, and it broke her a little. Come to think of it, Darumi had been unusually quiet during the announcement of the rules. I guess she was already a dog at that point. I have a responsibility to her as her owner, so I'll be playing the game with her. Go away, no boys allowed in the Yuri zone. She's all mine. I instinctively fled after being ferociously barked at by Darumi. Most normal Last Defense Academy situation. I guess I'm on my own then. Bro just does not care about Yugamu. I felt strangely refreshed after being so cleanly rejected. Fine, I'll play by myself. I'll hunt down the invaders on my own and survive all on my own too. Half sulking, I headed for the entrance hall. There was someone unexpected waiting for me when I arrived at the entrance hall. How pitiful that you must go all alone. Are you going to hunt or to be hunted? Huh? Were you waiting here so you could laugh at me? No, I merely came to give you some information. I failed to mention it earlier, but I have added more fire extinguishers. Now you may go outside at any time. You should all hunt whenever it pleases you. They're pretty prepared. How long have they been planning this? Now then, go out there and hunt. Struggle away from my amusement. Alright, let's do this. I probably should have stopped the video before this, but I don't want to. And if this video ends up too long, I can just add in an artificial split later. But my definition of too long is a little different from the normal definition of too long, so I probably won't. It's dangerous to stray too far from the school. I should try to find invaders as close by as possible. I'm pretty sure a decent number of invaders were wandering around the city to the south. I'll head over there today. Just as I thought, there were a large number of invaders inhabiting the nearby city. They roamed around the ruins like zombies with no will of their own. They were all just basic cannon fodder. I could defeat them on my own. I sensed a presence and glanced up in the air to see one of the sponsor's bees were tailing me. It must be here to count my points. Okay, here goes. I stifled my breath and slowly crept up on one of the invaders. Time to attack with everything I've got. I wanted to attack, but my legs froze. I couldn't move. Am I scared? I thought on my own plenty of times before. There's a difference between choosing to go it alone and having no alternative. I was going to have to fight alone forever. I was scared of confronting that truth. But I can't just cower forever, can I? I took a deep breath and steeled myself. Ah! This time I leapt out in front of the invader. Okay, they're going to actually make me do the fight. Which is good. I wanted to do the fight. I was going to be a tad bit annoyed if we had a route that was actually like, you need to kill all the invaders. And they were like, but by the way, you're not actually fighting anything.
Oh, let's go.
I meant to do Airblade.
Here we go. Time to use it.
Oh, I didn't even notice it. 3 waves. Actually, this is the better play anyways. I don't know why I was doing this the other way.
All right. Here we go.
Can I get that far back?
Good to go.
I can. So I'll be able to airblade that group. We've got to airblade that group as well.
I've got this.
So I guess I'll do this.
Let's do this.
And then this.
Take that. I've got this.
And then this.
Here we go.
And then this.
I've got this.
And then this.
Here we go.
And there we go.
Take this.
Alright. Gotta remember I can end any wave that I want on an alt, otherwise I basically can't alt. Shut up, you're not that tired. I was already exhausted, even though I only killed off a few minions. I can't come back if I die out here. The lingering fear of death weighed heavily on my mind and body, but I couldn't afford to rest. I had to do whatever it took to get more points, not to mention. They jump in me! Invaders drawn by the sound of fighting were showing up one after the other, and they were beginning to surround me. I prepared to face the next battle with scarcely any time to breathe in between. Still wondering if we're gonna eventually like get Yugamu on our side or something.
I've got this. Here. Oh, my turn.
I'm gonna do this.
I've got this.
Agility potion, not yet actually.
My turn.
No, I am gonna agility
I've got
potion.
This should do it. My turn.
And do this.
Take this. All right. Good to go. Let's do this.
It was a good move again. I don't think we really need the other buffs.
Let's go.
Like, we can eventually go Unyielding Spirit if, like, we get actually a tough enemy. But right now, there's no enemy that I'm like, wow, I need Unyielding Spirit. And so I might as well save it for extra actions. Yeah. No matter how many I kill, more just keep cropping up. Invaders kept streaming in until I was completely surrounded. They were just mooks, but there were too many of them. My stamina was at its limit.
I wish I wasn't alone.
Why do I feel like Yugamu was going to show up? I needed to toughen up, but just telling myself that wasn't doing anything. For the first time, I truly felt how alone I was. At this rate, I'll die without anyone ever knowing. Just then,
I'll help you out, Takumi.
I knew it. I heard a voice and turned around. Standing there was someone who ain't gonna do shit.
Of course. Showing up uninvited but sorely needed. It's everybody's beloved Yugamu Omokage.
What are you doing here? Were you trying to score some kills out here too?
We can talk later. Let's take care of these things first. Our first joint effort.
There was something creepy about how he put it, but I was grateful for him in the moment. Our breaths synced up and we began to clean up the swarm of invaders. Bro literally might not take a single action, by the way.
I can't wait.
Well, that's probably a lie, actually, upon looking at this. I mean, him ulting would be pretty good. Just clean out a bunch of stuff.
I'm good to go.
It's not like I literally need it to be a Takumi solo, you know? Which one do I like more? I need to plan out what I'm doing with Takumi. I need to give him an attack potion. No reason not to. Oh, and it also buffs Yugamu, so I really don't need to. Takumi can clean that up, and he can literally just slowly walk forward for the most part. Especially because we're getting a refresh here. So, we can hit that one by just walking forward. We missed this one, is the problem. Either way, we're going to have to come back for one, it looks like, so... I'm just going to go here.
I'll kill them all!
Very possibly incorrect, but... Don't care, didn't ask.
Kill the rest for me.
My turn! Ha! Here we go! Here! My turn! There! Say when!
Yeah, I mean, I can just ult to finish this, so I need to...
Let's do this!
Airblade.
Here we go!
Actually, it's maybe better that I don't ult to finish this in case they're like, get trolled, idiot.
Let's do this! Harder!
Reinforcements.
Here we go! Yeah! Say when! Yeah! All right, ready when you are.
There we go. You win! Alright. Yeah, I mean, at this point, we're strong enough that this is not a real concern. We can literally just slowly advance with side slash. So. Draw would have been a lot more difficult if I'd done it earlier. Yeah, I'm guessing. Is that all of them? Seems so. I don't sense any trace of them. Well fought, Takumi. You were in quite a predicament considering it's the first day. I couldn't believe it. I was shocked to see how they just kept coming. I was almost killed by a bunch of weaklings. Fighting truly isn't something to be done alone. Right, I didn't get to properly thank you. You saved me, Yugamu. Thank you. If you hadn't run into me here, I might have been the first to be eliminated from the Invader Hunt. Oh, no need to thank me. It wasn't by coincidence that we met here. It wasn't? Yes, I've been following you all morning. To be honest, I thought I saw a flash of him on the roof. You had no idea. Tailing people is one of my specialties. Was he just joking to play off his embarrassment? No, that doesn't seem like what's going on here. He really was following me. Then it makes sense why he showed up at the perfect time to save me. But why? What was the point of following me? Oh, for the love of murder. Don't be so wary of me, Takumi. I'm not going to eat you, alright? Although you look plenty delicious to me. How could I not be wary of an assassin? Yugamo Omokage, the descendant of a family of assassins. I'll come right out and ask, why are you following me? I was figuring out my timing. I wanted to come gallantly to your rescue if you found yourself in trouble. Then I'd be able to show you how useful I am. Call it a courtship display. Why is everything you say so creepy? Well, that's the long and short of it. He muttered as he held out his right hand to me.
Takumi, would you team up with me?
Yes, I will. It's like a marriage proposal. He's offering to form a team. It was all I ever wanted in my isolation, but... Why do you want to team up with someone everyone hates? Wouldn't you rather be with Nozomi or Kyoshika or the others? I don't do well in groups. Honestly, I'd rather enjoy my kills alone, but going in alone is too risky. So I thought buddying up with the odd man out would be just the thing. Is that really the only reason? It made sense, but it's hard to decipher his true intentions. I was sure he was planning something, given that he went out of his way to ask me after I'd been ostracized, but if I turned down his offer, I'd have to hunt alone forever. Well, will you join me or not? What do I do? Should I team up with Yugamu? Yes. Okay, like, to be honest, I don't even want to, but, like, the game probably will not go well if I say no, right? If I had to guess, I need to say yes. I don't know. Or maybe he's a crazy snake. I mean, it's possible. Well, you're stuck with me for a while then. Hold on. Well, you're stuck with me for a while then. I shook Yugamu's hand. But they could be trusted was beside the point. I simply couldn't carry on like this all by myself for much longer. For now, I would team up with Yugamu. I'm glad to see our hearts are in tune with each other, partner. Want to try for the best couple award while we're at it? Don't think they're giving out awards here. Also, you and I are not a couple. While Yugamu and I were trading quips, we heard it. What the? There was an ear-splitting sound and the earth shook. But it wasn't an earthquake. It felt more like... I sensed a torrential gush of overwhelming energy. Somebody with incredible power is present nearby. Don't tell me commanders are joining the hunt. That would be bad news. Just 2 of us wouldn't be enough to deal with a commander. You want to bet? A little bit of reconnaissance would go a long way right now. Tiptoe after me as quietly as you can manage, Takumi. Right. We cautiously made our way toward the source of the sound, hiding behind pieces of rubble along the way. And then...
Hey! You saw that, Mistress Hiroko? My 18th Invader kill! How've you been treating them?
The bloodiest brand of carnage only I can dish out. What else? Now save your breath for tearing them from limb to limb. Let those entrails
Good Lord.
fly. Let the bloodworks explode far and wide.
So it was just them cooking that hard.
Oh, my Mistress Hiroko! Nobody goes wild as beautifully as you! Your rampaging form electrifies me! You're everything I long to become!
Yeah. Those two are enjoying this way too much. They aren't hunting anymore. They're just straight up massacring every invader they see. It kills me to say this, but I'm afraid we must cede the best couple award to them. Something feels off, though. Hiriko's always been strong, but when did Darami get so powerful? Nah, yeah, she's ass, bro. She hadn't joined any defensive battles before this and should be woefully unfamiliar with combat. The euphoria of finally being able to take part in a killing game has likely unlocked the latent potential in her hemo anima, making it bloom. That's an unconventional way to unlock latent potential. Why the gripe? Potential is logic-defying by definition. Also, we should totally call it a day and head back now. They've likely already murdered all the invaders in this area anyways. Yeah, we've earned enough points today. Let's go back and rest up for tomorrow. We made our way back and decided to drop by the leisure lounge before returning to our rooms. I guess I should have upgraded Yugamu. We checked the leaderboard. Shoma dead last. Yeah, that checks out. Hiroko, Darami first. Takumi, Yugamu second, or third and fourth. That makes sense. Yeah, the rankings roughly make sense. Or Shoma.
Unsurprisingly, those 2 are in the top spots. I expect they'll be staying ahead of the pack for a long time to come.
I do kind of wonder, what are the odds of somebody going a little cuckoo and actually murdering somebody?
I'm in 3rd place? Honestly, I thought it'd be much lower than that. Well, I did take out quite a number of invaders today, and I'm in 4th.
I mean, bigger groups are gonna struggle a little more.
Fall to the bottom of the rankings in the first round, at least.
The first round of this game will last until day 35. Whoever finishes last in each round will be executed. I decided I wouldn't keep tabs on where the others were placed. Ensuring my own survival is more important, and besides...
You're cursed! Do us all a favor and get out of here!
You're more than cursed! You're the Grim Reaper!
Yeah, fuck you too. I don't care if you're one of my favorites.
The blood of Lady Kurata is on your hands!
I don't care if you're one of my favorites. Fuck you too. Sheesh. This whole slew of messed up shit speaks for itself. Not even I can help you out here. I guess that one's kind of reasonable. I shouldn't be letting the people ostracizing me live rent-free in my head anyway. Whew, what a day. The constant fighting and stress of possible death had strained my mind and body to their limits. I wanted to rest early to recover from the fatigue, but...
Hey!
Can you explain what you're doing in my room? It's just something buddies do, right? And that's what we are, buddies, partners, bosom chums. It goes without saying we need to be joined at the hip. Join your own hips and get out of here. Come on, bud, humor me. Pretend we're brainstorming strategies for the rest of the hunt. How about that? The game's more of a marathon than a sprint, so we gotta come up with a long-term plan. Playing it by ear the whole time's bound to lead us to quick and easy deaths. He makes a very good point. Can't you at least make it clear whether you want to be disgusting or discreet? Who would I be if I didn't dabble in a little bit of both? Call me a double dipper if that's what turns you on. In your dreams! After that, we spent several hours discussing strategies for surviving the killing game in the days to come.
At ease, soldiers. It's time to hit the hay. You never know when the invaders might attack, so rest up while you still can. Well then, good night.
Ah.
Bedtime already? Time flies when you're having so much fun. If you don't mind, Takumi, we can continue the rest of this conversation in bed. Of course I mind! It's about time you went to your own room! Oh, Takumi, throwing me out after our exciting intercourse without any pillow talk at all? How cold is your heart?
Hey!
Stone cold. Out. Now. Yo. After chasing Ugamu out of my room, I crawled into bed and closed my eyes. I had to grab every second of sleep I could to let my tired body recover, but... Give her back. Give Lady Karara back to me. I swear, Lady Luck or Fortune or whatever the hell she's called turned against you the moment you offed Ato. I will not be teaming up with you for this game. Bro, Ugamu's our one homie. What the hell? Tier list ranking. Up. Their words from this morning reverberated around my mind, preventing me from slipping into a restful slumber. How did it turn out like this? I came back in time to lead everyone toward a brighter future. So why am I being so despised? What I wouldn't give to return to those happy days. Let today's hunt begin. I trust you're ready, Takumi. Yeah, ready when you are. On day 2 of the Invader Hunt, we went out to explore the city again. To earn points by hunting down any invaders we can find. Found some right off the bat. Check out that swarm of invaders at 2 o'clock. I turned in the direction Ugamu mentioned and found the invaders lurking inside a ruined building like he said. I don't think they've noticed us yet. Let's get closer and catch them by surprise. Put on your pussy boots and slink behind me, Takumi. What boots? Sure. Ugamu had clearly adapted well to the rhythm of the game. He knew how to take quick and decisive action to earn points for our continued survival. I, on the other hand... My feelings had yet to catch on to the strange situation of participating in a killing game with him as my teammate. What was I doing? Why did Ugamu propose a partnership in the first place? Was my life even worth living if I had to kick someone else down to do it? There were so many things on my mind, but... Come on, Takumi. Time to sound the death knell for them. I didn't have the luxury of time to think them through. Fighting to survive was the only thing I could afford to do now. We must annihilate the enemies. I just wish you weren't so beans, bro. Like, truly, I wish you were good. I do. You just take more AP to do the same things that everyone else can do in one.
Good to go. This should do it. Let's do this. Here. Say when. Take that. Good to go. That's it. Let's go. Ha! Got it. My turn. Time to use it. I've got this. Here we go.
I think either way I gotta use an agi potion, so it doesn't really matter.
Let's do this.
Right, like I gotta get one further over. I can't really even do that, so...
Here we go. This should do it. Let's do this.
Why do I feel like someone's gonna walk in and start stealing our kills? Bro, no way you're tired! That tired after one wave! Did we get them all? It's too early to be celebrating. More enemies are waiting in the wings. Invaders approaching at 3 o'clock. Ugh, they just keep coming. I prepared for the next battle with scarcely any time to breathe in between.
Time for me to move.
I think we do this.
I'll kill them all.
I should have given him an attack potion.
I'm dead. Ready when you are. Time to use it. Here we go. There. Let's go. Here. Say when.
I didn't even see that one back there.
All right. Good to go.
Sneaky Invader.
Let's do this. Ready when you are. This should do it. Let's go. Ha! I've got this. Here.
Okay. That's that. A little bit of BP. It's not really giving you much per fight, but... Bro, you need to work on your stamina. Fighting outside is tiring. My body resists me whenever I think about how death is permanent out here. You need to relax, Takumi. At this rate, you'll kill yourself first before the enemy has a chance. I don't get it. How are you so calm? You're not even perspiring. I wouldn't be much of a professional assassin if I let every other spot of good murdering get me down now, would I? Hey, what's your secret? How do I kill the enemies efficiently while conserving as much stamina as possible? The secret is your heart. That is to say, your frame of mind. Get in your head that the act of killing is nothing special at all. Nothing more than mundane work. Mundane work. Like hitting a nail with a hammer. Like turning a screw with a screwdriver. Just dull, repetitive work to be repeated without much thought or physical strength. So, basically I psych myself into believing it's nothing. Does that really work? Anything more concrete? Like a better way to move my body or something? Your body movements are virtually perfect, Takumi. There is nothing to critique. So what's left is your mentality, right? Just give it a shot. You've got nothing to lose. Pretend the act of killing is the most boring job in the world. Just dull, repetitive work. Despite my misgivings, I decided to try Yugamu's suggestion. I crept up to an invader that happened to be meandering about nearby and launched a surprise attack. Without entertaining the fear that threatened to well up from within, I quietly lifted my sword and brought it down nonchalantly. This is just work, something that had to be done. No need to think too much about it. I went after the next enemy as I repeated those thoughts to myself. Detach yourself. It's just work. Detach yourself. It's just work. Incredible performance, Takumi. It's like you've become another person. Yes, you have an aptitude for killing. I sensed it the moment I laid eyes on you. An aptitude for killing? Me? I think you need to get your eyes checked. It might sound strange coming from me, but I wasn't good at such things at all. Cap! I tended to miss the obvious and my reflexes were average at best. I don't have an aptitude for anything. Gifts show up in many different forms. Sometimes they manifest later in life. Later in life? You'll understand one day. I wasn't happy to be left hanging like that, but I knew he would just be evasive if I tried to press the matter, so I didn't. Anyway, we should focus on the hunt for now. Now that I seem to be getting my mind under control, I wanted to get used to the hunting at one go as well. Let's go for the next group of enemies. I feel like I can take down another 15 before calling it a day. Nah, I think we should call it a day now. We've earned enough points. But I was just getting the hang of it. And that's when it gets dangerous. Everything in moderation, including assassinations. Besides, if we keep on hunting, we'll run into them sooner or later. You okay with that? Them? Just as I was wondering who Ugambo could be talking about. Over here. This will be our starting point for the hunt today. Don't fall behind, you losers. I heard a familiar voice coming from somewhere nearby. I quietly made my way toward the voice and peered out from behind some rubble. It's gang. I feel like I'm starting to use my hemo-anima better. Not even a commander can stop me now. I think. Confidence is the name of the game, sister dearest. You and I both know nothing can stand in the way of our newly awakened powers and our strengthened bonds. Don't start getting carried away, you two. Thinking you're invincible because you learned a thing or two's the best way to die on the battlefield. You little chicks can just stay behind with my big, strong pinions for now. I ain't gonna let any of you die on my watch. I'm gonna protect y'all with my life in the name of Takamaru Yakushiji. They're hunting here too? Takamaru, Ima, and Kako weren't the only ones. I could see Tsubasa, Nozomi, and the others in the distance as well. Why does fighting invaders outside the academy seem so much more graphic? It's like I'm really killing something alive, and all that blood. So much blood. The feeling of that invader I just took down still lingers on my hands. Tsubasa, are you okay? I can give you a back rub if it makes you feel better. I think a big one's coming. Why didn't I bring any barf bags with me? Lady Tsubasa is about to start puking like a fountain in a fancy park. Is there anything we can give her in place of a barf bag? Alas, necessity knows no decorum. Lady Tsubasa, heave into my sheath bag if you must. Are you sure, Kyoshika? Isn't that the Holy Jumanji Sword's pajamas? The Holy Jumanji Sword is a party animal with a soft spot for the ladies. She'll understand. Now come, Lady Tsubasa. Let it all out and hold nothing back. I'll be fine. I pushed everything down with sheer willpower. The roiling stopped. Sorry, guys. I haven't been feeling well since this morning. You don't have to mind me. Go on and get more points for yourselves. We're not supposed to mention that, Tsubasa. Looking out for one another is what teammates do. No wrestler worth their salt abandons their tag partner to get ahead in the match. Loyalty above self. None shall be left behind. It is the way of the warrior. Yeah. Takamaru was desperately trying to protect Ima and Kako, who weren't used to fighting. Nozomi and the others refused to abandon Tsubasa, even though she was holding them back. They were watching out for each other like true friends. I used to enjoy that sort of relationship with them, too. I could feel my strength rapidly leaving my body. That's right. I've been alienated. What I just saw, I only started to cement that fact. Only served to cement that fact. All those kind and comforting words would never be for me. You look like you're in a lot more pain now than you were when you were fighting the enemies. That confirms it. Your fatal flaw is that fragile mind of yours. I left the place quietly and made my way back to school, taking care not to be seen by the others. Taking back with me nothing but an armful of distressing thoughts and feelings. Ouch. I got back to my room earlier than usual, but wasn't in the mood to do anything, except lie upright on bed and stare long and hard at the ceiling. Alright, at some point, I'm going to need them to let me potentially upgrade things, but I have a feeling this route's going to be stingy with that.
You never know when the invaders might attack, so rest up while you still can. Well then, good night.
I suddenly realized it was already night. I knew I should be resting, but bad memories kept surfacing in my mind and pulling me back to wakefulness. Give her back. Give Lady Carrara back to me. Sorry, but you're on your own. I'm afraid I must disappoint you. Like I'm being punished just for being alive. The pain of being despised was more excruciating than anything the killing game or defensive battles could inflict upon me. In the first 100 days, it wasn't a happy ending by any means, but at least everyone was my friend. We had a barbecue. We set up festival booths. We got testy with each other sometimes, but we always made up in the end. Our bonds became unbreakable. How do I repair our friendship? How? As I was agonizing over this matter, it's that boy Yugamu. Is that Yugamu? Maybe he wanted to discuss our strategy for tomorrow's hunt. Although I honestly wasn't in the mood to talk. It wasn't like I could simply drive away the only friend I had right now. But I feel like it's going to be someone else. I got up slowly and ambled to the door. When I opened it, I saw... Hiriko? Good. I was just about to kick the door down. What are you doing here? Or rather, are you sure you want to be seen here? I'm jinxed. Nothing good will come out of any association with me. Okay, Shoma. Well, aren't you wallowing in self-pity today? Finally lost your mind after falling out of favor with everyone else? Including you, right? You think so? Yeah, I do. You didn't want to team up with me like all the others. I went through hell and back after you left me in the lurch. Those invaders chased me after me and surrounded me. I had no way out. They almost killed me. That wouldn't have happened if you hadn't turned me down. It wasn't Hiriko's fault that I'd almost been killed. I knew it in my head, but my heart refused to stop those angry words from spilling out of my mouth. Hiriko said nothing in response to my irrational accusation at first. You're right. I could have handled that better yesterday. You are already crushed by everyone's unkind words and deeds. I should have been more considerate. So here's a token of reconciliation from me to you. She took out a box she'd been holding under her arm and handed it to me. Token of reconciliation? I was going to say, I never really thought she hated us, to be honest. Open it. I think you'll like what you see. I took the box and gingerly lifted the cover. Inside was... What? It was the dead body of a gigantic bee. Is this some sort of sick joke? No, wait, this bee. Isn't this one of the sponsors' bees? You killed it? I did. I took advantage of the chaos after Carrara was killed to secure one. As a research sample. What sort of research? You can't be this stupid. Research that will help us kill the sponsor and put an end to this travesty of a game. I was dumbfounded by how nonchalantly Hiriko talked about killing the sponsor. The sponsor's invincible. We can't kill them the way we are right now. We can, as long as we find a way to deal with the 2 weapons they wield. 2 weapons. The bee is the first. The other's the armor. The other's that suit they're wearing. That spacesuit thing? Yes, I believe that suit is the source of their invincible power. She was right. We attacked the fellow with all of our might, but didn't manage to even scratch the suit. The outfit clearly had some special powers attached to it. How confident are you of finding something? My research on the suit is already in progress, and I expect to discover its weakness in the very near future. Really? However, I'm too deeply involved in researching the suit to spare time for anything else. I've not done anything about that bee or the identity of the sponsor yet. And you're bringing me on board to deal with the lack of manpower. Something like that. So are you willing to join me in my quest to bring down the sponsor? If that were truly possible, I'd be more than happy to give her as much help as she needed. But there were some things that were bothering me. If you want my help, why did you turn me down yesterday when I asked to team up? Then you wouldn't have had to come over again today to do this. Where are your brains? Try to remember what my exact words were. I will not be teaming up with you for this game. Surely you understand the implication? That I would be teaming up with you outside of the game instead? Oh, sorry. I guess I couldn't see that big bush you were beating around. You've been nothing but dismissive of me so far. When I was alienated, you didn't try to take my side. Bro, she was the one who took your side the most, I'm not gonna lie. Just so we're clear, this doesn't mean we trust you or anything. Yes, I do think I could have handled that better, but can you blame me? I was still trying to figure out if I could trust the person you are right now. The person I am right now. It sounded like there was a deeper meaning to her statement, but I decided this wasn't the time or place to pursue it. So maybe he did kill Kaku. Maybe he did kill Kaku. Or at least she knows about the whole Gi thing, right? Like, what if it's going to be that again? Like, that might be relevant again. The Takumi Samino that I know is essentially a good person. He cherishes his friends, has a strong sense of justice, and possesses good leadership qualities. Yeah, I mean, she also might just mean the Takumi in this timeline rather than the one from hers. Someone worthy of my trust, however. You killed Eito on the night of day 2, a would-be traitor who had yet to do anything out of line. That created some doubts in me. I had to wonder if the Takumi I'm seeing right now is the Takumi I know. That is why I've been assessing you from a slight distance. To see whether you, the person you are right now, can be trusted. It was starting to make sense now, like why she wanted to come with me to second to last Defense Academy when I went there. She wanted to use the opportunity to ascertain my humanity. We can chat later, let's be on our way. I couldn't find a definitive answer to my question until that day, when the game sponsor appeared and fatally wounded Karara. You were the first to attack that unknown enemy in order to save her, with no care about what might happen to yourself. True. You were like a ray of light back then, and that's when I was convinced.
You are the Takumi I know. The same kind-hearted Takumi Samino, with the most disheveled and generic mug, who always puts his friends above himself.
You just gonna take that? With the most disheveled and generic mug? Hello? My tears threatened to spill over despite myself. To think there was someone who still had so much faith in me after being called the Grim Reaper by everyone else. There, I said it. Now are you willing to work with me to bring down the sponsor? I'm not taking no for an answer. Yeah, I wasn't as cold-hearted as to say no to someone who had just bared so much of their heart to me. However, you know I want nothing more than to do just that, but I'm already in a team with Yugamu. What should we do about him? He's welcome to join us. His knowledge in biology will be very helpful in analyzing the body of that bee. I was going to say, we need him the most, honestly. He may not want to go against the sponsor, though. When it comes to killing someone, he tends to err on the side of discretion and deliberation. That's where your leadership abilities come into play. Leader what? You have just been appointed the leader of the Anti-Sponsor Alliance. Hang on a minute. Shouldn't the one who suggested the partnership in the first place be responsible for taking the lead and... You know I'm not the leader type. Barking orders is just not my kind of thing. Unless it's to a dog. Excuse me? You expect me to believe that after... You expect me to believe you after all that tyranny you displayed on the previous 100 days? More like the previous 14 days, but you know. I'll leave the convincing to you, leader. The Anti-Sponsor Alliance will turn this situation around. Defeating the invincible sponsor of this game. It sounded impossible, but being told we could do this by Hiriko of all people, somehow it felt like we really could. Maybe the others would have a better opinion of me if I played a part in taking down the sponsor. Maybe we could become friends again. I fell asleep clinging to that small ray of hope that had lighted up in my heart. Bro. The way they keep asking me to save my progress, bro. A little concerning. A little concerning. It's been 2 days. 28. Well, I was hoping to maybe get to the end of 10 days, but at the rate this is going, there's no way. An alliance? Sure, sign me up. Yugamu agreed to join the Anti-Sponsor Alliance so readily I almost felt disappointed. That's it? You're not going to think about it a little more. We're going up against someone virtually invincible, you know? It's a risky gamble that may very well end in our own deaths. The same amount of risk we're facing if we continue playing this game, right? We may not end up in last place during the first round, but what about the second? What about the third, the fourth, and so on? We'd be completely worn out by then. Would we be able to drive away any commanders who chose to launch an attack during that time? Either way, our strength will slowly be sapped away. Exactly. None of the others have noticed yet, but we're standing at the crossroads of destiny right now. Either we break free of the situation, either by defeating the sponsor, or get slowly tortured to death as the game drags on. So you can imagine how grateful I am to Hiriko for taking the lead and revolting against the status quo. The thing is... His expression darkened. I have one major cause of concern with this alliance. What's that? Hiriko's current teammate, Darami. She's made no secret of how much she loves killing games. Hard to believe she'd be sympathetic to our quest to put an end to this game, you know what I mean. I'm sure Hiriko will find a clever way to hide it from her or something. She said as much last night. But what does Darami think about this plan? Killing the sponsor to end the game, she may get mad because she loves her killing game so much. I'm keeping it a secret from her. She's merely my in-game partner, that's all. I was never going to let her join the anti-sponsor alliance. She might have to die for real. Incomprehensible. Why even bother teaming up with her in the first place? I'm sure she has her reasons, that she won't reveal even if we pressed. Ah yes, femme fatale, thy name is Hiriko. Not that I approve of allies keeping secrets from each other. You speak for yourself. Point taken. We'll put Darami on the back burner for now. So what exactly are we expected to do? Good question. Examine debug. Our top priority is to earn as many points as possible. The plan immediately falls apart if anyone in this alliance gets executed in the first round. Stay in a rank that safeguards you from that outcome. Understood. Safety first. Basically, focus on the hunt in the morning and anti-sponsor alliance activities in the afternoon. Your role in the alliance is... investigate debug. I want the anatomy and abilities of this bee to be thoroughly analyzed. This will primarily be Yugamu's job since he's so good at dissection. Good? You mean fabulous. I'm dying to get my hands on those bee remains already. By the way, what's your role? Leader, I guess. Takumi, I want you to investigate the identity of the sponsor. Focus on whether they're an invader or not. How exactly am I going to do that? Look up books in the library or something? Horses for courses and all that jazz, right? Best person to ask about invaders would be an invader herself. That's a fair point. So Ava then. Yeah, Hiriko passed me the key to the cage in the courtyard and said she'll leave the interrogation to me. You think she'll be cooperative? She's a former commander we captured and imprisoned. I doubt she'll betray her companions so easily. I know. Let me tag along. I'm quite the killer torturer if I do say so myself. No, you stay far, far away from her. And wipe that drool off your face. It wasn't easy for me to build some semblance of a friendly relationship with Ava, and I wasn't about to let this lunatic flush that down the proverbial toilet. Acknowledged. I'll follow Hiriko's general directions as instructed. That means going out there to earn some invader points right now. You ready, Takumi? Yeah, ready when you are. We took out our weapons and went around attacking the invaders loitering in the ruins. I applied Yugamu's advice from yesterday about treating the killings as mundane work. Lifting up my sword quietly and bringing it down nonchalantly. It's just work, I kept repeating to myself in my head. Detach yourself. It's just work. Detach yourself. Slice, slice, slice. It's just work. Okay, maybe things will speed up a little bit now. No, that sponsor isn't one of us. When I asked Ava about the sponsor's identity, she flatly rejected the possibility of them being an invader. Absolutely impossible. I can stake my life on it. You must have solid proof to be so sure. The proof is in the strangeness of their abilities. If they were truly one of our ilk, they wouldn't be using blood-sucking bees to fight. What do you mean? Bees are taboo in your religion or something? Not the bee, the blood-sucking. The absorption of divine blood is strictly prohibited in our commandments. Divine blood, meaning the cryptoglobin running in our veins? Absorbing cryptoglobin was prohibited. It reminded me of something similar I'd heard in my previous 100 days. Hemoanima, or cryptoglobin was it? Absorbing cryptoglobin is a taboo of the highest order. Which proved that the sponsor of this game couldn't have been an invader, since they absorbed Karara's cryptoglobin. First of all, if the hosts were one of us, why would they organize a game to hunt down their own kind? Yeah, a good point. It didn't make any sense for an invader to urge the enemy to hunt down other invaders. However, this did complicate matters. If the sponsor was neither Special Defense Unit nor School Invader, did that mean they were an unknown third party? By the way, Takumi, if you don't mind me asking, where is my mask? Ava suddenly changed the subject. Remember that favor I asked for the other day? Did you bring it for me? Bring what? You know, my mask. You promised you'd return it to me. Right, she did ask me for her mask a while back. Please, return my mask to me. Your mask? The mask I was wearing on the battlefield. My people highly value our masks. We consider them as a part of us. The mask was really important to her, as much as I'd like to give it back to her right now. I'm sorry, Ava. I'm gonna have to go back on that promise. You'll have to bear your face for a little while longer. Why? Why are you being so mean to me? She grabbed hold of the cage bars as she protested, tears welling up in her eyes. Exposing our plain faces is as embarrassing as walking around outside without clothing. Do you enjoy humiliating me so much? This is prisoner abuse. Wait, calm down. I'm not trying to be mean, but it's just the timing's not right. What do you mean the timing's not right? The mask is a symbol of your identity as a commander, right? Wearing it will make everyone realize that you're also a target of the Invader Hunt. As a commander, Ava was most likely one of the targets of this game. Her death would likely result in a lot of points. If anyone realized that, she was bound to be murdered sooner or later.
Hey!
I can't give you back your mask in order to keep you safe, that's all. I can protect myself. I'm not known as a hero among my people for nothing. Didn't we clown you? But you can't use any of your powers when you're inside this prison. You'd be like a sitting duck. But that doesn't matter. They can't kill her in here. Look, you have to just accept it. I'm not about to sit around and watch you get killed. You're not getting your mask back, no matter what. Ava looked entirely unconvinced, and it seemed like she was about to protest again, but... This is awful. She sighed deeply in what sounded like resignation to me. Hey, cheer up. Once the game is over, you can have your mask back, okay? A maskless life isn't that bad once in a while, see? No risk of heat damage to your face. Yeah, bro, relax. Bro, okay. Yeah, she is pissed. I'm very sorry. She ignored my encouragements and apologies in favor of glaring at me through half-lidded eyes.
You're so useless. Can't even fetch a simple mask for me?
Huh? I thought I had been imagining things. Did she just whisper something really out of character for her? Ava, sorry, can you repeat that again? Did I hear you calling me useless? Do you have a problem with me speaking the truth now? I can go on, you know.
Takumi's a gibbering idiot! The enemy of all maidenkind! Downright pervert! I'll sue you for prisoner abuse one day.
Ava had done a complete about-face. What could have transformed that sweet, docile lady from just now into this sharp-tongued witch? I'm guessing these are your true colors, huh? Yes, I'm done playing nice. I know I won't be getting anything out of you. This is the pits of the pits. After all that hard work, I didn't even get to see a glimpse of my mask. Why don't you just give it back already? The shock of not being able to get her mask back made Ava burst into tears. She had been putting on an act all this time. I was astonished by that fact and annoyed by her hurtful accusations, but... Bro, what in the world? She's a very different character than what we saw in Comedy Route. What am I supposed to do now? I couldn't muster up the anger to chide her as she wept sadly. She was likely mentally strained from the stress of being held in the middle of an enemy stronghold. No wonder everyone hates me. I quietly left the courtyard so as not to agitate Ava any further. Bro, would it really be that deep to go bring her the mask? Like, there's no way. I do worry that it's somehow like a secret weapon or something. After that, I returned to my room and organized the information I'd gotten out of Ava in a notebook. And then, once night fell...
At ease, soldiers. It's time to hit the hay. You never know when the invaders might attack, so rest up while you still can. Well then, good night.
The bedtime announcement played. By rights, we should all be turning off the lights and jumping into bed right now, but... The Alliance meeting shall now begin. We'll take turns to share our findings of the day with each other. It had been decided that the anti-sponsor Alliance would be holding nightly meetings in my room to exchange information starting from tonight. You start first, Takumi. Learned anything new about the identity of the sponsor? Yes, according to what Ava told me. I shared the results of my investigation with everyone, about how the bee could not have been a weapon of an invader, that blood-sucking was taboo to the invaders, so the sponsor couldn't have been one since they sucked Kurara's blood. In conclusion, it's quite likely the sponsor is an unknown third party related to us or the school invaders. That's all from me. We're already having enough trouble with the invaders, and now there's a third party? This is highly displeasing. I have never... Is this the first time we've seen that sprite? Look at how shook she is. Holy shit.
Oh.
Be that as it may, I must commend you for a job well done. That was remarkable work for a person of your intelligence. What? Thanks, but can I get something other than a backhanded compliment once in a while? I'll work on it if I feel like it. So that's a no. Allow me to go next. After dismembering the dead bee and investigating its anatomy, I made several discoveries. First of all, the bee was modeled after a type of parasitic wasp. I was right, it was a wasp. A horrible species that parasitizes the bodies of butterfly larvae and feeds off their innards. Basically, that bee was simply a scaled-up version of a parasitic wasp. There's just one major difference between this bee and an actual parasitic wasp. Bees and hornets usually use their stingers to inject poison into an enemy's body. This giant bee, however, uses it to suck stuff out. Like a blood-collecting device of sorts, it works more like a mosquito stinger. We all saw the bee use it to suck the blood out of Carrara. Yes, she was drained in a few seconds, a testament to the strength of its suction. But it does bring up another question. The body of the bees has nowhere to store the blood it sucks. So where did Carrara's blood disappear to? Maybe it was warped to another place instantly? It's likely that's what's happening. Maybe it's designed to transfer all the nutrients it sucks up into the sponsor's stomach. In other words, the sponsor's using the bees to consume cryptoglobin. Just a hypothesis. If that turned out to be true, it would mean the sponsor absorbed Carrara's blood. Ugh. The thought of my friend's blood being used as food sparked an intense rage within me. Buddy. Pot, meat, kettle, with all due respect. And that's all I've got. Let's hear what Hiriko has to say now. Let me just ask you, what did you do to Eito? Go ahead and explain to me. Any progress on that suit the sponsor's wearing? Yes, I'd venture to say there's been some major progress, much more than I initially expected. I may be able to get my hands on a spare suit worn by the sponsor in the very near future. There's a spare suit? Yes, and I've almost pinpointed its location. All that's left is to refine the coordinates. Rico previously said the sponsor's invincibility came from that suit. If we could secure something similar, wouldn't that make us invincible as well? Where is this spare? We can look for it together. No, that won't work. I'll search for it myself. Why? 3 sets of eyes are faster than 1, right? Because I'm the only one who can find that place. Something terrible beyond all imagination may happen if someone other than me discovered it. So don't even try, understand? Her assertive tone made it clear that there would be no further discussion on the matter. So much for Takumi being the leader, bruh. Something that could cause the usually placid Hiriko to get so worked up had to be extraordinary. I am curious. What would happen if someone else discovered it? Does she think that they might get infected by a Gi or something? That's my best guess. There was something else I wanted to bring up, and I forgot what it was. Ah, man. What exactly was I gonna say? Oh, yeah, so pretty good chance the sponsor is the one that's draining, the apparition, right? Okay, I'll respect your wishes even if I don't understand them. It's for the best. Moving on, what's the plan for tomorrow and beyond? I need you two to continue your research. We're having a dire lack of good information right now. Don't forget to keep earning points in the game as well. Stay in 6th place or higher. Also, avoid situations that may end up with you dying to mere minions. As usual, we're going with safety first. If you accidentally die, I'll bring you back to life and kill you myself, Takumi. Why only me? Because if anyone will screw up, it's you. I'll be fine. Yugamu's with me, and I'm not that bad of a fighter myself. You should be watching out for yourself. You were the first to die last time. Please, are you talking to me? I'm much stronger than the Hiriko you knew. Darumi and I can take out a commander or two by ourselves. Darumi, huh? Yugamu's expression darkened at that. Hiriko, I just don't get it. Why would you team up with Darumi of all people? I'll be brutally honest. The fact that you're a team doesn't sit right with me. She loves her killing games. I can't imagine she won't at least try to sabotage our work if she ever finds out about it. Rest assured that she'll never find out. She's just my in-game partner. Nothing more, nothing less. I'm talking about the what-ifs right now. You can't guarantee that it won't happen. You really ought to dissolve your partnership with her. No, I'm not letting her out of my sight. She has an important role to play as well. Which is... I can't tell you. Why not? Shouldn't allies share as much information with each other as possible? Yugama continued to question Hiriko about her reason for teaming up with Darmi, but she kept her quiet throughout. She ain't gonna tell you shit. The Alliance meeting ended on a slightly sour note because of that. Damn, days are going slow, man. It had been 4 days since the game started, and I'd gotten used to fighting outside the academy. I would wander around town quietly in search of invaders and strike them down using as little energy as possible. Detach yourself. It's just work. Detach yourself. Take their lives. Detach yourself. It's just work. Nice. Seems like I'm in pretty good form today. I doubted I would end up in last place in the first round if I kept this up. But ensuring my survival alone wasn't enough to put me at ease. The ultimate goal of the Anti-Sponsor Alliance was to put an end to this game by killing the sponsor. What was the sponsor hoping to achieve by making us do this? I couldn't get that one thought out of my mind as I cut down one invader after another. In a way, the sponsor and Syria were similar. Both were trying to make us fight against invaders. Except, Syria never ordered us to fight outside the academy. He always insisted we fought on the academy grounds. On the other hand, the rules laid down by the sponsor basically forbade us from doing so. They were designed to make us fight outside. Why was the sponsor so determined to make us fight out here? Did they not want us using the Revive-O-Matic? Dying outside meant our dead bodies couldn't be revived. Was that the sponsor's objective, to ensure that anyone who died would stay dead? Hey Takumi, when did your hands go on vacation? I was jolted back to reality by Yugama's teasing. Sorry, just thinking about something. It's dangerous to think and kill at the same time. There's a fine line between familiarity and carelessness. Keep your mind on the hunt for now. Don't forget that Hiriko warned you last night about getting killed. You're right, sorry about that. I refocused my mind on the task at hand. With my sword in hand and my mind clear, I resumed the work of hunting down invaders. Yugama and I then spent the better part of that morning killing together. You could say they were killing time. Ha ha! We returned to the academy a little past noon and immediately made our way to the leisure lounge. There we checked our latest ranks. Yeah, did they even change? Mocha went up. Tsubasa's that high. Yugama's lower than I expected. Shoma's getting the axe right now.
I'm in 4th place, and Yugamu's in 6th.
What the hell's Moko doing that high? Our positions had slipped from the very first day, but we were still within the top bracket. Since it was already the 4th day, it was unlikely we would tumble all the way to the bottom this round unless something catastrophic happened.
Shoma's currently in last place.
I told myself not to look at the other positions, but my eyes naturally drifted to the last spot. Speaking of leaderboard positions...
Tsubasa's is surprisingly high.
Yeah, no kidding. She was clearly holding her teammates back yesterday. I guess she locked the fuck in. You don't have to mind me. Go on and get more points for yourselves. Tsubasa, you promised not to say that anymore. Looking out for one another is what teammates do. No wrestler worth their salt abandons their tag partners to go ahead in the match. Get ahead. She's likely benefiting from the point-sharing system. What point-sharing system? What? You haven't noticed? There's a way to earn points in this game without killing any invaders yourself. What? That's a scam! Yama took out a notepad and started drawing some sort of diagram on it. Let's say, for example, a 10-point enemy appears in front of you. You kill that enemy by yourself. You gain 10 whole points. But if I help you in the fight, I gain a percentage of those 10 points. Could be a 50-50 or 80-20 split, depending on the situation. It all hinges on how much each person contributed to the fight. Simply joining the fight earns you at least 10% of the points. Tsubasa's Hemo-Anima is very versatile, and so I'm sure she's earning points by supporting the others. So every member of the team gets some credit as long as they work together, like in sports? A strange but fitting comparison. Weaker players earn points by focusing their efforts on supporting others. Stronger players gain support by offering to share points with those who do. This game may not be about pure combat prowess, but how well we work together. We're being tested on our teamwork, in a killing game. A killing game usually pits participants against each other, but the rules for this one clearly lent itself to fostering teamwork. Had this been implemented to adjust the difficulty of the game to our level, or did the sponsor have some ulterior motive? If it's an alternate Hiriko, I wonder if it's some crazy way of, like, forcing them to all get stronger as a team. Like, alternate Hiriko makes the most sense to me right now. I return to my room, unable to quash the indescribable wave of nausea threatening to bowl me over. What should I do this afternoon? I was in my room trying to figure out what to do in the time I had before the nightly meeting. My role in the anti-sponsor alliance was to find out the identity of the sponsor, but it's not as easy as it sounds. I felt like I needed clearer direction. Like, where was I supposed to even start? If only I had a hint of sorts to help me get the ball rolling. I suppose I'll just have to ask around? Asking around for information will be the best way to find clues that might shed more light on the matter. Asking around. Yes, that's what I'll be doing today. The others would surely be shocked to see that the most unpopular guy in school right now approaching them out of the blue. But I can't just hole up in my room all day without at least trying something. I steeled myself before dashing out of the room. Alright, let's see what we can do. Takumi. Tsubasa lowered her eyes awkwardly when I called out to her. I'm sorry for abandoning you the other day. Did everything turn out alright after that? I'm above you on the leaderboard, bro. That answers itself. Yeah, I managed to walk away with my life somehow. Yugamu and I are a team now. I'm just glad you're safe. I don't want to see any more of my friends dying. Though, that means Shoma's in trouble for the first round, huh? Why? He's not taking part in the game at all. Oh, he's cooked! Takamaru's been pulling out all the stops to invite him, but he refuses to even leave his room. I see. Shoma's probably going to be the first to die if things continue like this. But we could save him if we took down the sponsor before that happened. Tsubasa, do you happen to know anything about the sponsor? I'm trying to find out their true identity. That's a question I'd like to answer myself. Why did they show up and make us take part in this killing game? None of it makes any sense. Yeah, she ain't got anything. Alright, Moko, what you got for me? Hopefully something. Info about the sponsor's identity? Oh my, are you investigating that too? Too? As in, you're also looking into this? You bet. I even tried to film a day in the life documentary of the sponsor some time ago. Day in the life. First, I made a camera with the Gift-O-Matic, then I tailed the sponsor around for 24 hours. That way, if they ever revealed their face during that time, we'd catch it on film, right? And did you? Oh, I wish. They cling to that spacesuit like it was the championship belt itself. How's it possible to carry out any sort of daily routine with that suit on? What about food? Oh, this sponsor doesn't eat. Doesn't eat? Yeah, I never saw them eat or sleep even once. Just kept buzzing out orders to their B underlings day in, day out. The sponsor can stay active for 24 hours without any food or sleep? It sounded unbelievable to me, but Moko wasn't the type to tell tall tales. We're dealing with a real main event headliner here. Better be ready for a Royal Rumble if you're trying to unveil their real identity. I guess so, damn. Hey, Takamaru, can I have a minute? I'm gathering information about the sponsor right now, and... Sorry, man, I ain't got nothing to say to you. You're just bad luck these days. Everything you touch turns to ashes. Bad luck, huh? You're just part of me in the school jinx, I guess. Damn, Takamaru. Cold as hell. Why would Darumi help us? Why are we even asking Darumi? This is bliss! Whoa, who just shouted? It is I, Darumi, and I'm shouting because this is the happiest I've ever been. Killing game, check. Mistress Hiriko's lapdog, check. Killing and killing and killing every day and night, check, check, and check. I'm Mistress Hiriko's loyal lapdog in a killing game. What else does a person need to be happy in life? Just thinking about how I'm going to wring the innards out of those invaders tomorrow releases so many endorphins into my brain. I may just pass out from sheer pleasure. Darumi was enjoying the current situation with every fiber of her being. I still couldn't understand why Hiriko would team up with someone like that. Bro, who knows? Yeah, I'm sure Ava's going to give us a lot of information right now. Ava was in her cell, looking as dejected as I'd left her. She was clearly still aghast at not being able to get her mask back. Yeah. Shocker. Do not speak to me as if we were friends. I will never, ever forgive you for sending Lady Carrara to her dismal death. Begone, accursed Grim Reaper, and give Lady Carrara back to me. Calm down, Kyoshika. I'm sorry, Takumi, but Kyoshika's still very angry about what happened, so... I knew I wasn't popular, but actually having such vitriol spewed directly in my face was a sobering experience. I bet. We got nothing. Okay, I've collected quite a bit of information. No, Moko's information was good, actually. I'd learned a lot and was glad I'd mustered up the courage to talk to everyone. After putting the information down in a notebook, I prepared for the nightly meeting.
At ease, soldiers. It's time to hit the hay. You never know when the invaders might attack, so rest up while you still can. Well then, good night.
For the Anti-Sponsor Alliance, the bedtime announcement was now a call to action instead of a reminder to rest. A sign for us to gather and report on the day's findings. So now we know it's highly possible that the sponsor doesn't eat or sleep. And still manages to be so powerful. They should just quit sponsoring killing games and go make a killing in the business world instead. Who wouldn't be impressed by a corporate soldier who can who can work all day and night? Why did I say carry? What? This is neither the time nor place to be joking around. It's precisely the time and place to be funny. Morbid humor is the best way to deal with morbid situations. That's just how strong the enemy we're up against is, right, Hiriko? This sponsor person is an enigma. Stays active for 24 hours without any sort of nutritional replenishment. Are we dealing with a robot? We can't rule out that possibility considering what little we know of their identity. Be that as it may, I must commend you for a job well done. That was remarkable work for a person of your intelligence. Come on, bro. Really? Thanks, but can I get something other than a backhanded compliment once in a while? Was that a joke? It must be. Your entire existence is one. Well, aren't you something yourself? Allow me to share my additional findings on the bee's anatomy next. I got down to business today by dismembering the bee to its smallest parts. Some interesting truths were uncovered as a result. Despite a tough and grandiose appearance, it doesn't quite have the hardiness to match. The joints snap out of place if you even look at them wrong, and the stinger comes off without much effort as well. It's as fragile as life itself. But it can't be so weak. These bees killed Carrara like it was nothing. Their bodies were likely enhanced by some supernatural means when they were still alive. Supernatural, in other words, hemoenema. The ability to move around without needing to eat or rest. Hemoenema enhanced bees. The more we try to pry into the sponsor's business, the more of their uncanny strengths we seem to discover. But none of these prove that the sponsor themselves was impossible to defeat. If we could just find a way to get them out of that invincibility suit. Last but not least, let's hear what Hiriko has to tell us. Did you find that spare suit you talked about? Yes, I pinpointed the location yesterday. If all goes well, I should be able to get my hands on the suit by tomorrow. Really? I honestly wasn't expecting to find it so soon either. Once we actually have it, uncovering a weakness or two should be trivial work. Unfortunately for the sponsor, their invader hunt is about to draw to a premature close. An end to this abominable invader hunt seemed like a dream, but Hiriko seemed confident the odds were in our favor. Anything we can do to help you secure the spare suit? Quite a lot. In fact, I'd venture to say I couldn't possibly recover the suit without your help. The suit is located somewhere to the south of this campus. Actually, getting the suit is going to be the easy part. The thing is, if the bees flying around find out what we're doing, all our efforts will go down the drain. Because then the sponsor would realize what we're up to. That's why we're going to need a little bit of creative prep work to hoodwink these roaming bees. With that preface, Hiriko shared with us a brief outline of her plan. Our operation commences at 7 a.m. tomorrow. The three of us here, plus Darumi, will head south in the direction of town. Once we're somewhere in the vicinity of the area, we'll start hunting down invaders. As we do, we'll destroy the ruins around there in the flashiest way possible, kicking up as much dust and ash as we can. I'll use the sudden drop in visibility as camouflage to secretly move to the place with the spare suit without being discovered by the bees. We'll meet up once I find the suit, and rush back to school to examine it until we can discover its weaknesses. After we ascertain a way to destroy the invincibility suit, it's showdown time with the sponsor. Yuriko's plan was simple but bold. She would absolutely end everything tomorrow if circumstances allowed, both the Invader Hunt and the sponsor themselves. Will you help me, Takumi and Yugamu? An earnest plea for help from Hiriko without her usual barb is a straight yes from me. I nodded vigorously. Of course I'll help. Let's get that suit and bring down the sponsor together. I am against this plan. I won't be joining it. What's gotten into Yugamu? Is there something wrong with the plan? Nothing wrong with the plan, per se. What's wrong is one of the participants. Hiriko, why are you letting Darumi join the operation tomorrow? Yeah, that's a very good question. And something I was kind of curious of myself. You've been insisting all this time she's nothing but your in-game partner, not a member of the anti-sponsor alliance. She's very strong. She'll be useful in combat. That's nice, but what guarantee is there she won't turn around and slit our throats after learning of the plan? She lives and breathes killing games. I can already picture her lunging at us in unrestrained anger when she finds out we're trying to put a stop to her beloved game. You're overthinking this. She'll be too engrossed in the game to even notice what we're doing. That's my point, see? It's counterproductive to let someone so engrossed with killing games into our confidence. I disagree. I'm bringing her along tomorrow by hook or by crook. I have my reasons. Oh, such as... The discussion was leading nowhere. Neither Hiriko nor Yugamu seemed willing to compromise. Tomorrow's operation would be aborted if we didn't find a way to break the stalemate. I had to do something. I'm afraid I have to take Yugamu's side this time, Hiriko. We're putting our lives on the line tomorrow. Yet at the same time, you're trying to involve someone outside of the Alliance. You can't blame us for feeling hesitant. Even you think so. She averted her eyes and bit her lips. And bit on her lips? I mean, same thing, I guess. Fine, I won't ask for your help anymore. I'll get the suit myself. Hold on, I'm not finding fault with you or anything. I reached out quickly and grabbed Hiriko's hand before she could leave the room. We understand you have secrets you can't fully share with us, and we know you have your reasons. But can't you at least tell us something? It has to be something out of the ordinary, right? You're not the type to insist on doing things your way for mere selfish reasons. And how are you so sure I'm not? Because you trusted me, so I trust you too. It was Hiriko who trusted me and brought me out when everyone else was shunning me and calling me a jinx. If she needed help, I wanted to do everything in my power to help her. I quietly pleaded with Hiriko while intensely staring at her in the eyes, praying hard that she would trust and lean on me. And then... It was a sigh of resignation. The trouble with your generic face is how it completely disarms me when you're spouting the occasional hero-like rhetoric. Very well, you will have a full explanation on why I must bring Darumi along. Really? Yes, but not here. Outside. Why outside? What? I'll be waiting for you on the roof. Come alone. With that, she exited the room, but her wanting to meet with me alone would mean... Oh, for the love of murder. I'm the outcast now, eh? I don't mind. Go ahead, Takumi. I'll be right here, keeping your bed warm for you until you return. No, don't keep the bed warm. Yeah, thanks. I'll be right back after I hear what she has to say. Also, don't touch my bed. No promises. Please, promise. I left Yugamu behind in my room and went out to the roof. Huh, Hiriko? I didn't see Hiriko on the roof, even though she said she'd be waiting for me there. Unless she went back to her room. Over here, Takumi. I just didn't look. I turned toward the direction of the voice and saw Hiriko seated on the ledge. She was staring intently at something. I followed her gaze and... There was the artificial satellite floating in the night sky. That don't even look like a satellite. That shit just looks like the moon for real.
Do you long to see the people living there again?
Your question was sudden and unexpected.
Of course I do. That's what I'm fighting so hard for.
Yes, you would be right. We're all fighting here because there are people we want to see again. We'll be able to go back to them after this war ends. That's what motivates us to keep going. In other words, that's why we're so determined not to die here. Darumi has none of that. She's got nowhere to return to.
Nowhere? Surely she has family who can take her in.
Yeah, abusive family.
Not all families are worth going back to. Not that I expect you to understand.
She was right. I didn't understand. How could I? It was my cherished dream to be surrounded by my parents and Karu at the dinner table again someday.
Takumi, do you know why Darumi is so enamored with killing games?
No.
It's very simple. She grew up in an environment that was like a killing game in itself. If she'd let her guard down, even for a brief moment, she'd be abused by her parents or teachers.
Damn, are we getting the Darumi arc for real?
Punishment awaited her at every turn for no reason other than the adults in her life having a bad day. None of the grown-ups who were supposed to be looking out for her reached out to help in her time of need. You see? Just like a killing game, right?
I had an inkling Darumi might not have come from the best of family environments, but I had no idea it was that bad. How? I know not every timeline is canon at once, but in Route Zero, wasn't she, like, I feel like she made it abundantly clear that her dad was abusive. And her brother, yeah. I'm not surprised. Leeching off someone else without ever giving anything back and abusing them on top of that sounds like my scumbag brother. Right, just like how he ignored all the eviction notices and restraining orders and doubled down on the violence. Dad goes to see the horse races on Sunday afternoons and beats me when he loses his bets. She wasn't kidding about that.
And when you go through life living like that, you can't help but wonder, why only me?
Yeah, that's understandable.
Why am I the only one suffering like this? Why can't everyone suffer together with me? Young and old, male and female. We should all suffer together. Use up our lives, our very existences, to entertain ourselves through misery. That's why she loves her killing game so much. It's the closest thing to her ideal world she can find.
So she was being dead serious when she talked about wanting to start a killing game.
Yeah.
Dead and buried 6 feet underground. She would have given her life for it.
What sort of mentality could drive a person to be this desperate for a killing game to begin?
Her wish to see the whole world turn into a killing game was never going to come true under normal circumstances. But as fate decreed, that wish somehow actually did come true.
When the sponsor showed up, the sponsor of the killing game suddenly appeared in midair one day. Darumi must have felt like her childhood dream was finally coming true.
She's on Cloud 9 right now, living out a dream that once seemed impossible to achieve. And she intends to die in it, after playing to her heart's content.
Die? Even though her dream finally came true?
Exactly. Now that her dream has come true, she has nothing to live for anymore.
She didn't look like someone who wanted to die, though. The few times I've seen her outside the academy.
Are you being for real? In fact, you guys were slaughtering the school invaders together quite enthusiastically. Oh, you mean like in this route? Yeah, I mean, she literally just said she's gonna play till she's like had her fill. Someone who fought with such wanton abandon in a situation where there was no coming back from death couldn't exactly be mentally sound now, could they? She was right. Someone with normal sensitivities would be a lot more cautious about this.
Without me keeping a close eye on her, she'll be running headlong into the largest group of invaders she can find. If I don't keep forcing her to return together, she'll keep on fighting, even past her limits. Even after returning, she always wants to go right back out to continue the hunt. It's not easy for me to keep pulling her back. She's basically committing slow suicide. I can't take my eyes off her for a minute.
Is that why you're so insistent on bringing her along for tomorrow's operation?
I just don't want to leave her alone to her own devices. A short while's fine, but I get the feeling we may be taking a while tomorrow.
She doesn't want to come back and Darami's dead.
I have to take her along. If I don't want to come back to a dead Darami, this whole plan would be pointless if even one person dies.
Yeah, I mean, she's trying to save everyone she can. That's who she is. I was completely dumbfounded. Hiroko was serious about saving everybody's lives. I mean, it was the same in Route Zero. Like, that's who she is. That's who she is. But then again, Hiroko had always been like that, even last time. My primary goal here is to win the war. There is nothing I won't do for the sake of victory. But it's not enough for us to defeat the invaders. All of us have to survive as well. That's what victory means to me. She would ensure no one got left behind by snatching them from the jaws of death, even if it meant taking their place. Her tenacity in this aspect had saved me, and was now saving Darami. My body trembled involuntarily when I realized the depth of Hiroko's determination. I had to admit it, she was the real hero here. I feel bad for Darami, but this game needs to end. The sooner the better. She's never going to come to her senses unless she first wakes up from this sham of a dream. I'm begging you here, Takumi. Help me tomorrow. Yeah, of course. How could I possibly turn down a request from this awesome hero standing before me? I'll convince Ugamu to help as well. I can't believe he'll turn us down after I explain the situation to him. The four of us will rampage through town together tomorrow and put an end to the Invader Hunt. We both stretched out a hand spontaneously and exchanged a firm and solemn handshake. The only thing going through my mind at the time was what I could do to protect Hiroko's kind-hearted resolve. We would work together to defeat the sponsor, and then... let's all get to the best day 100 together. The best! Gaku and Karara are dead! In the comedy route, everyone besides Eito can survive. I'm just saying, but I was too naive. Kind-heartedness had no place on the battlefield, because it was Hiroko's kind-heartedness that led her to end up like that. Like what? Hello? Hello? Hell no. Stop. No! What?
Hiroko!
What a jump cut! What an evil jump cut! No! Bro. No. She's got the suit, but she died for it. No! It's one of my goats. She just got pulverized. And I mean, like, Darami now? Like, what's gonna happen with her? Like, look, I'm not the biggest Darami fan, but like, this has got to be the Darami, like, arc chapter, right? Surely? She was lying on the ground with blood pouring out of her back. This is a mortal wound. There's no way she can recover from this. The attacker, if I remember correctly, is the...
Squad 3 Commander!
What is the commander doing here? Why is Hiroko lying in a pool of her own blood? Was she defeated by that commander? Nothing was making sense. My mind was in a state of confusion.
How did this happen?
Our plan had been proceeding smoothly. We set off early, reached the part of town south of the school, and started doing battle. Using the flashiest skills we had in our arsenal, we hunted down every invader in the area. This was to draw the flying bees' attention to us. Sometime after the battle began, Hiroko slipped away. Hiroko secretly left the area like she had planned in order to secure the spare suit. The bees were struggling to count the points Ugamu and I were racking up and didn't seem to have noticed her sudden absence. It felt like the plan was actually going to work. All we had to do was wait for Hiroko to return with the suit that would lead us to victory. But then something unexpected happened. I took my eyes off Darami, who had been fighting with us for only a short while, and she vanished in that moment. She probably got overly excited and decided to expand her hunting territory. I panicked. Hiroko would be heartbroken if anything happened to Darami. I ran around the vicinity in a desperate attempt to locate her, all the while imploring her in my heart to not do anything reckless that might end up making Hiroko sad. I was praying hard for her safety. I feel like Hiroko just killed herself for Darami. And just as I finally caught sight of Darami on the other side of some rubble, the unthinkable happened. I couldn't make head nor tail of the scene, no matter how long or hard I stared at it.
Why? Why? Why is this happening?
Oh my god.
Get a hold of yourself, Takumi.
Thank you, Yugamu. Get him to lock in. I snapped back to my senses at Yugamu's yelling. Yugamu, Hiriko's down, most likely by a commander. Yugamu's face twisted into a hateful scowl when he turned to look at the commander. That's why I didn't want Darumi to come along. She's too high profile in a lot of ways. You can't blame the enemy for zeroing in on such an attention-grabbing target on the battlefield. I'd wager the commander attacked Darumi first in this case. And when Hiriko tried to help her, the commander attacked Darumi as she was rampaging around. And when Hiriko tried to help, she got struck down instead? What do we do now? How can we save them both? Run away, that's what. The operation's failed. We can't just abandon them. There's nothing we can do to turn the tide of this battle, especially not against a commander. We need to survive so that we can carry on Hiriko's will. We don't want to secure the suit? It's clearly in that briefcase, man. Yugamu's decision was sound. The best outcome we could hope for right now is to avoid all of us dying. But did I really want that? What was the point of surviving if I had to abandon a friend to do it? Abandon Hiriko and Darumi to escape and wait for another chance, or jump in to save them without caring about the consequences. Definitely a choice. We're gonna go ahead and save. I mean, I can easily come back to this. I don't know why I'm bothering to save, but I'm saving. Yeah. Honestly, look. I don't know that there's any saving Hiriko and Darumi. To be honest. Save Darumi. Really, what I want to save is the suit. So I think I'm going to pick yes and hope that we save the suit in the process. But I don't know. Like, it might be a bad plan. We're going to try it. Like I said, I want to save that suit. I don't want to let Hiriko's death to have been in vain. I mean, if Yugamu had suggested we come back tomorrow and grab the suit, it would have been one thing, but I'm going to save those two. You better get out of here before the commander notices you. Don't be crazy, Takumi. You won't accomplish anything by dying here. I know, you're absolutely right, but...
You are the Takumi I know. The same kind-hearted Takumi Sumino, with the most disheveled and generic mind.
Alright, bro.
Who always puts his friends above himself.
That still wasn't necessary, by the way. Hiriko's pet her trust in me. Put her trust in me. I won't abandon her now. I cleared my mind with a battle cry and charged into the fray. Once I reached Hiriko and Darumi, we launched into a painfully one-sided battle against the enemy commander. Yeah, it's not gonna work. They're gonna get slammed. They got slammed, didn't they? It's a bad end. No, I have a chance to fight them. Oh, hey Takumi, you came to save us, huh? Thanks, brah. I hate to disappoint you after you came all this way, but we're totally headed for a game over here. Mistress Hiriko's already out of action, and I'm basically about to keel over too. Looks like we bought ourselves a one-way ticket to hell. Why don't we just accept it and all die together? If you've got energy to talk, you can still fight. Take out the weaker enemies first. You got it, boss. She actually gonna be low on health? She is. 75 fucking health. That's gonna be a pain in the ass to take out. Especially because they were intelligent enough to not line the commander up with any real enemies. What are the fail conditions? Oh, no, definitely not that. If we get wiped.
I wonder how many more can I get? Looks a little dangerous. Using it! It's as bad as I thought, huh?
This guy is in line, so we maybe don't want to bother taking them out. We can avoid it. Like, just... Well... I mean, there's no reason to avoid it, per se. But maybe it makes more sense to just go to this side and hit, like, this. Right? To hit as many things as we can. Takumi can clean this up pretty well. The rest of it. Well, let's just have him clean it up, then, if I'm so sure of that. You know? It's probably for the best that I show my work, per se. We're not getting any chip damage in here, which is kind of bad, actually. Like, I feel like we basically need to be hitting this thing every attack. 2 waves? I don't know, I do feel like this is a much better opener. So, we lose a little bit of damage, but I think it's fine. The problem is we lose a lot of damage, actually.
Here we go. This should do it. My turn.
This guy acts twice in a turn, right? 3 attack twice, so...
Good to go.
Right now, Darumi gets 1 tapped. That can't happen, unfortunately. Fuck. Impact Stab, I guess, is the move.
That's it. Oh, my turn. Time to use it. Good to go.
Do they counter? They do.
Here we go. Time to use it. Good to go. This should do it. I've got this. Time to use it. Here we go. This should do it.
Alright, set a bunch of mines up. Let's go ahead and defense potion just out of safety.
Say when. Damn it.
Did that debuff my attack? It did. Shit, that's bad.
Let's do this.
But the mine strategy is actually kind of huge.
Say when. Time to use it. Good to go. This should do it. Ready when you are.
I hope the next wave isn't too... Oh, I don't want to spring trap. If the next wave is pretty bad, then this might be not a wise move.
This should do it. My turn.
Oh, no! Oh, I shouldn't have used the mines. Oh, I needed them. I might have to restart. Anyone else get the feeling this commander's just playing with us? He's not even attacking. He's just standing there, all menacing-like. I guess he knows he doesn't need to get involved directly. We're already outnumbered and outclassed. It's only a matter of time until they overwhelm us. Damn it! You really are too dumb to live sometimes. Did you really think you could take on a commander with just the 2 of you? Bro, I was about to slime him. I don't want to hear it. Yugamu, what are you doing here? I told you to run! I'm just making the most logical choice I can. We can't afford to lose you, Takumi. We'll have no chance of winning the war if we do. That means our only choice is to do something about this guy so we can all get away. It wasn't much of a plan, but at least we had hope now. With 3 of us, we might just be able to pull it off. Let's do this, guys. Give it everything you've got and take him down. Bro, I could have smoked him. I was going to smoke him. Hiriko just laying there dead? It's fucked up.
Good to go.
So we lost all of the...
Ready when you are. Let's do this. Time to use it.
We lost all of the bombs.
Let's do this.
We have 4 actions. 27, 16, 16, 16. So 48, 27. It's like 75. That's not enough to get another alt. And there's not really another group of enemies I can hit at the same time. So that's 520.
Let's go.
Yeah, that's not nearly enough. Literally, it would be enough with the bombs. I'm restarting. I'm restarting. I'm restarting this fight. Because I can clown this guy. I can clown this guy. And so I'm going to clown this guy.
Ready when you are. This should do it. Let's do this. Say when. Ready when you are.
Okay, so we gotta bring him to 50 is the benchmark. Am I allowed to do this? I mean, not that it's that much damage, but some damage is better than none. I assume they wouldn't let me do it if I couldn't.
Say when.
So they're taking 6?
Let's go.
Six times 5, 30. Yeah, we actually just kill them. Or like bring them to the benchmark.
Here we go.
I forgot about that.
Say when. Time to use it. I've got this. Damn it. Good to go. This should do it. Let's go.
Couldn't I just have walked out of the range of that? Now that I think about it. That was kind of stupid.
Let's do this.
Alright. Literally, in this case, back to the killing game. Alright. This is very winnable now. Very winnable. Like, legitimately. It's actually not cope at all. It'd be like, this brother is cooked. Oh, the bleed hits him. That's fascinating that carried over.
Let's get to the killing.
Need to get them out of the way, do some chip damage.
I'll kill them all. Kill the rest
My
for
turn.
me.
Time to use it. Let's go. This should do it.
They both, yeah, so this one works too.
Time to use it. My turn. Say when.
This is so funny. I'm not gonna lie, this is hilarious.
Let's do this. Time to use it. Here we go. This should do it. Let's go. Time to use it. I've got this. Let's do this. This should do it. I've got this. Time to use it. Good to go.
Alright, now we get out of the range of the bombs and we do this. Oh, wait, we have to be in counter range, so that might not work, actually. We're gonna have to get back in the range of that one bomb, but that's fine. It's just one.
Here we go.
And now watch the fireworks.
Damn it.
Very slow fireworks, to be clear. Oh my god. Bro. Are you serious? All that and I couldn't even stunt on them? He's not too strong. He was about to blow the fuck up. He was about to take 36 damage just from bombs. It's no use. He's too strong. He really is just playing with us. An extra fight or two's not gonna make any difference. For the love of murder. If he's gonna kill us anyway, he can at least go all out too. Half-assing it makes the whole thing feel cheap. This is why I hate fighting invaders. Don't give up. There has to be something we can do. Nah, dude, we're done. Let's charge in one last time and get blown to smithereens. I always wanted to go out like a bunch of dirty fireworks. We're all out of options. Are we really gonna die here? Just when it seemed all hope was lost.
Take my cryptoglobin.
I heard Hiriko's voice, faint and weak, but still determined on my comm channel. Bro. Hiriko? I thought you'd passed out. Never mind that. Just absorb my cryptoglobin. It's the only way. Absorb your cryptoglobin? What are you talking about? Am I not being clear enough? I want you to kill me. If I'm gonna die anyway, you may as well take my power and save yourselves. But you're my friend. I could never kill you. I may die, but you'll still have hope. You'll still have the spare suit. Use it to figure out the sponsor's secret and defeat them. Kill me so you can survive. You can't be serious. There's no way I can do this. I'm not asking, I'm telling. Do it now. Take my power and survive. Darumi. Darumi. For a moment, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Darumi had thrust a knife right into Hiriko's back.
Mistress Hiriko! Mistress Hiriko! Your power flowing into me! I can feel you inside me!
Is she gonna get like a real power-up, like gameplay-wise, or... I tried to stop her, but it was too late. As Darumi absorbed more and more of her blood, Hiriko's body began to shrivel and dry up. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. I've never felt this kind of energy before. I'm in the zone now. I feel like I could fly, like I could do anything. Yahoo! Darumi threw her head back and let out a crazed cry of elation, totally at odds with what had just happened. Don't you realize what you've done, Darumi? You just killed Hiriko. Save the recriminations for later, Takumi. Now that it's reached this point, we have to see it through. But Hiriko is... Darumi's overflowing with power right now. She might actually be able to beat that commander. Bro, I was about to beat their ass! They're taking this moment from me. From me! Yugamo was right. Darumi was stronger than ever. She rushed around the battlefield like a berserker, swinging her weapons in every direction, even charging at the commander without the slightest trace of fear. No one can stop me now. By the time we were able to take stock of our surroundings, we realized the commander was no longer there. Did he just leave? Yeah, seems that way. Had we really won? Somehow it didn't feel real. Relax, he's gone. I don't sense any trace of his presence anymore. Also, the thing Hiriko gave her life to get us is still here, and it's still intact. Yugamo held up the suitcase Hiriko had brought from the school. It most likely had the spare of the sponsor's suit inside it. We've done what we set out to do. Make no mistake, this is a win for us. It's just... we had to pay a pretty big price for it. Yeah, no kidding. This isn't even the first time this has happened to her, Jesus. Yugamo's gaze wandered to Hiriko's body. It was bad enough that she sustained fatal damage trying to bail Darumi out, but then her cryptoglobin was absorbed by the very person whose life she'd saved. As for Darumi herself, she was just staring blankly up at the sky. I can only imagine how she felt, having just killed someone who'd been like a sister to her. Like a sister? But before I could say anything... Passed out. Darumi? Her eyes rolled back in her head and she fell to the ground. Oh, looks like she finally ran out of steam. You'll have to carry her for now, Takumi. I'll dig a grave for Hiriko. Here's as good a resting place for her as any. I kind of changed his voice a little bit. You guys could probably tell. I don't know. Maybe it's harder to tell than I think. It sounds obvious to my ear. But the other voice is a little grating, and I didn't think it always made sense for him to be doing that evil laugh. He will still do that. I'll still do that other voice sometimes, though. Yugamo began digging with an old piece of wood, and when the hole was big enough, gently lowered Hiriko's body into the ground.
Hiriko, I'm sorry I couldn't save you.
Same CG, man. But I won't let your sacrifice be in vain. I'll use the suit you worked so hard to get us to figure out the sponsor's weakness, and then...
I'll defeat them and end this game. I promise.
Better hope Darumi didn't hear that. We returned to the school, determined to carry on what Hiriko had started. Unfortunately... I have no idea where to even start with tech this weird. Yugamo and I had gone back to my room to look at the suit, but looking at it was about all we could do. Neither of us knew anything about electronics or wearable technology or whatever it was that made this suit tick. Analyzing how it worked and how to get past its defenses was going to be hard, if not impossible. Well, it's a protective suit made out of some kind of specialized material. That's about all I can say. Oh, we need Tsubasa is what we need. Yeah, I can't figure anything else out either. How can something this flimsy block our attack so completely? We'd worked so hard to get it. This feels like such a waste.
Hey!
Darn it, if only we had someone with actual engineering knowledge on our side. As if in answer to my exasperated cry. No way. Someone's here? At this hour? You don't think it's the sponsor, do you? It's not totally out of the question. They might have realized we got our hands on a suit just like theirs. You think they'd be ringing the doorbell? The bell rang again. Pretending I wasn't here would only put off the inevitable. The sponsor was relentless. If I was going to die anyway, I might as well put up a fight here and now. I took a deep breath and opened the door. Hi, Tsubasa. Tsubasa? I definitely hadn't expected to see her sitting on the other side. Since this game began, everyone except Yugamo and Hiroko had been keeping their distance from me. Tsubasa's eyes were downcast. She looked like she might start to cry at any moment. Hey, what's wrong? Howdy, Tsubasa. You're looking pretty grief-ridden this evening. Is something bothering you? We'd be glad to listen if you want to talk about it. I have a feeling we're not the kind of people you really want to confide in, though. Yugama's laid-back attitude did nothing to put Tsubasa at ease. Eventually, she did speak up on her own.
I'm sorry, Takumi. I'm so sorry.
And all of a sudden, she burst into tears. Calm down, Tsubasa. What's this all about? What are you apologizing for? Is it because you didn't let me join your team? You don't have to worry about that. I'm doing fine. No, that's not it. I was there, Takumi. When Hiroko was fighting that commander. I was watching the whole time. Okay, that's a little crazy. Huh? Tsubasa was there too? I wanted to help. If I'd activated my Hemo Anima, I could have used my car to get Hiroko and Darumi out of there and bring them back to the school. But I was so scared I couldn't move. And while I was wondering what I should do, Hiroko got wounded, and then she... I'm sorry, Hiroko. I'm sorry, Takumi. I just stood there and let her die. I know apologizing won't fix this, but... I had no idea what to say. I knew all too well how much it hurt not being able to save someone. That's why I knew nothing I say would take away that pain, but before I could even try... You're right, Tsubasa. A simple apology isn't gonna cut it. Bro, not what you wanted to hear. Yugamo got there first, speaking in a harsh tone I hadn't heard him use before. You didn't save Hiroko when you had the chance. That also put our lives in danger. That's not the kind of crime you can just wipe clean. Letting someone die is basically the same as killing them. And you had the gall to give Takumi the cold shoulder. At least he still has a shred of human decency in him. That's more than I can say for you. Damn! Yugamo, I know you're mad, but that's going too far. Tsubasa already feels terrible. She doesn't need you making it worse. No, it's fine, Takumi. He's right. I'm always like this. But whenever there's any kind of conflict, I just go with the crowd. When Gaku died, I suspected you because that's what everyone else was doing. It was the same when we decided to form teams. Everyone said to stay away from you, so that's what I did too. I never stand up and make important decisions for myself, and now Hiroko is dead because of me. Darumi's probably heartbroken too. I could have stopped all that from happening. Wow, she really did see everything. She's probably still in shock. I'm a terrible person, aren't I? Treating my friends' lives with so little respect. It's so disgusting it makes me want to puke. Please don't puke in my room. Tsubasa didn't stop at dry heaving. She vomited all over the floor, tears still streaming down her face. You come into my room and puke? That's crazy. You're amazing, Takumi. You jumped right in to fight that commander and try and save Hiroko. I can't believe I've been so awful to you all this time. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Takumi, for everything. I'd be lying if I said I was ready to completely forgive Tsubasa and call it all water under the bridge. But I wasn't going to hold anything against her, not when she was already suffering this much. Just the thought that I was so capable of some kind of compassion was a comfort in itself. You can cry all you want. It's not going to erase what you did. The world wouldn't need the police if atonement was that easy. What's with you today, Yugamo? Tsubasa's made some mistakes, but you don't need to be so hard on her. Tsubasa, if you really want to make up for letting Hiroko die, there's just one way.
Indirectly or not, you caused a death.
Thank you.
Now you have a duty to save lives instead.
Yugamo's locked the hell in. Save lives? But how do I... Just a suggestion, but how about you join up with me and Takumi? We're working on something that could save everyone, and we just so happen to need somebody with your particular skill set. It's kind of like carrying on Hiroko's legacy too. This is what she gave her life for, after all. I think that fits. I'm sorry, he didn't say that. Of course, it'll mean putting yourself in a lot of danger, but what do you say? Will you help us? Tsubasa didn't say anything for a while. She just stood there, staring at her feet. Then she nodded, as if she'd come to an important decision. Okay, I don't know what you guys are up to, but if it can save everyone, I'm in. So, what do you want me to do? When Tsubasa said that, Yugamo turned to me and winked. Bro, now it makes sense. He made her feel worse so she'd feel like she had no choice but to join us to atone. I can't say that I like that he manipulated her feelings like that, but we do need all the help we can get. Here's how it is, Tsubasa. I told Tsubasa all about our secret plans, how we'd formed an alliance to take down the sponsor and end this game, and how, thanks to Hiroko, we now had a spare of the kind of the suit the sponsor wore. A spare suit? Whoa, awesome! It's the real thing! I see. Hiroko risked everything to get us this. Yeah, but this stuff isn't really our area. We've got no idea what we're supposed to do with it to learn anything useful. What do you think, Tsubasa? Do we need some kind of special machinery to analyze this thing or what? Maybe we should take it to the metal shop. We don't want anyone to find out we've got this, though. Somewhere we can investigate without being seen, huh? I might be able to help with that. You see, there's a secret lab. I'm pretty sure I'm the only one who knows about it. What? There's a what? When you guys see it, it'll knock your socks off. It's that crazy. You'll understand once we get there. Come on, I'll take you there now. Follow me. Bro. We gathered up the suit and left my room, letting Tsubasa lead the way to the secret lab she'd found. Entrances in the gym. Finally, we arrived at the raised stage area of the gym. This is your secret lab? I guess people don't come here all that often. Back up, guys. You're gonna fall. Go stand by the edge for a sec. Fall? Fall where? Tsubasa shooed us to the edge of the stage, then knelt down and began pulling on a broken floorboard. Rah! All at once, the board came loose, and then... A hole? Peeling back, that one board had somehow made a huge hole appear in the stage. I happened to find a map of this room when I was fixing the corpus recovery drone program using the war computer. War room computer. Sorry to keep it a secret all this time. I always wanted a place like this I could have all to myself. No, you made the right call. Now we have somewhere we can talk without worrying about being overheard. I'm gonna warn you, try not to be too shocked by what you see in there. Even if you are, try not to scream. It's like an echo chamber down there. Shocked? Scream? What in the world is in this lab? I don't know if I can explain it all that well. It'll be easier to just show you. What the hell am I about to see? There's a ladder leading down. Come on, before anyone sees us. Sure. What the hell am I about to see? We followed Tsubasa down the ladder and into the secret basement room. Sure enough, what greeted us at the bottom was something I'd never have imagined. I had to hold myself back from letting out a wordless cry of surprise. Inside the lab was a large machine that looked like some kind of spaceship. This is the escape pod. I'd seen it before, of course, at the end of my first 100 days here, but I never expected to see it here like this. Yeah, I was shocked when I first saw it too. I knew it must be the pod you told us about. This place is probably designed to store it safely until it's needed. Is there any chance you can get it working now? I thought of that, but it's no good. It's locked up tight, and there's no way to get in. We could probably force it open, but we can't exactly go into space with a damaged door. They must have security measures stop anyone using it before day 100. That's the only time we're allowed to leave this school. Well, we can think about the pod later. Let's concentrate on the suit for now. Do you need any machinery from the metal shop? We can go get it for you. No, I should be fine. There's plenty of gear in here for me to get started. I looked around the lab. It was full of miscellaneous machines and equipment, probably stuff Tsubasa had brought in already. There were also a lot of weapons, for some reason. Dang, we got the AK. I figured I'd make those and keep them here for emergencies, just in case we ever need to hole up in here. I've stuck some food supplies in too. Help yourself if you get hungry. It's a real stronghold down here. It'll make a perfect HQ for the Anti-Sponsor Alliance. So how are you going to investigate the suit's capabilities? You got any experiments in mind? You basically want to know how to break through the suit's defenses, right? The fastest way to figure that out is to try a bunch of stress tests and see how it holds up. By testing its resistances to stretching, pressure, elastic, and plastic deformation, we can start getting a better idea of the fracture toughness. Deformation? Fracture? Some of those terms were lost on me, but at least one of us knew what we were doing. Okay, well, let's get started. Figuring out the suit's weakness is only the first step. Once we've done that, we're taking the sponsor down. We spent the rest of the night testing and analyzing the suit any way we could. Alright, we're going to end it here. I think this is as good a place as any. Alright, we're going to see what this line of dialogue says. The next morning, I made my way to the leisure lounge where the sponsor was loafing around as usual. Takumi Samino, what are you doing here so early? Did you miss me? You could say that. I wanted to see you anyway. Do you have time to talk? Hardly a respectful attitude to take towards someone in my position, but I'll allow it. You are one of my most accomplished hunters, after all. Hunter? Me? No need to be modest. Just take a look. The results speak for themselves. The sponsor gestured to one of their bees and brought up a display of the leaderboard. Are we in first now?
I honestly didn't expect you to gain this much of a lead so quickly.
Up to second place.
The advent of a dark horse like yourself makes this game that much more exciting.
Dark horse? What in the disrespect? Why are we being disrespected like this? This is crazy. This is crazy. At some point, I'd made it all the way to number 2 in the rankings. Hiriko had been at 1 all this time, but now that she's dead, I was catching up. You made impressive contributions to my little game. I was just thinking you deserved some kind of reward. A reward, huh? Since we're here, how about you play a game with me? Very well, if that's what you want. What shall we play? As I said before, I'm grateful to you for becoming such an accomplished hunter. I'm even willing to turn a blind eye if you ever want to bend the rules a little. That actually helps a lot, because what I want is a duel to the death. I'm going to fight you, and I'm going to win, and then I'm ending this stupid game of yours once and for all. So it's come to this. Very well. Activate your class armor and Hemo Anima. Attack me all you want. Your sword is no more threat to me than a blade of grass. The sponsor clearly didn't consider themselves in any danger. They stood there radiating absolute confidence, knowing that nothing I could do would hurt them. Nice of you to be so laid back about it, but I won't be attacking with my sword. I'll be using this crossbow. I brought out a crossbow Tsubasa had made with the Gift-O-Matic. Normally using a conventional weapon like this would be pointless, especially against an invincible opponent like the sponsor. Fool, what are you thinking, turning something like that on me? Such insolence will not stand. A hunter should use Hemo Anima. Just like that, the sponsor's confident demeanor vanished, and they began to panic. Yeah, you're immune to Hemo Anima, but you can still get slimed. Looks like we were right about the suit's weakness. We performed every kind of stress test we could think of on the spare last night, and we discovered something very interesting. I knew it. This suit actually isn't all that strong. It'll distort just from a little force, and it's not that much tougher than a regular protective suit. A long knife or something could probably cut through it pretty easily. That doesn't make sense, though. If the suit is that weak, why don't any of our attacks work on it? Is this spare one a fake, maybe? Is it actually different from the sponsor's one? No, it's the real thing. The material's the same as the sponsor wears, anyway. So why is this one so much weaker? I think it's not weak so much as built for purpose. What do you mean? Ever since I saw the suit, something about it has been bothering me. It looks like some kind of protective gear, so what is it supposed to protect its wearer from? Not sure I follow. Workers at nuclear power plants wear suits to protect themselves from radiation, right? And firefighters have one to protect against high temperatures, and divers have one for water pressure. Protective suits are made with specific hazards in mind, stuff that's only a threat in certain environments and scenarios. There's not a lot of use outside of those scenarios. Have you ever felt an actual radiation suit? They're basically paper thin. I think it's the same with this suit. It's designed to protect against one particular threat and nothing else. Protective gear for a specific threat. For Hemo Anima. I desperately tried to think of what Tsubasa had said and what it could mean. What kind of scenario was the suit built for? That was obvious enough. To protect the sponsor from our attacks. The first time we fought them, we'd attacked with every bit of Hemo Anima we could muster. But at the end of our assault, the sponsor was still standing without having taken the slightest bit of damage. It was like our attacks, our Hemo Anima had no effects at all. And then it hit me, like a bolt from the blue. I knew what the suit was for. I knew what threat it was guarding against. Of course, this suit is an anti-Hemo Anima suit. That suit is designed to repel any and all Hemo Anima attacks. But the trade-off is that it's weak against regular attacks, isn't it? You're letting your imagination run wild. I am invincible. Your pitiful intellect cannot hope to understand my power. The sponsor's voice was calm, but they were clearly shaken. I had no doubt we were right about this. I only wish I'd noticed it sooner. The suit only blocked Hemo Anima attacks, not physical ones. It was such a simple weakness, but I could see why I hadn't thought of it until now. Our first encounter with the sponsor had totally demoralized us. We attacked them with everything we had, our very strongest attacks, and not one of them had worked. This person is invincible. It's no use trying to fight them. That was the idea that had been implanted in our heads that day. After sowing that seed of doubt, we all accepted that we had no choice but to do what the sponsor said. But now we know the truth. Once a trick is exposed, the con artist behind it is finished, just like this game. I'm warning you, Takumi, stand down now and we can forget this ever happened. This is for my friends. I pulled the trigger and fired off 3 arrows in quick succession. They pierced the suit and buried themselves in the sponsor's body. There's no hiding it now. My attack had clearly done some damage. There were holes in the suit now. We weren't dealing with an invincible opponent after all.
We did it.
Bro, don't say that yet.
Did you see, Hideko? We broke through the sponsor's defenses.
Not bad, Takumi Samino. I'll confess, I didn't think you'd ever figure out the secret of my suit. For this, at least, I must congratulate you. Gee, thanks, it's an honor. But it's your death I want, not compliments. Me? Die? Don't be ridiculous. The game has only just begun. And you're forgetting something, Takumi. This suit isn't the only weapon I have at my disposal. I still have the bees. I heard a familiar cacophony of buzzing and beating wings as the bees flew down from the ceiling. They sounded angry. I'd broken a rule, after all. I'd injured the sponsor. My suit may not be an immovable object, but my bees are unstoppable a force as ever. What now, Takumi Samino? Do you think you can defend against this? No, there's nothing I can do about your bees. If they attacked now, I'd be riddled with holes and have every last ounce of my blood drained. If they attacked me, that is. That's why I'm tagging in. Good work, Takumi. You played your part beautifully. But against someone with proper protection, things wouldn't be so simple. What? Who are you? Why do you have that suit? It's me, Yumgamu Mokage. Guess you can't tell because of the voice, huh? Apparently the voice changer came as standard with these suits. This one's distorted Yugama's voice to sound just like the sponsors. We decided to borrow one of your precious suits for a little while. It seemed like the best way to stop me getting turned into a pincushion. The Beast Singers were powerful, that much was true, but that was because they'd been augmented with hemoanima. And if we're immune to hemoanima, despite a tough and grandiose appearance, it doesn't quite have the hardiness to match. The joints snap out of place if you even look at them wrong, and the stinger comes off without much effort as well. It's as fragile as life itself. But it can't be so weak. These bees killed Carrara like it was nothing. Their bodies were likely enhanced by some supernatural means when they were still alive. Supernatural, in other words, hemoanima. The suit repelled any and all hemoanima attacks. With Yugamo wearing one, the bees were no threat at all. Yeah, to him. You and that suit have given us a lot of trouble. Now we're using the same technology to defeat you. You know how it is. What goes around comes around. Insolence! This will not stand. Don't you realize who I am? No, we don't. I am the one who spreads death across the planet. The all-seeing, all-knowing Game Master. Yeah, I'm gonna have to cut you off there. We really don't have time to listen to your final monologue. I'll take it from here, Takumi. Go! Right. We got a dash. We both started running. I ran for the door while Yugamo charged right toward the sponsor. The bees dutifully flew in to protect their master, but all in vain. Yugamo swatted them aside with one swipe of his arm, killing them instantly. That suit made him the worst possible opponent for them to go up against. Finally, Yugamo reached the sponsor. And then he opened his clenched fingers to reveal he was holding something. All it takes is one little hole to render protective gear practically useless. So the first thing we need to do is open a hole in the sponsor's suit. Any one of these ranged weapons should be enough to do that. Right, if the suit is weak against physical damage, a gun should do the trick. I'm no marksman, though. I'm probably more likely to hit my target with something like a crossbow. Once the suit is torn, the sponsor won't be immune to cryptoglobin attacks anymore. That's where this comes in. Stuff this bomb in the hole, and the sponsor will get burned to a crisp. Tsubasa held up a tiny mechanical sphere. This baby's filled with undying flames. All it needs is a little impact to detonate it. It's basically a downgraded version of the one we used on Veshnes. But I can only make one, so we only get one shot at this. If one of those bombs could destroy Veshnes, they could destroy anyone. That included the sponsor, whoever they really were. We had our plan. All that was left was to assign roles and iron out the details. Tsubasa would stand ready with a fire extinguisher outside the leisure lounge in case anything went wrong. I'd use the crossbow to puncture a hole in the sponsor's suit, and Yugamo would be the one handling the most dangerous part of the plan, actually detonating the bomb. Are you sure about this, Yugamu? You'll have to get really close to the sponsor to put the bomb in their suit in the first place. If anything goes wrong, you'll be left wide open. Don't worry about that. I'm really good at ramming stuff in holes that look like they'd be too small to fit. Hey, yo! I'm trying to be serious here. I'm gonna have to ask you to stick to the matter at hand. Sure thing, Takumi. Or you can be the one sticking it to me if you prefer. You know me. I swing both ways. What a guy. What a guy. Stay on topic, please. In spite of his usual devil-may-care attitude, I could tell Yugamu was serious. His fists were clenched tight. He was determined to end this game. Even if it meant risking his own life killing the sponsor, he was prepared to do what needed to be done. Oh, hell no.
Don't you dare touch me with those filthy hands.
Undaunted, Yugamu grabbed hold of the sponsor. He slipped the miniature bomb into the hole in the suit, and then... I still legitimately... I want to know who's in there. One little hit and the undying flames enveloped the sponsor's entire body. Our tormentor writhed in pain, convulsing like a crazed dancer. At some point, the sponsor's vocal cords must have burned away. They weren't screaming anymore, just making hollow, choking noises. Even with the flames eating away at every fiber of their being, the sponsor held on to life for as long as they could. But finally, they let out one last unnatural, almost inhuman scream. The flames still licking at their body, they collapsed onto the floor. Tsubasa and I stepped back into the lounge, and we stood there with Yugamu, watching the sponsor burn. We didn't want to risk taking our eyes off them in case they suddenly came back to life somehow. Fear rooted us to the spot. We had to be sure. We needed to see this person die. But they're really dead now, aren't they? Yeah, no one could possibly survive that. Then we really won. We won. The moment I said the words, it suddenly felt a lot more real. We'd taken down the invincible sponsor and ended the Invader Hunt. Yo, what the hell is all the noise in here? We heard a weird voice shouting, "Gah!" or something. It sounded like nails on a chalkboard. There was an explosion, too. The others all came running in. The sponsor's death cries must have echoed all throughout the school. Takumi, Tsubasa, what are you guys doing? Get over here! That's right, you have to get away from the sponsor. Oh, of course. With Yugamu wearing the suit, I think he's the sponsor. Hey guys, you picked the perfect time to join us. Come warm yourselves by the fire. Fire? But it looks like there's a person in there. Vile fiend, did you incinerate one of our friends for your sick entertainment? This has gone far enough. It is time for the Holy Jumanji Sword to cut you down. Wait, Kyoshika, I don't think that's the sponsor. It's Yugamu. Now that you mention it, he does sound like him. What's the deal? What's going on here? If Yugamu's the sponsor and the sponsor's Yugamu, then who the heck am I? Takumi, Tsubasa, you got some explaining to do. If that's Yugamu in the suit, where did the real sponsor go? Into fire. Just stay calm, okay? I'll explain everything. I took everyone through what our team had been doing, starting with me, Yugamu, and Hiriko forming our secret alliance, and how Hiriko somehow knew a way for us to get our hands on a spare version of the suit the sponsor wore. That first mission had succeeded, but at the cost of Hiriko's life. And Tsubasa had joined the alliance and figured out the suit's weakness, allowing us to put this plan into action. So you see, we don't have to worry about our scores or executions anymore. It's over. We won. I thought they'd all be happy to hear about this. We just freed them from the life and death struggle we'd been in since this game began, after all. They don't believe it. What's the matter, guys? Is it really over, though? I mean, that's actually a very good question. Yeah. It's only day 31. The sponsor was so strong before. It's hard to believe you killed them just like that. Right. We didn't see it happen for ourselves. Oh my lord. You don't think we're lying to you, do you? No, that's not it. It's just... It's more like all this is happening so fast, and we weren't there for so much of it. It doesn't feel real, you know? And I was the one who was supposed to avenge Lady Carrara. Wow, this is not the reaction I was expecting. I'm not asking for a victory part or anything, but you can at least relax now. The sponsor's gone. Well, this is a real mood killer. You guys are gonna need some time, huh? Let's call it here for the day. We can always accept your praise and adulation later. With things still feeling awkward between us and the other teams, we went our separate ways and I returned to my room. Like, no way. What? Are we serious here?
Up and Atom troops, time to rise and shine!
think I have to end it here. I have to end it here. Sponsor is dead. They're not dead. That one might be dead. That one might be dead. But going on the other routes, there's more than one person in the suit, or in a suit. So it's very possible that the other one is also going to be a game master. Who knows? Okay, let's talk about this episode. I want to keep going, but oh my god, it's so late. I need to stop. Like, I seriously need to stop. I'm enjoying this route so far. It's no free time. Literally none. Zero free time so far. Literally zero. And I love it. I love it. It's just been a crazy event after crazy event. So first we decide not to leave the school, and Gaku immediately gets folded like a lawn chair. And as a result of this, everyone is and when they start asking for alibis, Takumi tells them that he had been knocked out at around 12:50 p.m., right? And somehow woke up back in bed later, alive, obviously. And everyone's suspicious of him being the killer, which is valid, actually. So they decide to kind of sleep in groups to maybe prevent the killer, because now Siri has died, Eito is dead at 100% at Takumi's hands, and now Gaku's dead, and we don't know at whose hands. I actually still don't really know at whose hands that is. I kind of wonder if it was Takumi, but I kind of feel like it wasn't, so I don't know. I really don't know, honestly. Anyways, we go to the second last defense academy. We recruit the second to last defense crew. We end up in a battle. We get slimed protecting Takamaru. We're in a coma for 13 days. We battle again, and we capture Ava, and then we are out for several more days. And shortly after we get back, a message is on the blackboard again, just like on day, like, what, 2, 3? 3. Well, no, I guess it would have been day 4. Duh. On day 4. Just like on day 4, there's another message on the blackboard. It doesn't seem to be written by the same person, though, which is interesting. On this one is basically like you're joining a killing game, right? And we can choose either yes or no. I said yes, partially because I wanted to see a killing game, partially because they said they were going to kill us all if we didn't. So I was like, it kind of makes sense to join. So we join the Invader Hunt, and things go crazy very quickly. Kurara dies in the process of, like, us learning about the Invader Hunt. She, like, goes to, like, hit the sponsor with an uppercut, and she gets taken by one of the bees, suspended in air for a while, and then gets the hemo anima drained out of her. Brutal death. That was messed up. And we learn about the game, which is basically just kill the most invaders outside of the school. At the end of every 10 days, whoever has the least will be executed. So we try to start forming teams, and we're kind of ostracized. Kako and Ima are pretty nasty to us. Kyoshika's pretty nasty to us. That's unfortunate. 2 of my favorites are being nasty to Takumi this route. Nasty, bro. Hiriko turns us down because Darumi is her dog now. Yeah. In the moment, that one was a little weird, but it made more sense later. We'll get there when we get there. Takamaru kind of rejects us as well. Mainly, he sounded like he was kind of like, yeah, man, I'm not gonna lie. Shit does keep going crazy every time you do something, so I'm not trying to be around you. Right? I'm like, fair enough, man. I'm not gonna lie, fair enough. Right? That's a little fucked up. But fair enough. Right? I get it. I get it. But also, ouch. So we end up by ourselves, basically, because everyone has said no to us. And there is one person left, Yugamu. We go out to kill a bunch by ourselves, and we kind of get overwhelmed, and Yugamu suddenly shows up and offers to team with us. We accept it. I don't know what happens if you don't team up with Yugamu. Actually, you probably just die. I can see that being a quick bad end. Some days go by, and we form the anti-sponsor alliance with Yugamu and Hiriko, and our goal is to scope things out and learn how to take down the sponsor. We're charged with learning what exactly, who exactly are they? Are they an invader? Are they, like, somehow one of us? Are they a third party? We decide they're a third party. Hiroko's charged with learning the weaknesses of the suit. Yugama's charged with learning about the bees. Yugama learns about the bees. He learns that they're not that strong by themselves, but they're being enhanced by hemoanima, and they have very strong suction power, like a parasitic wasp. Hiroko tells us that she has a way to get the suit, and we enact a plan, or we concoct a plan to get the suit, but it involves Darumi going with us. And Yugama's not very happy with this, because he doesn't really understand why Darumi is being involved at all, given her desire to keep the killing game going, most likely. So we kind of go and talk to Hiroko about it, and she kind of talks and says that basically we have people to go back to. Darumi doesn't, right? She's being abused, and she wants the world, she wants people to suffer like she does. She thinks everyone should suffer the way she does, right? That's the point she reached. Rather than hoping for better times, she was like, I want people to suffer like me, because of everything she's gone through. And I mean, that's tough, but to a degree, I can get it to a degree. So that's why she wants these killing games, which yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And Hiroko believes that if she's left to her own devices, she is essentially just going to commit suicide by a killing game. And she doesn't want that. Her goal, her idea of victory is getting through all 100 days with everyone alive. Which is where we get to the next day, and Hiroko fucking dies. Hiroko dies. She is dead. Hiriko's dead, man. We decided to save Darumi, and I thought that made a lot of sense because the suit was still there. And I mean, Hiroko wanted us to keep Darumi safe, so I think it's one of those things where it felt like it could easily be a bad end going the other way. Now, it did feel like it could be a bad end saving Darumi, we just get clowned on and that's that. But it was not. I think it was the correct way to go at this point. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it still ends up being a bad end. It could be. But as of now, it seemed like it was the correct choice. We obtain the suit. We get Tsubasa in on the anti-sponsor alliance. And she leads us to a secret basement area within the gym that houses the escape pod. And she'd already kind of made a workshop out of it, and had weapons there, and we take the suit there, and we test out a bunch of different things against it, and we find out that it's actually relatively weak to piercing attacks, right? Things like guns, crossbows would put a hole in the suit pretty easily, actually. To be honest, I feel like we should have just gadded them down with the AK-47, but we enacted a plan to bring a crossbow, shoot the sponsor with it, and then Yugamo goes in a suit while Takumi uses this chance to evacuate. So now the bees can't do anything to Yugamo because he has a cryptoglobin blocking suit. And he stuffs an undying flame bomb into one of the holes caused by the crossbow. And the sponsor is set ablaze. And so seemingly they're dead, and Hiroko's sacrifice was not in vain. In practice, we're going to see. I'm definitely worried that it's not going to be that simple, especially because if we played the slasher route, right, in this LP, right, and in the slasher route, at a point, we see two people in suits, right, and I don't think either of them were Yugamo, by the way, right. Also, one of the routes, it was the comedy route. It was the comedy route, right? We got one of the people in the suits to stumble into the undying flames, and then despite that, we still got ambushed and injected with something. I assume that was the other person in the suit. So we've seen two suits. We've seen evidence that there's a second person maybe collaborating with them. And so who's to say they're not doing the same in this route, and that there's not going to be a second sponsor who isn't going to get clowned by a crossbow, right? I don't know. I don't think it's going to end that simple. I mean, could you imagine if I already basically completed the route? It'd be a little crazy, right? If that major part of the route is done. That felt like it was supposed to be such a big deal. I wouldn't hate it, I suppose. if it was like legitimately done and we went on to something else somehow. But it feels like the route is not done. We still had talks earlier of like the apparition came into our room and basically was like, yeah, so something came from the future and is draining my cryptoglobin and like the blood world or something. Like I forgot what they said. Like some separate space that cryptoglobin inhabits, I guess. They're like, yeah, they're draining my stuff, and I'm like, it easily could be the sponsor, right? But again, if they're just gonna get clowned that easily, like there's no way. I just feel like there's no way they went down like that, right? Like so suddenly, right? I get it took a sacrifice. Someone had to die for this, right? We've been planning this, but like before the first execution, that feels insane to me. That actually feels insane to me. It feels like there's no way, right? Like, does that make sense? It just feels like it would be too sudden. I kind of agree with the rest of the cast, right? Like there's just no way. It's a lot to process this quick. It would very obviously change the route a lot if the sponsor is dead, or like if the or if there's like if the sponsor is truly dead and there is not like a backup sponsor, right? If both of those conditions are true, then it's like, what the hell? I am a little upset that we didn't get to see who was in the suit though. Because it has to be somebody, right? Like, if we go off the end of the slasher route, what, ending 76, I think? No, 72. 72, the one where Hiroko is like, couldn't bring herself to kill Takumi when he was going on his slasher rampage, and it's just the two of them, right? The gi Takumi mentions when she asks who was in the black suit the first time, she said, like, they say you probably already know, right? And I feel like that alone makes me think alternate Hiroko, but then also kind of the goal, and I'm like, it's twisted, but it sounded like the goal was to kind of foster strength and teamwork to a degree, right? Within the crew. Like, could that be some crazy demented way of trying to win the war, right? Assuming they keep getting wiped, right, in her timeline, and that, like, Hiroko's timelines, I don't think it's that crazy. And also, honestly, just the way they spoke. At first I said it reminded me of Ima, but, like, it actually kind of sounded like Hiroko, right? Like, the way they spoke, right? And some of the way they placed emphasis on things, right? I'm like, it kind of reminded me of Hiroko, right? So I'm like, I think it could be an alternate reality Hiroko. Now, you gotta also keep in mind, it's not guaranteed that the person in the suit from the top route, the slasher routes, and the comedy routes are the same people. And there's no guarantee that there's two people in the suits this time either. But I don't think it's impossible that if they're going to set those up, they're going to remain true for this route. And I'm very intrigued to see who exactly they are, and see what's going on with them, right? Is it like, there's no way it's over, right? I just feel like there's no way. I really want to figure out who is in those suits. I don't think it's just going to be some random nobody. Like, there's no way. There's no way it's just a random nobody, right? I don't believe it. I do not believe it, right? But honestly, I think that's all I have time for. I'm really enjoying this route, like, a lot. This video, I've been recording it for 5.5 hours. I think that should say it all. And I haven't been complaining either, like I was in the last, like, 5-hour video, which was, like, literally 2 videos ago, where I was complaining about all the free time. This one, man, stuff is always happening, right? It's moving at a reasonable pace, but things are always happening, right? Like, there has been literally zero free time. Literally zero, right? And I kind of love that, right? Look, I enjoy free time. Like, I'm not saying I dislike it and that they shouldn't have it, but there's a humongous difference between a route being completely filled with free time and occasionally having story versus the opposite, a route having a ton of story, completely filled with it, and then you occasionally get free time. I definitely prefer the latter, right? And that's what we're getting in this route so far. And so far the route's plot is interesting. We're going to see where it goes from here, because, like I said, if the game master, like the sponsor, is really just dead and the whole thing is done, like, that was really quick. That was kind of abrupt. So we'll see. But for now, that is all I have time for. I hope you guys have enjoyed this episode. I hope you guys are enjoying whatever route that I am on right now. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if this route is like Killing Game or Invader Hunt. But I literally don't have a clue, and I have no clue what happens if you don't go. Like, because you would think, and like in theory, they all just get slammed by the sponsor, I guess if none of them decide to show up, maybe the sponsor's like, bro, I give up. Hate y'all. I don't know. Probably not. There will probably be more to this one too. I'm intrigued to see whatever this ends up being, but obviously we still have, hypothetically, we still have a whole lot of route to go, assuming we don't get a very early ending. And I'm looking forward to that. I hope you guys are looking forward to more as well. Yeah, that's all I got time for today. I don't know when the next episode will be out, but whenever it does come out, I hope to see all of you guys there. But until then, peace.